We have a session by Dr. S. Somnath. So I request everyone to please return back. I repeat, everyone please note, we request all the delegates to reassemble for the next session. Everyone please note, our next session taken by Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of ISRO, will start soon. I request everyone to be seated immediately. I repeat, our next session taken by Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of ISRO, will start soon. I request everyone to be seated immediately. Welcome back, everyone. Kindly note, during the sessions, to make it more interactive, the audience can submit their questions by scanning a QR code displayed on the screen or log into slido.com and enter the code. Moderators will forward selected queries to the speaker. Let's dive into our first keynote session of the day. It's an honor to introduce Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman of ISRO, who will be speaking on talent and future of India. Dr. Somnath is at the forefront of India's space exploration, playing a pivotal role in positioning ISRO as a global leader in space science and technology. With a career spanning multiple groundbreaking projects, his insights on strategic talent management and technological advancement are invaluable to any industry aiming for a global competitiveness. His expertise in developing future-ready talent with a highly technical field aligns closely with today's theme. I would also like to invite our moderator, Dr. K. Paulos Jacob, who was previously the chairman of Scientific Computing Panel on Naval Research Board under the DRDO. He was appointed as a Pro-Vice Chancellor of Kochi University of Science and Technology on a 4-year tenure and was the officiating Vice Chancellor during January to October 2014. He is currently a Senior Professor in the Department of Information Technology and Dean Research at Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. I invite him to lead the segment. Please join me in welcoming Dr. S. Somnath. Over to you, sir.
So good morning. That's okay. Okay, can I start? Okay. So good morning, all of you. Okay. Say good morning once again. Okay, good. So the topic given to me is the theme of the Confluence, the talent and the future of India. In fact, Matthews has already done the job very well to start with the morning. He presented the subject, the topic, and what really ails us in developing talents and opportunities in this part of the country is very well described. So what I thought is, now I come from a domain of space. So when you talk about space, we are inspired by people and the work done all across the world, not just by the people working in India. So when I look at it, I am really inspired by what is seen here, the SpaceX and the people who did it. Elon Musk, I think all of you know Elon Musk. He has been bringing disruption in this area, bringing in new technologies, reusability of rockets. It's vanished. It's again his magic. Okay, I think I'll find the same problem as Matthews faced, memorizing what was there in the slide and then speaking about that to you. Yeah. Now it's back. Okay. The SpaceX is back. But then you must also realize that why this happened in the US. How Elon Musk happened, it is something very important for all of us to realize. And all of you know, NASA has been a great agency of doing fantastic space activity. But they decided at some point in time it is important to bring in new actors in this domain. They allowed the programs in NASA to move over from NASA, the government-sponsored organization, to a private entities called SpaceX, Blue Origin, and many others. They started a program called COTS, Commercial Space Transportation Program, in which they invited private people to come in and opt for developing technologies with the support of the NASA. So it was a very important decision in the history of the space agency in the US to develop people like SpaceX and many others who are really showing the progress that the US is currently there. I was there in the last special space shuttle launch. When it happened from Florida, I was invited from India to go there and watch that launch. And they were conducting a program called Passing the Torch program. They were speaking, young people of NASA were tutored by the older generation of people from NASA, and they were telling them how we can handle this generational change of organizations. NASA has been a great organization, but the challenge today is different. The new world looks at a different set of problems. So they decided that they are planning to shelve the space shuttle program. The space shuttle was one of the best rocket ever produced. Going to space, landing back, hundreds of flights they were doing. And 160 or 70, I don't remember the number exactly, that landing which was yet to take place. And they were very hesitatingly deciding to shelve the program, space shuttle, and not to have human spaceflight program in US, and use the Russian support of Soyuz for future human spaceflight mission to the ISS and allow these people like Blue Origin and SpaceX to take shape for the next 10 years. They allowed that change to happen. So I want to tell you that it's very important for anyone in decision-making positions to allow changes to happen and look at the future with great opportunity and how this transition can be really done. So that's why it is inspiring for us, because of this decision, monumental decision of the American government to allow private actors to come into human spaceflight program, build reusable rocket, etc., and risks that. That has been a great decision. I think the same thing applies to us also in this context, because I am using just the space as an example. But then if you really look at world in another 25 years down the line, 2050, as already been told by Matthews, I think we know it is going to be a technology-driven world. It's already is a world which is technology-driven, but it's going to be driven by AI, compute power. Space for me, because it is all interesting for me, so I speak about space all the time, because space will continue to remain very elusive and very few people will be doing still. And we will also see countries like India and China emerging as superpowers. I'm just giving some indicators. And also we will see that climate change is going to be a real issue, and we will also start war on waters. Okay, need of water will be a very big issue. We will also talk about emissions today, and we will see emissions are actually going to come down. It is contrary to what we speak about. And we will also look at a world which will be energy secure. The issue of energy is slowly going to go away, and we will see that demand for energy will be changing, and we will have surplus of energy. And the world will be driven by corporates. I think today, world is driven by nationalities and nations, the political power. And slowly we will see the political power is changing, and it will be more driven by corporates. And we will see that nations are becoming weaker. I think these are all not propositions which I am giving, but these are all part of those changes that we are to observe and understand. Why these last two are very, very important, that it's going to be driven by corporates. The decisions that the governments take, the policies that will be driven by the governments, and even the political system will be more governed by corporates rather than the national states. And the whole strength of the nation will actually become weaker. I think it's again vanished. I think you should not touch it. Open this one. Yeah. Just open it. Yeah. Okay. But then also look at the transformative technologies that are going to happen. The computers, I think today computers are evolving over the period. I don't want to speak about what you know about computers, but then what will happen after some time is that it will get connected to every individual. Today, a computer is an equipment that is standing apart, and you don't realize that my watch is also a computer today. You are wearing a lot of computers. Your automobiles are full of computers. And slowly these computers will enter into human mind, and you will get inextricably connected to computers. And your mind and the processes that you happen in your thought process will actually get recorded in computers, and you will receive back those information. So you can say in a way you get connected to the mind. Entertainment, whole industry of entertainment will be web-enabled. I think today it is not web-enabled to some extent, but then it will become 100% web-enabled. We'll also see locomotion. Locomotion is another important area. People's ability to move across continents. It has been now enabled by the aircrafts, the flights. But then slowly you will see that Elon Musk is also doing that work quite a bit. He will make sure that space propulsion will enable you to move across continents, not far from now. And you will see artificial intelligence become part of the whole of the business processes, maybe in every part of your life. Virtual worlds, reality and virtual worlds will get mixed up. You will see that it will also happen. Many of the design processes, engineering activities, learning will be driven by the virtual worlds. And medicine, the domain of medical treatment, and it also will get transformed over the years. You will see that genomic medicine will become very, very strong domain. You will also look at extension of our human life. Today we aspire to live for almost 70 years, but then technologies will be inducted slowly into the domain of medicine, that human life can be artificially extended for longer periods. Possibly you will never ever die. And you are actually talking about immortality, and these are some of the concepts that are already evolving. And one of the important serious domain of work is on the immortality. How to make a human being immortal by the interventions of technology, possibly by taking away your memories and then storing them. Another area is the disappearance of language barriers. I will be speaking to you in English and you will actually listen in your native language. And you will speak in your native language, I will listen to in my language, I will understand. I think slowly this is going to happen. Very much it is happening already. And we will also see the issues related to culture, the issues related to language barriers, and many things will vanish. And knowledge and education is also going to go through a big change. I have another slide on this topic, so I don't elaborate there. Nanotechnology is another area where you will see huge progress. And energy. Energy discussions are everywhere today. And you will see this transformation in the energy usages and consumption is also going to be a very important thing in the economy. Okay. But then also look at some of these points. I think for you to think that if I'm talking nonsense, it's important for you to look at some of these early stories. I think many of you have gone through this, so I don't want to speak about it. For example, photography, I think film, image processing, the technology that changed the entire domain of music. Today, music, we had an old form of music, how it was synthesized, composed, shared. I think it has changed to a drastic change in the last 10 years itself. Even you look at, I purchased an encyclopedia for my children. When they were small, I thought I should buy an encyclopedia and keep it at home so that they can refer to. I think it's never opened out seen by anyone. Today, nobody talks about encyclopedias. I think nobody wants the encyclopedia to be printed or even purchased. What a change it happened in our society. Look at printing and reproduction of documentation, libraries. Libraries are vanishing. I think there is no need of a library today. Many of the libraries in my organization, ISRO, are vacant today. We've created huge libraries with so much of books. No one goes there. And libraries are finding methods by which to attract people to come to library and read books. No one goes. No one goes. I think still some people are very fascinated by the books. They have a love for books. They go and read. Very rare people breed of. But the new generation, no one goes and read books from the library. It's impossible to bring people there. Learning and teaching is also going through a transformation. Product design processes, prototyping, virtual manufacturing, it has come into our midst so much. Every engineering problem is actually a virtual manufacturing problem, design problem. Everybody does on network. You can see a whole idea taking shape to a digital products making, goes to manufacturing, prototyping, then testing. Everything happens in the digital domain. Not everywhere still, but it is one of the concepts that is actually very much in use in high value engineering problem. Procurement, storage, warehousing, it's another big area. The whole of these are getting very well connected digitally so that the value of procurement is actually becoming very, very important for product making. This is a huge challenge. Even after all these technologies are very great, I think such issues are the one which is preventing us from making huge progress. Small issues of connectivity. I think it will come back again, I hope. But then these type of transformative technologies are something that we must be very, very careful about, because we talk about all this. For example, today morning, Matthews was talking about artificial intelligence. I'll tell you a story. Meantime, I hope it will come. Because I was listening to one talk by Yuval Harari. Sometimes I make a mess of his name. He's the one who wrote the Sapiens. I think how many of you would have read this book? He recently wrote a book. Recently he published on the artificial intelligence. In fact, before he published that book, I was listening to his talk at a conference that we organized, the space people organized, called International Astronautical Congress. He comes and gives a talk on AI. He calls AI alien intelligence, not artificial intelligence. He says this intelligence is somewhere outside. It's not human intelligence. It is beyond human. And what he says is AI is going to overtake human intelligence not far from now. He predicts in 25 years, AI will become superpower. So it will overtake the human intelligence and it will start controlling all of you if you do not act appropriately at this point in time. So he warns us that if you do not act at this point in time, next 25 years, there is a very high possibility that it will take over you. So this is the type of prediction that he's making. But predictions apart, the reality of life are different. I can tell you many of the predictions that were done in the past, that you will be colonizing moon, setting up colonies on Mars. This all happened 25 years back, but nothing really happened. But so predictions have such an uncertainty. So even then, let us understand that AI is taken over all of our lives, and you will see that many of this, though it looks very impossibility maybe a few years back, today they are all real. So the type of challenges in front of us are of different types. But before I go, I must also talk about the Indian context. So if you look at India in 2047, our population today, 135 crores, 140 crore, it will reach maybe 165 crore and it will become stabilized. People say, those who have domain knowledge, they say it will become stabilized and it won't increase beyond that, and after that it's going to come down. But today we have an advantage. Our demography is such that we have a high percentage of youth in our population compared to many other nations. This is a huge advantage for country. And our GDP possibly will grow like this, our budget and annual budget will grow like this. Possibly these numbers can be contested. Matthew's shown a different number today, so I'm not all that right. But it's very important to look at India in context from various points of view. One, India is going to be a very prominent country as far as this world is concerned, as I mentioned, India and China. But China doesn't have the advantage that we have the advantage. Really, the demographic advantage is really important for us, and we must make sure that it is heavily utilized in our favor. Now look at some other points which I want to tell before I conclude. One is about knowledge and education. I think knowledge and education also has gone through a big transformation. Today I mentioned about library, the way you learn. Today you can learn from anywhere. You have a reimagined classrooms, you have peer-to-peer learning, digital credits, adaptive learning. So institutions are opening up today. We have flatter hierarchical structures about open knowledge exchange. Earlier we had the teachers who only knew subject. The books were very precious. They kept all the knowledge and they transmitted to you in bits and pieces. Today that's not the case. You come to the class with enough of knowledge as much as a teacher, and you are at a level who can converse with him to clarify your doubt. And it's your choice to choose what you want to learn. I think that type of freedom and openness has come in the educational sector. So it's really fantastic to see the change in the education. But impact on jobs are going to be very important. Though you talked about learning, today we will see that jobs that you have today, comfortably looking at some of the jobs, all will vanish. About half of the activity people paid do globally today can be really automated. This is a major point which I want to tell you. You are looking at talent, you are looking at skilling, you are looking at employability, but many a times you don't forget this part that many of you will become unemployable in a matter of 5 years. The trick that you are learning in education institutions and organizations and coming out for job, you will become simply unemployable. So we can say that almost 400 to 800 million current occupations will be displaced by automation that is coming in. You talk about digital revolution, and all that digital work that you are going to do will make many other people jobless. It's already happening. I think if you go around and look at it, you will see jobs involving physical labor, data collection, processing, manufacturing, retail, accommodation, food services are most vulnerable. And many of these jobs will see it will vanish over a period of time. But you will also create new types of jobs. So maybe new types of jobs will be created, and where exactly these are going to be created is still a matter of concern, matter of discussion. I do not go into it. Some industry people will be able to tell about it. Some reports are available from World Economic Forum to understand this. But the biggest point I want to tell you is many of the jobs will become vanishing. For example, look at the job of drivers. We have been talking about automated cars and buses. So many of them are there on the roads, but still much of the jobs have not displaced because drivers still have jobs, cab operators still have jobs. But I am sure the technology growth will be such that may not be from some time from now, this will become not a possible job at all. Today, food delivery jobs are very high. I don't know whether tomorrow drones will take over and remove all those food delivery jobs sometime later. You also know about jobs of lawyers. They have huge, there is enough of litigation going around, so lawyers have enough of possibility to get job. but I know AI will take over and you will find that filing affidavit, arguing a case in the court, etc. will be taken over by computers. Possibly your lawyer will be traveling along with you as a laptop, and with a speaker he will be able to handle the court case in a court. Possibly our law will be amended to allow a computer to come in place of a regular lawyer to defend your case. I'm looking at that possibility. And it will also be happening to people like doctors. The diagnosis of medical professionals will face a huge challenge today. Recently I had an opportunity to visit one hospital for a long time. So I saw the technology around the hospital is so much that it is an engineer's place rather than a doctor's place today. The diagnostic tools, the operating equipments, the diagnostic equipments, the interventional equipments, many of them are high complex engineering systems, scanners, the imaging technologies, the three-dimensional images that you can create out of the scans, and the type of precision they can measure, operate robotically. Robots in hospitals are one of the best of the robots, very precision robots, lasers. Anything you talk about high-value engineering, it's all there in hospitals today. So I was thinking that these doctors are going to be what type of people in the coming days? They are going to be more than 50% engineers and less and less of people who understand human body. So what will happen tomorrow is that the diagnosis, with the skill of a doctor is said to be in the diagnosis. Earlier we guessed that one doctor will come and hold your hand, will tell you what disease you have. Today you take a little bit of blood out of you and he can diagnose. So many traces can be found out, and you can actually find out the disease over a period of time looking at the data and then comparing with lakhs of crores of data which is available otherwise through a machine learning algorithm. You can find out what exactly is your problems. Much better than a doctor who knows it by training. I think this amount of training a doctor goes through would be much, much smaller compared to the training that an AI engine will go through in medical diagnosis. So this is going to be a huge change. So many such jobs which are traditional, routine will vanish because of this simple reason of AI. Now let me talk about some of the Kerala specific topics. See, you have a comparatively educated youth, but here the skill levels are lower. I think it may be true to say that. But then the biggest problem today is the reluctance to dirty the feet and take jobs. As Matthews has already raised this point that the correspondence to the skill and knowledge and aspirations of the young people, we do not have a job, and many of them are not willing to take the dirty job, though the payment for that dirty jobs is reasonably good. Still they are not willing to take it. I think this is one of the important issues that we are facing in Kerala. Then the social equality demanding higher lifestyles and wages compared to many other states. That's why there is a migratory labor here. And there is a flair here, inherent flair for learning tools in IoT, availability of low capital for high investment industries. And there is a small family. And because of the small family, there is a thrust on education and spending for that. And many of the parents actually leave for their single kid. The entire life is spent on them as an investment. And then equally important is the high awareness of the health, and the healthcare spending is also very high. So if you look at Kerala and this type of societal attributes, then we need to prepare our youth for skilling in hardware and application tools. And you must train people to use pervasive use of digital technologies, which I mentioned earlier. Possibly the AI, the VR related activities and digital design activities. And many of the institutions today should be enabled to impart training and skilling in very fast learning and certification. We cannot take 4 years, 5 years today. If you can give a certification on a domain skills in just 1 year, it's going to be really, really good. And you should also create small enterprises, and you should also create locations where prototyping can be done. A lot of people have ideas. Many of them contacted me and they want to create some small engineering solutions, but there is no place to go and create these prototypes. So if you can create some ecosystem by which prototyping can be done, it's going to be really phenomenal. And you also have to work in domains like technologies for value addition. I mentioned about medicine, but you have to also work in issues like agriculture, tooling, agriculture automation, healthcare automation, etc. And also work on environmental friendly industries in Kerala. I only wanted to give you this example of what we did in space. I have been the chairman of ISRO for the last 3 years, and I have seen the transformation in this sector by giving some policy interventions to the government. I'll finish in next 2-3 minutes. Did a policy intervention from government. We opened the space sector to the public, to the private companies to come and work in space sector. So we said that this space sector is no longer going to be a very confined domain. You can work in building rockets, you can work in building satellites, you can work in applications, and there is a huge possibilities in working in space sector. So it has changed the whole sector, and you can see today 250 plus startups working in these industries in the last 2-3 years. We have investment from private that has come in. We also have very new technologies being developed by people who, some of them were working in ISRO, they resigned and started companies. I can tell you some of the companies are really doing very well in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Delhi, and I saw 1 or 2 in Kochi and Trivandrum. Maybe more are required to be developed in this area. So one example I can tell you that I am not going to describe each of the companies, but they are doing really well in most of those domains. So I would like to conclude. Today, this whole session on talent is based on the problem that we are facing specifically for Kerala. So some of the issues that already been raised in Kerala are already there. But if you look at Kerala, Matthew's idea was to create a place where it can be a place where we can live, one of the best aspiring places to people to come and live. And if you can create a place that is the best place to live, it will be the best place to work as well. I think I fully join with that idea. But how to create a state which is the best place to live? Today you put your heart on your chest and then tell me, is Kerala the best place to live? What are the problems that we are really facing to make this state one of the best places to live? For example, if you look at the beauty, I think it is incomparable to many parts of the world. I think we have a fantastic green covered state, but the state from one end to another is a single village. I cannot distinguish between the cities and villages here. There is no village. Every place is interconnected. But then the infrastructure of the state is so poor in terms of the connectivity, in terms of the mobility, in terms of your ability to create a lifestyle which is comparable to the world. There are huge issues. So the states should invest in creating that type of ecosystem in the state. We should move away from those silly issues which are plaguing us, especially the youth. One of them is the political activism, which is troubling us in terms of discussions and dialogues which are happening in non-productive areas. This you must also have a courage to move away. And this can be done only by some of the influencers. And some of them are here, I think they will speak about it. Because I am in a position which I cannot speak in that language today, but I am inspired to speak at least. One of the important issue that you are facing is the narratives that are going around and moving away from the issues of development into issues of politics. I think this must be understood by the young people, and you should put your heart and then tell that we are going to be the decision makers, and whoever make us to move into that direction, we prevent, and we will always discuss development, especially in creating a vibrant ecosystem for our state. But once you create that type of ecosystem for people to have comfort in coming and living here, I think industries will come. I have a dream today that India will become another Silicon Valley of the world. And we have a potential to do that. We have the right type of talent here. The people are one of the best. The place to live is really, really good if you put an effort. Then we should have a conducive political environment to support all of this. And the political environment to support all of this will come only you decide. The young people in this country will decide that you are going to create such a political environment here. The investment, I don't have any worry about it. The investments are enough possible here, and we have one of the best talents available here. So this is the only hope and dream. Today, when you arrange a confluence of young minds here to discuss about the talent, I have no words to describe that we have a lack of talent or lack of high talent creation. It's absolutely not an issue at all. I think it's already there. What we lack is only the peripheral environment to support it and encourage it. One other point which I want to tell you about educational system is also a point I want to tell you. Many of the high-level learning institutions in Kerala are not of that high level at all. Possibly the Rajagiri Engineering College may be an exception, but many of the colleges which I had a connection find their faculty not spending time beyond 5 o'clock at the faculty hall. They all vanish after giving the teaching lessons. I have been one of the institutions which I tried to create them to work in some of the young people to create a startup. None of them are willing to do. Can you create more startups and industries through the involvement of the faculty working with young people? This is second step that we should do. We should also make sure that in families and societies, entrepreneurial spirit is created. This is also lacking in Kerala. So some of these issues are likely to be discussed in the panel, which is, of course, is not my domain. I would like to stop here and thank you for this opportunity to speak at least this much to you. Thank you once again.
While thanking the Honorable Speaker for the picturesque view of the advancements in technology, which is influencing the society as well as the developing nation, I think we have time just to have 2 or 3 questions. There are a series of questions in front of me, but I have the mandate to choose 1 or 2 to suit the context as well as the theme. So the first question here, sir, is what are the key areas in technology where India has the potential to lead globally? Sir, we have some time constraint as well. You can use this.
No, I believe there are many areas. For example, we demonstrated that it is possible for us to work in space, and space is considered to be one of the most difficult area. But then it took many years, 60s to today, we have reached a certain level in space technology. You look at IT and IT services, I think we are one of the leading country. You look at generic medicine manufacturing. Today, India is one of the leading manufacturers of generic medicines, and they are the highest exporters of generic medicines across the world. You look at the ability to make a genomic, for example, a medicine during the COVID, to create a vaccine of that class in India. It is virtually thought to be impossible. Today we have a huge biotech ecosystem capable of doing at least that type of work. We have an agriculture sector which is very good. We are feeding 140 crore people today. And when we were 35 crore people, we were actually, we were importing grains from outside. Today we are one of the nation which is actually producing excess grain ready for export. There are many things. I think if you look at the mining industry, we are one of the very leading mining industry, but our value addition in the mining industry is very low. I have been looking at aluminum production. We are one of the highest producer of aluminum in the world, but we produce a low-end aluminum and export it. The high-end aluminum for aircrafts and rockets are actually imported from many other nations. Our raw material possibly getting converted. Look at the steel production. The steel production in India is one of the highest in the world, but today the high-value steels are getting imported, except a few countries, few firms who are making high-value steels in low value. Tooling steels comes from outside. It's not made in India. Why? I think there are many areas where we have strength, but we have not explored to scale up to high-value domains. I think this is where we need to work. One area is electronics industries. I think we lagged behind in so many years. There is a step taken by government to work in electronics. Especially the high-end electronics. Though many of the designers of the electronic systems are Indians working for foreign companies, we did not create that capability to do it hardware production in India. Manufacturing is another ecosystem where in so many domains of manufacturing we can actually excel. If you look at the manufacturing, the machine tool manufacturing, we were one of the pioneers to start with, but today we lag behind in creating manufacturing ecosystem for machine tools. This is one area we should actually put effort to create that skill. I can talk about many areas where we have a potential to create, but then you have to incentivize government to come in many areas and contribute towards it. Because of lack of time, I don't extend beyond this.
There is one other question about reusable launch vehicles. How it is going to help us in the future launches?
All of you know that you just saw the Elon Musk SpaceX. Reusable launch vehicle has an advantage that, like an aircraft, it goes and come back and you can clean it up and again reuse without much investment. So the rocket, 90% of the rocket mass is fuel, only 10% is the rocket, the structure and the electronics, and that is the costliest part. The fuel is very cheap. It is like liquid oxygen, kerosene don't cost more than 10 rupees per kilogram. But the rocket hardware is very costly. So you can recover it and reuse it, you get a cost advantage. So today we have rockets like SpaceX and many others who have brought down the cost substantially, but that's not passed on to the consumers yet. They make all the profit today. So reusability is very important for us. We are also working on reusable rockets for the future, and that's why today people aspire to go to Mars and Moon and colonize, because it is accessible for people at a very low cost.
Sir, one last question. It appears the Union Cabinet has cleared the human space mission. What is the current status of that?
No, human spaceflight mission was cleared long back. It was cleared in 2018. We are almost 5 years down the line. We have developed all the capabilities now. The rocket is ready. The astronauts are trained and kept. The first unmanned or uncrewed mission is likely to happen by December-January time frame. The assembly of the rocket is going on. And we hope that another 2-3 uncrewed missions will take place with robotic activity. The human mission will take place by 2026, and recently government approved its continuation. Another 6-7 missions are also approved. Not only that, it has approved also the building of the space station, where we will be going and sending our crew up there for observations and scientific experiments, and also government approved missions to go to Moon and land also. So that is going to be by 2040.
Well, that is very thrilling to all of us, sir.
Thank you.
And in conclusion, I would like to convey our warm greetings and thanks for the wonderful presentation that you have given to us. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Somnath, for such an inspiring start. I would now like to invite Dr. K. Paulos Jacob to present a gift to Dr. S. Somnath. Thank you, Somnath, sir. Thank you, Paulos, sir. Kindly note, the ISRO Space on Wheels exhibition bus is parked near the gallery hall. Please make use of this opportunity. Our next speaker, Mr. S.D. Shibulal, is a titan in the IT sector and a co-founder of Infosys. Today, he'll be speaking on the talent strategies for the IT industry. Mr. Shibulal has been instrumental in establishing Infosys as a powerhouse in global IT services, driving the company's growth through his focus on innovation, operational excellence, and talent transformation. His perspectives on human capital and strategic talent alignment in a rapidly evolving digital economy provide critical insights for any organization looking to stay ahead in today's competitive landscape. For moderating this session, I would like to invite Mr. Shilen Sagunan, Chairman of Malabar Innovation Zone and Malabar Angels Network. He founded Arbitron India and leads SS Consulting. Mr. Shilen holds a master's in aerospace engineering from IIT Mumbai and has received the TiE Kerala Ecosystem Enabler Award and NIT Calicut Distinguished Alumni Award to lead this segment. Please join me in welcoming Mr. S.D. Shibulal to the stage. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir.
My name is Shibulal. Nice to meet you.
You're going to moderate.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Hello.
Check.
Good morning, all of you present here. So it is a great privilege and for me to introduce Mr. Shibulal, the co-founder of Infosys, one of India's largest and most respected IT companies. He served the company as a CEO and managing director from 2011 to 2014, and offered a stint of the CEO, Chief Operating Officer, for the 4 years. Mr. Shibulal is a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Emerging Multinationals, member of the Board of Trustees of Boston University, and member of the Seoul International Business Advisory Council. He is also the chairman of the Board of Governors of the ICT Academy of Kerala and the chairman of Chief Minister's High Power IT Advisory Committee. Mr. Shibulal holds a master's degree in computer science from the Boston University. So with this introduction, I request Mr. Shibulal to have his talk on the talent strategies for the IT industry. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It gives me immense pleasure to be addressing the largest industry academia gathering in Kerala, organized by School of Engineering and GTech. It is a very interesting theme, the future of talent. So before I start, let me give you a little background about myself. I was born here in Alleppey. Most of my studies was done in Kerala. I did my degree in Maharaja's College, Kochi, and did my first master's in SN College, Koilon. So when I was growing up, talent was not a theme which was discussed. Yes. Looking back, the themes like future of talent was equally relevant then as it is today. Now, my life, I have witnessed the largest transformation in humankind seen in such a short period. World population has gone up by 2.5 times during my lifetime. The Indian population has gone up almost 3.5 times during my lifetime. I have seen enormous transformation in every aspect of human life, in medicine, in transportation, in urbanization, in migration, and in globalization. Digital transformation has touched each and every one of us in one way or other. At the same time, unfortunately, the progress in areas like poverty alleviation and removing inequality has eluded us. Now, we are at the cusp of the next major transformation led by AI. Now, global GDP is a leading indicator for human progress. Hence, I will speak on the role of AI in the pursuit of GDP growth in the future. The last major GDP growth happened during the Industrial Revolution, followed by the Information Technology Revolution. And I believe the next wave of GDP growth will be driven by AI. If you look at the history of civilization, after the discovery of fire and the wheel, The first significant technology leap was the innovation of printing press in 1400s. Then came the steam engine, which ignited the industrial revolution. Until 1800, it was the agricultural era, and the global GDP was $10 trillion. From 1800 to 1950, in the industrial era, the mass production of goods began, and in that period, the global GDP went from 1 trillion in 1800 to 10 trillion by 1950. Late 1900 saw the start of information technology revolution. The next phase of GDP growth was led by the combination of industrial innovation and information technology. So from 1950 to present, the GDP growth accelerated 10 times. And today, we have $100 trillion as the global GDP. As I said, the next wave of GDP growth will be driven by AI, and I believe it will be a bigger wave than what we have seen in the past. Now let us discuss some aspect of industrial revolution versus the coming AI revolution. During the industrial revolution, the introduction of machines brought in mechanization and automation, drastically changing the manufacturing process. If you compare that with the AI revolution, AI tools will become integral to all processes. Many traditional jobs will either evolve or vanish, while new ones will get created. Factories used mechanization for mass production and efficiency, leading to economies of scale. AI tools will lead to human-AI collaboration, leading to a further increase in efficiency. Workers often faced harsh conditions, low wages, and long hours, leading to labor exploitation and inequality. On the other hand, the AI has the potential to either accelerate or bridge inequalities in the workplace. Many large corporations emerged due to the control of production process and resources, leading to rise in capitalism and industrial titans. In the AI era, talent will become the key. Talent acquisition and retention will be the key in the coming times. Just as industries competed on control of resources, companies will compete on skilled talent. The Industrial Revolution created a new middle class and increased class divisions. With the AI's growing role in decision making, in hiring, in promotions, ethical concerns and governance structures will become paramount. These are some of the important comparisons between the Industrial Revolution and the coming AI revolution, I believe. But there is one big similarity. Both periods demand continuous innovation, with individuals needing to learn and adopt to keep up with rapid changes. Lifelong learning and adaptability will become key characteristics of the modern workplace. Tomorrow's world will demand all of you to learn, unlearn, and relearn skills, models, and contexts continuously. Now that brings to our conversation of future of talent. I believe to navigate this dynamic landscape, you will need to cultivate a new, unique set of skills. I will briefly talk about some of them. The first one which comes to my mind is growth mindset, what I call growth mindset. A growth mindset is a belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort, dedication, and continuous learning. It encourages us to view challenges as opportunity to learn and grow, persisting through setbacks and seeing effort as a path to mastery. The next one is what I call global mindset. A global mindset blends global awareness with deep understanding of local issues. It recognizes the interconnectedness of the world while appreciating and leveraging the unique characteristics of different cultures and markets. Next one is generative mindset. Generative mindset is all about creating new possibilities, fostering innovation, and generating value. It is characterized by creativity, curiosity, and a willingness to explore uncharted territories. Sustainability mindset prioritizes long-term well-being and environmental stewardship over short-term gains. It emphasizes responsible resource management, reducing ecological footprint, and ensuring social and environmental sustainability. Systems thinking is a holistic approach that views complex problems as a part of an interconnected system. It involves understanding the relationships, patterns, and feedback loops within a system, enabling the development of more effective and sustainable solutions. And the last one is empathy. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feeling of others. It involves putting ourselves in their shoes, actively listening, being non-judgmental, and showing genuine care and concern. Empathy fosters strong relationships, effective communication, and a supportive work environment. So I believe by cultivating these essential mindsets, broad, local, generative, sustainable, systems thinking, and empathy, individuals and organizations can thrive in the dynamic and complex world of the 21st century workplace. Before I conclude, I wanted to quote Steve Jobs. He once said, "The people who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world are the ones who do." You possess the power to shape the future of the workplace, a future that is innovative, sustainable, and centered around human-AI collaboration. We need to embrace the challenges, cultivate the necessary skills, and paint a future that is bright, bold, and brimming with possibilities. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
We will now move to the Q&A portion of our session. For those who have questions, please look to the screen at the back where a QR code will be displayed. You can scan the code to submit your questions electronically. Mr. Shileen Sagunan will address the inquiries we receive. We encourage everyone to participate and make the most of this interactive opportunity. Sir, the stage is yours.
So there are a couple of questions, okay? What essential skills and qualities do future IT professionals need to thrive in an AI, cloud-based, and digitally transforming industry?
So I think that is what I talked about, right? There are few skills which you need to acquire. Any technology change will lead to the need for learning and need for reskilling. Some of our skills will have to be rehoned and realigned to the new technologies. Innovation will be key going forward, so I think that's very, very important to have that growth mindset where lifelong learning is integral to our journey. We need to continuously learn, unlearn, and relearn to be relevant in the coming years. That is extremely important. System thinking is very important because one needs to look at the big picture. One needs to look at long term versus short term and create a series of short terms which will eventually lead to a long term. So that is extremely important. And I think the last point I made about empathy, not only empathy, I think having a very strong moral compass, making sure that you have a ethical framework which focuses on fairness, honesty, transparency, I think that is extremely important.
Yeah, the next question is, India is fairly notorious for its poor quality of work-life balance, low wages and incentives. This leads to brain drain. What are we doing to combat this issue?
So as I said, I think in the industrial era, we have seen various challenges when it comes to equality and some of the labor exploitation. Now, I'm not a very good person to answer this question because I still work 70 hours a week. So I want to be very honest because I still believe in working, 60, 70 hours a week, very honestly, and I still do. So this is not, but I think it is important to balance. I also believe that the most important thing is, in my mind, more than balance, it is presence. Right? When I was with Infosys, the workload was even more than what I have today. But in my mind, presence is very important. So in today's world, we are hardly present. So we are in a family situation. We are having dinner with I'm having dinner with my wife and my children. My cell phone is ringing. I'm looking at the WhatsApp. I'm looking at Facebook. All those things happen. So whatever time you decide to spend, you have a certain amount of time in your life which you need to divide between your personal time, your professional time, and your public time, right? That is how the time gets separated out. You have a certain amount of personal life which needs time, you have a professional life, and you have a public life. One needs to decide how to balance this across. And more importantly, once that decision is made, be present in that point, in that place, in that relationship. So in my mind, that is more important than being balanced.
So I think you got the last question here, and this is on, because many of the youngsters are leaving India to abroad, okay, and which is having this brain drain. So what are the things, we can take to ensure that the people stay in India?
I think number one would be opportunity. I think the more opportunity. So I have seen hundreds of people coming back after going abroad. So when I went to the first time abroad, that was in 1981, almost in my generation, at least the generation in which I went, it was hardly anybody came back. Everyone settled down wherever they were. They stayed back. They never came back to India. Whereas when I look at the new generation, I am seeing that there are hundreds and thousands of people who want to come back, who aspire to come back, who are coming back. So I think that is already in progress. The most important thing for those people is to have a meaningful opportunity. A professional environment which is very challenging, very transparent, very honest, very merit-based. I think that is very important for people to come back. Then quality of life becomes important. Children's education, medical facilities, education facilities, infrastructure becomes extremely important. So, these are some of the important things I can think of which we can do to attract people back, to come back. Okay. Another question. What is the process of being an intern in Infosys? First of all, I retired from Infosys 10 years back. So my information is not very current in this matter. Those days, Infosys had limited internship. So my information is not current. Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you so much for manifesting the details about the talent thing, which is So, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable insights. I now invite Mr. Shri Sagunan to present a gift to Mr. S.D. Shibulal. Thank you, Shibulal sir and Shirin sir. Special announcement. Kindly note, the ISRO Space on Wheels exhibition bus is parked near the gallery hall. Please make use of this opportunity. Next, we move on to our first panel discussion focused on the theme Future of Kerala. Leading the session, is Mr. V.K. Matthews, Chairman GTech and Executive Chairman of IBS Software. Mr. Matthews has been instrumental in building IBS Software into a global player in the travel and logistics technology sector. With his deep understanding of the regional economy and global tech trends, he brings valuable insights into Kerala's growth potential. His experience spans corporate strategy and broader issues that can drive Kerala's industrial development. Welcome, Matthew, sir.
Next, we invite our esteemed panelists to the dais. Joining with us today are Mr. C. Balagopal, Chairperson, KSIDC, Mr. Dr. Matthew Kulnadan, Member of Legislative Assembly, Muvatupura Constituency, Mr. Basil Joseph, Director and Actor, and Mr. Thomas John, Managing Director, Agape Diagnostics Limited. Welcome, everyone. As Kerala looks to the future, this session on the theme, The Future of Kerala, will explore pathways for sustainable growth and development. This discussion will bring together perspectives from various sectors to envision a prosperous future for the state. Over to you, Matthew, sir.
No. It's going to be just questions. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the big applause to Basil. It's unfair, the others are equal celebrities. You should have given an applause as good to them as well. So let me first once again express my thanks and gratefulness for the panelists to appear and take the time out and come over here. In fact, Basil has landed today morning from Europe, and we had to do quite a bit of work to get his itinerary sorted out so that he is present. Our MLA, Matthew Kulnadan, has been, ever since we asked him to participate, he was very keen to participate, and this is a topic of great interest to them. Future of Kerala. We are talking about future of talent, and which is very closely intertwined with the future of our state. And Balagopal, you know, Balagopal is an ardent lover of our land. He has this extraordinary capability to see positives in everything. I and Balagopal know each other for several decades, and we have Thomas John here running one of the biggest and the best companies, and also a testament to what is possible from the state of Kerala. So the way in which I would like to conduct this session to make the best out of it. It is a candid session in the sense, unless we know where we stand, no map can help us. I want to do two things. One, we want to know where we are, and also there's another interesting saying converts to it. If we don't know where you are going, any road will take us there. So that's also important. So it's important for us to know where we are and where do we want to go. So the first one, just to give you a little bit of a context to it before I ask the question. If you look at the state of Kerala, as I said in the opening inaugural session, we have a lot of early achievements. The state of Kerala has achieved quite a bit. For example, the Human Development Index is the best. Sustainable development is the best. We are the least poor state. The poverty in the state is less than 1%, whereas national average is 26%. We are the best governed state. We may be surprised, but on a relative basis, we are supposed to be the best governed state. internet penetration is the highest, meaning that we are able to, improve our productivity, efficiency. Also, the smart devices penetration is also very high. So these are all some of our accomplishments. And a lot of strengths also. The human resources of the state is probably the best globally. And again, the social and political stability of our state, I consider it as a big plus. We do have many other pluses. We also have a lot of negatives. This is the condition. However, I would like to place in front of you one, the future of a place is linked in this context as well. Our ability to nurture talent, retain talent, and attract talent. അതൊരു വലിയൊരു ഫാക്ടറാണ് eventually. കേരളത്തിൽ, and this is also, we have to read side by side with this, Kerala has the highest unemployment rate, youth unemployment rate of 30%. That is, we have a lot of jobs which are taken by immigrant people, migrant people, but our jobs are not taken by our people because it doesn't match their aspiration, as I'm repeating, as well as their qualifications. So they leave. And now we see another phenomenon which Father Dr. Benny was actually showing me. If you look at the number of vacant seats in our higher education, it's alarming, non-sustainable levels. You're a context in that. We are having our people leaving as well. Now, in this context, I would like to ask each one of you, perhaps starting with our Honorable MLA, Matthew Kuralnadan, what do you see as the challenges or the real issue of this state, apart from all the achievements that we talked about? What do you see as our real issue? Why is it that, if you don't want to say the cause of the problem, highlight just what are the areas that the state has to improve?
Thank you, Matthew, sir. See, in fact, indeed a great pleasure to be part of such a discussion. To directly pitch into the question which you asked. See, I am an MLA since last 3 years, trying to identify the biggest challenge that we are facing, and I wanted to work towards it. Though I initially found many issues, finally I squared upon and then I think this would be the best place to place that question. In fact, for reasons many, the youngsters, the upcoming generation of Kerala, they prefer to leave the state at the earliest. That's a fact. If you ask, most of the students here, most of them will have ideas and plans working towards somehow to move outside this place. And saying this, initially my conclusion was, as you rightly suggested, there is a huge unemployment and also underemployment happening in the state. That is the prime reason for such a, I would say, desperate migration of the youngsters, especially the students and youth. I thought that was the reason. After that, I tried to contact many of them, those who already left and those who plan to leave. And most of them are saying that we are living for higher studies and all. But when I asked and pondered again and again, I came to understand it's not only about the economic frustration or the underemployment issue. There is a social cost towards it. Social cost in the sense, see, I was just hearing Mr. Somnath concluding his talk, saying that we should create a better place to live, the best place to live. But there are political, social, and economic reasons why youngsters don't want to live in Kerala. So the most pressing reason, I thought it may be economic frustration of the youngsters because of the underemployment and unemployment. But to my great surprise, they feel that the social environment of Kerala is not that inspiring. We don't have liberal spaces. It is a frustrating social environment on which we may be able to cope up with or we may be able to survive, but they need more freedom, more liberal spaces, which is not there. we just think that Kerala is the best place and saying that we have the best geography, we have the best climate, we have a good atmosphere all around, we have great religious religions here, and all this stuff. But for youngsters, the social setup in Kerala, the social ecosystem is very frustrating. That is the prime reason I find that youngsters want to leave the state. So unless until we transform, the economic progress alone won't change the situation, I think. So that's what the point I want to place. We should not miss the woods for the trees. See, economic progress is so important, economic development has to be there, but without a social reformation or social progression, no civilization will move forward. So Kerala need to desperately address certain social challenges that we have.
I would like to drill down a little bit to that. So the social frustration or the social environment is frustrating. If you can pinpoint just 3 of them, what social, political frustration of youngsters, very relevant, because at the end of the day, we listen to our brain. And so can you pinpoint what are the 3 socio-political things that we should change, and if we change, our situation could be better, more inspiring for the youth?
Yeah, one thing, see, if now we are in a globalized world, people don't live within this small geography. People are well connected with New York and Sydney and Melbourne and all parts of the world, and they're seeing how life happens over there. So their ambitions and inspirations are built on that. See, you just tell me one city in Kerala who has got a life after 11 p.m. or 10 p.m. See, if I say nightlife, immediately tomorrow I will be pasted saying that Matthew Kuriakose is trying to advocate for nightlife, which is not good for our society. It's all about dance, it's all about wine, it's all about, all other antisocial. No, it's not like that. People want to be relaxed and cool. Now people come after work, take a bath and step out of their houses for shopping, and maybe at around 8 o'clock. Even I'm sorry to say that this Kochi sleeps at around 9 o'clock. There is no shops after that. So that's one point. And you said, our jobs are being taken away by the migrant workers and laborers. I tried to address this from a different angle. So I met a couple of youngsters who had done their Polytechnic and ITI, and they are all searching for jobs and all. They are not getting proper jobs. So there was one sawmill which was been run by somebody. And there were these migrant labor workers working over there. There were 7 workers working over there, and all of them were getting 1,100 per day. And these youngsters, those who are the so-called unemployed, those who had passed out IT and Polytechnic, they were willing to work for 10,000, 12,000 per month. I asked them, why don't you see, there is a social stigma of going and working in a sawmill for a young boy in Kerala. But I suggested them, why don't 4 of you join together and take over that? And you are the owners, you are running that. Then you don't feel that stigma of working. See, this social stigma which we created, our education institutions, our social institutions failed to take out the stigma. Things have changed a lot. We still believe in the white-collar job, and we still believe that if we are doing something blue-collar, we are something below the social status, and all these things we can put in the address. And too much and what, you just look at one thing. What we discuss in our media, is there anything inspiring and motivating for youngsters? What are the agendas that brought before the Kerala society by the media or press? It's all frustrating negative issues and negative news. And I would say the most disappointing thing, the age of heroes are dead. There is rarely any heroes from any sectors. There is no inspiring, motivating personalities for the youngsters. Yeah. So we are discussing, which is done by the other part of the world, or the other society has left it as worthless. We are discussing such things every day. Sometimes it is communal, sometimes it is political, sometimes it is something else. If you look at cinema, if you look at media, if you look at press, what they bring before the society is nothing inspiring, nothing more. This is frustrating. This is the three instances which I quickly pointed out. There are many other things as well.
So I'll just summarize 3 points. One, the social life. Number 2, the dignity of labor as we perceive. There are jobs, but if it is in Kerala, I may not want to do. I might do it in any other place. And also the rhetoric, the political content, the media which is actually throwing. I don't think media is just carrying, maybe amplifying, but most of those debates are extremely pessimistic and it drives the youngsters away. I would like to now ask this question to Basil. I'm sure we will get the attention now. Yeah, there will be less murmur. Yes, and more attention. So I just would like to ask this question. We are going to be very candid. Are we a socially hypocritic society? Kerala, Malayalis. For example, നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ liquor, alcohol is charged 1,200% tax in the pretext of reducing consumption. Our per capita alcohol consumption has only gone up, and it is going to be reaching the international, we can have an Olympic gold in that. And this tax is the main revenue receipt of the government. But say the political parties, they actually see this as stigma, but they will allow all of this. Isn't it a hypocrisy that we have? Isn't it representative of the hypocrisy that we have? നമുക്ക് നൈറ്റ് ലൈഫ് പാടില്ല, സോഷ്യൽ ലൈഫ് പാടില്ല, പെൺകുട്ടികളും ആൺകുട്ടികളും ഒരുമിച്ച് കോൺഗ്രോ. But in the mind we all have this. Isn't it another area that we should reform ourselves? We should have a bit more courage, isn't it? Basil.
ഹായ്, എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ആദ്യം തന്നെ ഞാൻ മാത്യു സാറിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ആക്ച്വലി ഇന്നലെ രാത്രി അവിടുന്ന് ഒരു ട്രാവൽ കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ 10:30 കാക്കനാട് ലാൻഡ് ചെയ്തതേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ രാത്രി അവിടെ ദുബായിലും ഒക്കെ ട്രാൻസിറ്റ് ഒക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് 12 മണിക്കൊക്കെ ബാഗൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് കൊച്ചിനെയൊക്കെ ചുമന്നുകൊണ്ട് വന്ന് അങ്ങനെ ഉറക്കമൊന്നും കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ സാറിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് ഒരു ബ്രീഫായിട്ട് പോകുന്നു സംസാരിച്ചിട്ടൊന്ന് പോവാം. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വലിയ കോൺവെർസേഷൻ എന്നൊക്കെ ഉള്ള ഒരു മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റിലായിരിക്കില്ല ഉറക്കമൊന്നും കിട്ടാത്തത്. പക്ഷെ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ഇതുപോലൊരു ചോദ്യം വെച്ച് ഹിപ്പോക്രസി മലയാളികളുടെ പക്ഷെ ഇതിനൊരു പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂല് കുറേയൊക്കെ ശരിയാണെന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. നമ്മൾ ഇതൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ ഈ ഉറക്കമില്ലാതെ പറയുന്നതുകൊണ്ടായിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ നാളെ ഞാൻ ശരിക്കും ഉറങ്ങി എണീറ്റ് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ചിലപ്പോൾ അത് മാറ്റി പറയുമായിരിക്കും. പക്ഷെ കുറേയൊക്കെ ശരി തന്നെയാണല്ലോ. നമ്മൾ ഈ പറയുന്ന സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയയിലൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഭയങ്കര പകൽമാന്യന്മാരായിട്ട് ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുകയും ഇതേപോലെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഫ്രീഡം വേണം, കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഈ പറയുന്ന നൈറ്റ് ലൈഫും അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെ കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ സംസാരിക്കുകയും കുറച്ച് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ സദാചാരം പറഞ്ഞ് പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങുകയൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഒരു ആൺകുട്ടിയും പെൺകുട്ടിയും ഒരുമിച്ച് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ചെന്നിട്ട് ഈ പറയുന്ന ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ തന്നെ അതിന് എന്താ പറയുക മിസ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിന് ഈ പറയുന്ന മോറൽ പോലീസിംഗ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന പോലത്തെ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂയിലേക്കൊക്കെ പോകുന്ന പോലെയൊക്കെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ഇടയിൽ തന്നെ ഉണ്ട്. ഈ പറയുന്ന ഇപ്പോൾ സാറ് ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ കാര്യമൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ടാക്സും നമ്മൾ ലിക്കർ കൺസംഷൻ നമ്മൾ കുറയ്ക്കാനായിട്ടുള്ള രീതിയിൽ ആൽക്കഹോൾ കൺസംഷൻ ഈസ് ഇൻജൂറിയസ് ഫോർ ഹെൽത്ത് എന്നും പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ അത് മാർക്കറ്റ് പ്രൊമോട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഇത് എല്ലാ കാര്യത്തിലും നമ്മുടെ മലയാളി സമൂഹത്തിൽ ഇത് വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കുറേ കാലങ്ങളായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കാണുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ്. നമ്മൾ സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയയിൽ കാണുന്ന നമ്മളല്ല ശരിക്കുള്ള ജീവിതത്തിൽ നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും എന്നെനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ തന്നെയാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ഇപ്പോൾ ജയ ഹേ പോലത്തെ ഒരു സിനിമയിലൊക്കെ അഭിനയിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും വീട്ടിൽ ചെന്ന് വൈഫിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് എന്നിട്ട് ഒരു കാപ്പി ഡ്രൈ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഷോവിനിസ്റ്റായിട്ട് ഇടയ്ക്കൊക്കെ പെരുമാറാറൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതൊക്കെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഉള്ളിലും ഈ പറയുന്ന ഇതുപോലുള്ളൊരു ഹിപ്പോക്രൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാവും. അത് മലയാളികളുടെ ഒരു ജനറൽ സ്വഭാവം തന്നെയാണെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞ പോയിന്റ് അത് തന്നെയാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ അത് എഗ്രി ചെയ്യുന്നു ആക്ച്വലി. പിന്നെ കൈയടിക്കണ്ട പിന്നെ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുമായിട്ട് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇത് കുറേയൊക്കെ ഇതൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ് ഈ പറയുന്ന ഈ ഒരു നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസും അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ പുറത്തേക്ക് മൈഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ വേറൊരു നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹം നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഒരു ട്രീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതൊക്കെ കൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് ഈ പറയുന്ന ഇവിടുത്തെ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് കുറയുന്നതായിട്ടും ഈ പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഫ്രീഡം ഞാൻ പേഴ്സണലി മനസ്സിലാക്കിയെടുത്തോളം നമ്മളിപ്പോഴത്തെ ഒരു യങ്സ്റ്റേഴ്സ് കൂടുതലും പുറം രാജ്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് മൈഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കുറേയൊക്കെ അവിടുത്തെ ഒരു ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ടും കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഫ്രീഡം ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നതുകൊണ്ടൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ കോഴിനാടൻ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ. പിന്നെ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയയിലൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഇടുന്ന പോസ്റ്റുകളും നമ്മൾ പോയ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഒക്കെ ഇടുന്ന പോസ്റ്റുകളും ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു കാനഡയിലോ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിലോ പോയൊരു സ്റ്റുഡൻറ്റ് അവിടുത്തെ നല്ല കോസ്റ്റ്യൂമൊക്കെ ഇട്ട് നല്ല നൈറ്റ് ലൈഫൊക്കെ എൻജോയ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പോസ്റ്റുകളൊക്കെ ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ കാണുമ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ടീനേജറായിട്ടുള്ള എനിക്കും ഒരു ആഗ്രഹം തോന്നും, ഇതുപോലെയൊക്കെ ഒരു ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ചുറ്റും നോക്കുമ്പോൾ കേരളം അവിടെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനെ നടക്കുന്നു, എല്ലാവരും ഇതാണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ അവസ്ഥ. അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എനിക്ക് ആ ഒരു ഫാൻറ്റസി ഒരു ലോകം ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ അവിടേക്ക് പോകാനുള്ളൊരു ഫാസിനേഷൻ തോന്നുന്നതിൽ അത്ഭുതപ്പെടാനൊന്നുമില്ല. ഒരു വളരെ ടീനേജറായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു കുട്ടിയുടെ പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂ സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ ഈ പറയുന്ന പിന്നെ യൂറോപ്യൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയൻ വെതറിനൊക്കെ നല്ല സോഫ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള വെതറും കൂടെ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇടുന്ന ഫോട്ടോയൊക്കെ ഭയങ്കര ലുക്കും ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ഇവിടുന്ന് പോയവരൊക്കെ സ്കിൻ ടോണൊക്കെ മാറി നല്ല കോസ്റ്റ്യൂം, നല്ല ഡ്രസ്സും, നല്ല ഡ്രസ്സിങ് സ്റ്റൈലും, നല്ല ക്ലൈമറ്റും എല്ലാം കൂടെ ഒക്കെ ഉള്ള ഫോട്ടോസും അവരുടെ ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈലൊക്കെ കാണുമ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ആർക്കാണെങ്കിലും ഒരു ടീനേജറിന് ഒരു ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഫാസിനേഷൻ തോന്നാനുള്ള സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അവരെങ്ങനെ സർവൈവ് ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളതൊക്കെ സെക്കൻഡറി മാത്രമാണ്. ആക്ച്വലി അവിടെ പോയി എത്തിപ്പെടുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇവിടെയുള്ള മിക്കപ്പോഴും അവരുടെ ഒരു എക്സൈറ്റ്മെന്റ്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് മിക്കവരും സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നമ്മൾ കാണാറുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് ഇവിടുന്ന് കാണുന്ന പോലുള്ള എക്സൈറ്റ്മെന്റ് ചിലപ്പോൾ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് വരുമ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാവണമെന്നില്ല. പക്ഷെ കുറച്ച് കറക്റ്റായിട്ടുള്ള ഇതുപോലത്തുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമും ഡിസ്കഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ വന്ന് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള അവയർനെസ്സും ഈ പറയുന്ന ഫാസിനേഷൻ മാത്രമായിട്ട് ഇടുന്നത് അതിന് കൃത്യമായിട്ടുള്ള അവയർനെസ്സും കരിയറിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഗൈഡൻസും ഒക്കെ നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഉണ്ടാവണം എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. എന്നാൽ മാത്രമേ ഇത് ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് MBBS അവിടെ പോയി പഠിക്കണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കാനഡയിൽ പോകണം എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന പോലത്തെ ഒരു വീട്ടുകാരെ പ്രഷർ ചെയ്ത് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ലോണൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് നമ്മൾ പോയിട്ട് പിന്നെ വീട്ടുകാരൊരു ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടുള്ള പ്രഷറിലേക്ക് ചെന്ന് അത് ലോൺ തിരിച്ചടയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്ത സാഹചര്യങ്ങളിലേക്കൊക്കെ പോകുന്നു. ഇവിടുത്തെ നാട്ടിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു വരേണ്ട സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഇത് പോകുമ്പോഴൊക്കെയാണ് ഇതിന്റെ റിയാലിറ്റി നമ്മൾ അക്സെപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുക, റിയലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ചിലപ്പോൾ 1 വർഷമോ 2 വർഷമോ കഴിയും അവിടെ എത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു എക്സൈറ്റ്മെന്റിൽ കാണുന്ന ഇതല്ല അവിടെ ചെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എന്നുള്ളത്. ഇപ്പൊ ജാനമൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സിനിമയിൽ ജോയിമോൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ക്യാരക്ടർ കാനഡയിൽ പോകുന്ന ഡിപ്രഷൻ അനുഭവിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ പറയുന്ന മഞ്ഞിക്കൂടെ മാത്രം നോക്കിയിട്ട് മഞ്ഞ് നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ കാണുമ്പോൾ ആ സ്നോഫാൾ ഭയങ്കര രസമാണ്. സ്നോഫാളൊക്കെ എന്ത് രസമാണ് സ്നോഫാൾ. പക്ഷെ സ്നോഫാൾ ഉള്ള സ്ഥലത്ത് 2 ദിവസം പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തിരിച്ച് വീട്ടിൽ പറഞ്ഞ് തോന്നിപ്പോകും. അങ്ങനത്തെ അവസ്ഥയിലാണ് ഈ പറയുന്ന ഈ കാണുന്ന നമ്മൾ ഫോട്ടോസിൽ കാണുന്ന ഭംഗിയൊന്നും ഇല്ല. ആക്ച്വൽ റിയാലിറ്റി ഈ മഞ്ഞ് മാത്രം കൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഡിപ്രഷനായി പോകുന്നതിലൊന്നും അത്ഭുതപ്പെടാനൊന്നുമില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ സാഹചര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വളരെ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ടാകുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ പറയുന്ന ആദ്യത്തെ 1 വർഷം 2 വർഷത്തെ കഴിഞ്ഞ ഫാസിനേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് റിയാലിറ്റിയിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ എത്രമാത്രം ഫാസിനേറ്റിംഗ് ആണെന്നുള്ളതും കൂടെ നമ്മൾ തിരിച്ചറിയണം. മേ ബി മാക്സിമം നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ ടാലൻസിനെ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് നമുക്ക് അതിനുള്ള റിസോഴ്സസ് മാക്സിമം യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ് ഇതിന്റെ ലോങ് ടേം ഗോൾ എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു.
Thank you, Daisy. Thank you for endorsing that. So I would like to ask Balagopal. Balagopal doesn't need any introduction, but let me, in this context, he is very apt to make a comment. He was a civil servant, an IAS officer, one of the most successful entrepreneurs in the state of Kerala, that his company he founded. He's the largest producer of blood banks from a city, Road. He has chaired several companies in the boards, and he was the chairman of Federal Bank, so he's a banker, he knows, and he's currently chairing KSIDCL, State Industrial Development Corporation. So 2 questions combined. One of the questions is, one of the things that we find every day is that our government finances are under stress, so it doesn't give them the freedom to do a lot of things that they should be doing and they are keen to do. Number 2, another important thing, to create meaningful jobs, we need investment. And what is it that we should do to to attract more investment so that we can create net നമുക്കൊരു സംഗതിയാണ് successful enterprises and well-paying jobs. Important. കേരളത്തിലെ കുട്ടികളെ നമ്മുടെ ടാലന്റിനെ ഇവിടെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്ത് നിർത്തണമെങ്കിൽ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ enterprises and well-paying jobs, whether it is government or private, and more so private. അതിന് so what's your view? One is നമ്മുടെ government finances-ന്റെ ഒരു issue. രണ്ട്, what is it that we should do to get more investments, whether it is from within or otherwise?
VK ചോദിച്ച ഈ രണ്ട് ചോദ്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് കടക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ഒന്ന് രണ്ട് പ്രതികരണങ്ങൾ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ അഭിപ്രായങ്ങളുമായിട്ട് കുറച്ച് വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള അഭിപ്രായമുള്ള ആളാണ് ഞാൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഒന്ന് രണ്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയട്ടെ. ഒന്ന്, കണക്കുകൾ പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ ഈ ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് പുറത്ത് പഠിത്തത്തിന് പോകുന്ന ഓൾ ഇന്ത്യ ലെവലിലെ കണക്കുകൾ പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ റീസെന്റ് ഒരു റിപ്പോർട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ടോപ്പ് 8 states sending students outside the state and outside the country. അതിൽ കേരള is not even in that list. അപ്പോൾ അതിനർത്ഥം there are 8 states at least which are sending more students outside than Kerala. അപ്പം പല കാര്യങ്ങളും നമ്മൾ ഈ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിനെ അപേക്ഷിച്ച് സംസാരിക്കുമ്പം we think this is something very peculiar to Kerala. Student migration, students going to foreign countries for study ഒരു ആഗോള പ്രതിഭാസമാണ്. ഇക്കണോമിക് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന്റെ ഈ സ്റ്റേജിലുള്ള ഏത് രാജ്യത്തിൽ നിന്നും സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് വിൽ ഗോ ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് ടു സ്റ്റഡി. യുണൈറ്റഡ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ് ഓഫ് അമേരിക്കയിൽ നമ്പർ 1 country sending students for studies there till recently was China. Because China ഒരു developing country ആയിരുന്നു. But now China is already moved ahead so much that the migration of students from China to United States has come down steeply. In fact, that is creating problems for United States universities because ഇവർ full fee paying students ആയിരുന്നു ചൈനയിൽ വരുന്നവര്. അവർക്ക് സ്കോളർഷിപ്പിലൊന്നും ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഇത് പറഞ്ഞത്, ഫസ്റ്റ് പോയിന്റ് ഇസ് ദിസ് തിങ് ദാറ്റ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ലീവിംഗ് ദിസ് പ്ലേസ്, ദിസ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഇസ് എ ബ്രെയിൻ ഡ്രെയിൻ ദാറ്റ് we should, this is something that we should feel worried about, and something that means that we are failing somehow in Kerala is not a correct representation of the facts. We have reasonably good education institutions here. നമ്മുടെ എൻട്രൻസ് എക്സാംസിന്റെ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ഒക്കെ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വെരി സ്മാർട്ട് ഹൈ കാലിബർ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണ് അതിൽ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് അഡ്മിഷനൊക്കെ വാങ്ങിച്ച് പഠിച്ച് നല്ല ജോലികൾ നേടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്, വ്യവസായങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ കയറുന്നത്. ഫസ്റ്റ് പോയിന്റ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ്. സെക്കൻഡ്, റിലേറ്റഡ് ടു ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് നത്തിങ് ഈസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഇൻ കേരള ബിക്കോസ് ഇതൊരു ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിന്റെ സമ്പദ്ഘടനയെ പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഫെയിൽഡ് ഇക്കോണമിയെ പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കുന്ന മട്ടിലാണ് എല്ലാവരും സംസാരിക്കുന്നത്. കണക്കുകൾ പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ എന്താണ്, ഇപ്പൊ ലേറ്റസ്റ്റ് ഫിഗേഴ്സ് വെച്ച് നോക്കിയാൽ പെർ ക്യാപിറ്റ GDP അനുസരിച്ച് കേരള is among the top 10 states in India. Per capita consumption, that is with a per capita GDP of more than $4,000 per capita. ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ആവറേജ് ഇസ് ലെസ് ദൻ $2,000. പിന്നെ കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഗ്രോസ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് 2000 ആണ്ടില് ഇൻ ദ ഇയർ 2000 7.5 ലക്ഷം കോടിയായിരുന്നു. ഇന്ന് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് 7.5 ലക്ഷം കോടിയായിരുന്നു. നൗ ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് 11 lakh crores or more. The growth rate between the year 2000 and 2024 എടുത്താൽ Kerala GDP has doubled 3 times. അപ്പം the service sector has grown, the industry sector has grown, and the agricultural sector has grown. ഈ പീരിയഡ്, ഈ 24 വർഷം കണക്കുകൾ പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ the average compounded average growth rate of the Kerala economy, idellam ividuthe management students can just go and check up the figures, and this is really interesting to look at these figures. The general opinion of economists is that Kerala has performed better than most of the states in India in terms of economic growth. Now there is one more thing which is said is idur money order economy aanu. Kerala is sustained by inward remittances. Inward remittances illarunengi ee state mungi poyane. Gross state domestic product in the calculation li inward remittances are not added. Inward remittances are what's called an invisible. It is not added to gross state domestic product. It is added when you compute income. So remittances in the impact comes not in the per capita GDP. Remittances in the income is only in the per capita consumption expenditure, where Kerala is number one by far. Now, the main thing which I just want to say is you are all young people. There is a general is to change the narrative about Kerala. When I was invited to become the chairman of KSIDC, main responsibility is to change the narrative about Kerala, because it is not connected with the facts. The facts about Kerala alla what is informing the narrative about Kerala. And this tettaya narrative karanam ningal voottulla youngsters are being misled into thinking that ivide onnum nadakunnilla, ivide oru bhaviyum illa. 30 വർഷം 35 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ബുദ്ധിമോശം കൊണ്ടോ ഉണ്ടോ 30ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ ഞാൻ IAS-ൽ നിന്ന് രാജിവെച്ച് ഒരു നാഷണൽ ലബോറട്ടറിയിൽ നിന്ന് സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ ലൈസൻസിലെടുത്ത്, അപ്പൊ തന്നെ വലിയ റിസ്ക് ആണ്. ബിക്കോസ് സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ നാഷണൽ ലാബിൽ നിന്ന് എടുത്ത അൺട്രൈഡ് ടെക്നോളജി അതെടുത്തിട്ട് ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് കേരളത്തിൽ പരീക്ഷിച്ച് നോക്കാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു യു ആർ മേക്കിംഗ് എ ബിഗ് മിസ്റ്റേക്ക്. അതും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത്. That factory, fast forward ചെയ്താൽ today that factory is the largest factory in the world making blood bags. 58 രാജ്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പ്രോഡക്ട്സ് കയറ്റി അയക്കുന്നു. 2000 പേർക്ക് തൊഴിൽ നൽകുന്നു. അതിന് ഒരൊറ്റ എംപ്ലോയി ഇസ് നോട്ട്. എനിക്ക് ജാർഖണ്ഡുകാരും ബീഹാറുകാരോടൊന്നും ഒരു വിരോധമില്ല. I have lot of respect for them and a lot of affection for them. But there is not one person from Jharkhand or Bihar working here among the 2,000 people in that factory. All highly skilled people, and they are very well paid. To come to this now about investments coming into Kerala. നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിന്റെ പിന്നെ കണക്കുകൾ പരിശോധിച്ചാൽ so far in the last 3 decades after ഈ ലിബറലൈസേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നോക്കിയാൽ ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് കാര്യമായിട്ടൊന്നും കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് വന്നിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ കേരളത്തിന്റെ വ്യവസായ മേഖലയും ബാക്കിയുള്ള രംഗങ്ങൾ സർവീസ് സെക്ടർ എല്ലാം നല്ലപോലെ വളർന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതിനർത്ഥം എന്താണ്? ലോക്കൽ ആന്റർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ഹാവ് ഡൺ ഇറ്റ്. അപ്പം ഇഫ് യു ടേക്ക് ഇപ്പം വ്യവസായ മേഖല, മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് മേഖല, വിച്ച് ഇസ് ദ സെക്ടർ വിച്ച് ഐ നോ വെൽ, അതിനെപ്പറ്റി ഞാൻ ഒരു ബുക്ക് എഴുതിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഞാൻ 50 മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് സക്സസ് സ്റ്റോറീസ് പഠിച്ച് ഒരു ബുക്ക് എഴുതി. ആ 50 പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും ഇവിടുത്തെ ഉള്ള സംരംഭകർ തുടങ്ങി, ചെറിയ തോതിൽ തുടങ്ങി, 5 ലക്ഷം രൂപ 10 ലക്ഷം രൂപ മുടക്കി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് ഇന്ന് അവരെല്ലാം നാഷണൽ ലെവലിലും ആഗോള തലത്തിലും വലിയ ലീഡേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ട് മാറിയിരിക്കുക. CV ജേക്കബ് വെറും 5 ലക്ഷം രൂപ മുടക്കി തുടങ്ങിയതാണ് സിന്തൈറ്റ്. ഞാനൊരു 8-10 ലക്ഷം രൂപ വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ് ടെറുമോ പെൻപോൾ. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന തോമസ് ജോൺ റിസൈൻ ഫ്രം ഹിസ് ജോബ് ഇൻ ബോംബെ, കേം ഹിയർ ആൻഡ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് അഗാപ്പെ, ചെറിയൊരു ഇത് വെച്ച് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്. ഈ വ്യവസായങ്ങളെല്ലാം വലിയ വ്യവസായങ്ങളായിട്ട് മാറിയിരിക്കുക. അപ്പം ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് ഹാസ് ബീൻ കമ്മിങ് ഇൻ ടു കേരള ബിക്കോസ് ഇവിടുത്തെ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആന്റർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ഹാവ് ബീൻ റീഇൻവെസ്റ്റിംഗ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് എന്റെ അഭിപ്രായത്തിൽ ബേസിക് കണ്ടീഷൻ ഫോർ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് കമ്മിങ് ഇൻ ടു കേരള ഈസ് ഇവിടുത്തെ വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ വളരുന്നുണ്ടോ, ഇവിടുത്തെ വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആണോ, ഇവിടുത്തെ വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ റീഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ ഉണ്ട്.
Appreciate those points. The question is, there are 2 other questions. That's not what you've answered is some sort of a background. So the first question was, is there anything that is getting wrong because our state finances are not in great? That is one. That's the question. The second question, we still know the investments which come to the state, if you take the last 3 years, you know the figures, out of the 250 billion, our share is less than 0.5%, 0.5% investments coming into the state. Now, that's a reality. However, there is a lot of investment that is taking place from within is another reality, yeah? So, my question was to the other, I was not talking about, is it, according to you, is there anything that the state, within the bureaucracy or the politicians do to attract investment into the state? That's one. The first one is more about
public finances.
The public finance.
Appa public finances of Kerala state ne patti, again, we have to frame it in the national context. Public finances of Kerala, if you look at the public finances of our 25 samsthanangal, we will come somewhere in the middle in terms of all the public finance parameters like debt to GDP, debt to GSDP ratio, the proportion of owned revenues collected by tax, which are all the usual public finance metrics. Public finances of all the states വളരെ പ്രയാസകരമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിലാണ്. The public finances of Kerala are more കുറച്ചുകൂടെ സങ്കീർണമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിലാണ്. അതെന്തുകൊണ്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ more than any other state we have had publicly funded social welfare measures and publicly funded public education especially. These are the two biggest items, the salaries and pensions and social welfare measures. Now, should we have done that in Nokia? That's a big question. I'm not getting into that.
No, assuming that we should be doing it because social welfare is important. And how can we improve? For example,
one is state finances depend a lot on own revenue raising, which is by taxation, etc. The scope has been significantly reduced due to GST. So now most of the state revenues, tax revenues are the share of the central pool which comes from the Finance Commission awards. Now 16th Finance Commission kooditundu. 16th Finance Commission award prayaram, there will be we will know what the situation is. But there is a second aspect which actually I think states should be allowed to do, because it's not only states. States we should go down to also municipalities and corporations. As VK Karyavannu, US in the public debt kanakal, United States, the richest country in the world, our public debt kanakal in the Parishodichal, line item is municipal bonds. Municipal bonds issued by towns and cities across the United States, and they raise money for their projects by that. Now, unfortunately, severe restrictions are put on the local bodies in India to do that, and they are not given enough support to do that, and therefore the municipal market remains very sort of untested. This is my brief answer. Public finance is a very big subject. The second point which you mentioned about what can Kerala government do?
Not Kerala government, Kerala can.
What can Kerala do to invite investments? In the short term, it's a very steep hill to climb. ഞാൻ ഫ്രാങ്ക് ആയിട്ട് പറയാണ്, നമ്മൾ പുറത്തു നിന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റർ നമ്മുടെ മലയാളീസ് തന്നെ മലയാളീസും മലയാള നാടിന്റെ മാധ്യമങ്ങളും എല്ലാം കൂടെ ചേർന്ന് we have given such a picture about the state, nobody wants to come to the state. So when you try to promote, what you are trying to say right from the beginning is you are on the defensive. You are trying to say, now we are not like that. Now the labor is much more well behaved. Now we have improved here, we have improved there. Because we have conveyed such a negative picture about the state so far. That overcome cheyanano ulla problem. പക്ഷേ I think we are taking a very big step towards that. ഒരു successful ബിസിനസ് ആൻഡ് വ്യവസായ മേഖല ലോക്കലായിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഏത് ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്ററും നമ്മളൊരു സ്റ്റേറ്റിലേക്ക് വരുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ആദ്യം ചെക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ലോക്കൽ ബിസിനസ്സുകാരനെ വിളിച്ചിട്ട് ചോദിക്കും, ഈ സർക്കാർ പറയുന്ന ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്, KSIDC പറയുന്ന ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്, അത് ശരിയാണോ? അപ്പം സാറ്റിസ്ഫൈഡ് ബിസിനസ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി, ഐ തിങ്ക് ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ്.
അതിന്റെ ഒന്നുകൂടി ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, so when somebody is trying to come and invest here, they check with the local people, and if investments are not coming to the state, probably the local people may not be giving a good picture of the situation. Thank you for the insights. ഇതിന്റെ വേറൊരു വശമാണ്, and that's also important for us to understand. Bala explained it. I want to ask one question. Dr. Somnath പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു, അമേരിക്കയില് സ്പേസ് എക്സ്പ്ലോറേഷൻ they have contracted it out to private. I know it myself because my cousin is the director of a lab in the US, Oak Ridge National Laboratories, that's where Einstein made atom bomb. So US has gone from a phenomena of go to go-co, government-owned, government-operated to government-owned, contractor-operated. നമ്മളുടെ ഇവിടെ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ആകെ ഒരു ക്ലിയർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഉള്ളത് നമ്മുടെ പാസ്പോർട്ട് സർവീസ് ബൈ TCS. Government rules, everything is by government, but actual operation is by private sector. When we say private sector, we are talking about a TCS which has process maturity and all of those capabilities. Do you think നമുക്ക് നോക്കിയാൽ ഇവിടുത്തെ government citizen services can be significantly improved, including നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ KSIDC, actually I serve in the board along with Bala in KSIDC. One of the things that we have proposed is let government create all the rules for what are the rules and regulations for building whatever, but the execution of that will be done by, for want of another one, I say TCS. I mean, they have huge business process management capability. Do you think that would help in improving the bureaucracy and the citizen services, overall citizen services? John, what's your take?
Yeah, thank you for giving this opportunity to Rajagiri, and special thanks to Mr. Matthews. Before answering to that, because with my business, there is a clear example of that. So before coming to that, ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാം മെജോറിറ്റി സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണല്ലോ. ഞാൻ വെളിയിൽ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് 20 years ago ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വന്നു, അവിടുത്തെ ബിസിനസ് നിർത്തി ഇവിടെ വന്നു. ഇവിടെ വന്നതിന് ചില കാരണങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഒന്നിൻ്റെ പേഴ്സണൽ കാര്യം, പക്ഷേ അന്ന് ഞാൻ കണ്ടത് എല്ലാവരും കേരളത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് കുറ്റം പറയുന്നു. But there are a lot of advantage for my business. I am from the medical device. Medical device is part of healthcare, and it's one of the fastest growing field in the industry. ഒരു 4.5 lakhs crores ആണ് ഫാർമസ്യൂട്ടിക്കൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഇന്ത്യയിൽ. അതിൽ മെഡിക്കൽ ഡിവൈസ് ഒരു 100,000 crores. അതിനകത്ത് 70% ഇമ്പോർട്ടാണ്. 30,000 crores ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ളൂ. Kerala is manufacturing, contributing 30% of that, which is about 6,500 to 7,000 crores. So you should be proud of that. And most of these 6,500 is coming from SME, and even very, very lot of startups. So startups are very good for the people like you. കാരണം college students, outgoing students can start, because it's one of the best state in India where we have very good startup, I would say that, policies and equations. ഞാനിവിടെ വന്നു തുടങ്ങി. Okay, that is a story. Now today I can say that Kerala, because we work very closely with academic institutions and life science colleges and everything. So that sort of equations are not in the other state. Okay, when we are talking about outside India, even we have a branch in Switzerland. I think people are talking about Europe is the heaven and Canada is the other heaven and all. Already we have talked that. But you don't get your own identity in that place. When you go there, they will talk like Goras will talk like you are very Indian. So that is what they told. I don't know. I don't believe that, because here 1 acre land I have seen that some of my employees, they sold 1 acre land and they got about 2.5 crores, and there they got a small room, and day and night husband and wife, they're working, and I don't know how much they are earning after all these things. Probably they are earning equivalent to what they were earning in India. So this is what my suggestion is, that you should be here. There are a lot of opportunities. If you are going to look for only problems are everywhere. Now coming back to your question. See, now Kerala, the passport service, not Kerala, India. In my service, my business, laboratory services, it's most of the state in India. Every, HLL is a Kerala-based, enterprises. They have outsourced, they are giving outsourced laboratory services to government of Maharashtra, government of Assam, Jammu Kashmir. All government laboratories are run by HLL. Even similar, HLL is a public sector organization. A lot of private companies are doing that. So similar to that, when we can start in Kerala.
Are you saying HLL is outsourcing to government?
Yes, they do that laboratory service. Yes, government is outsourcing through HLL.
Government is outsourcing through HLL. Okay.
Yes. So instead of directly doing that, HLL run the laboratory in a government hospital and giving results to the people. So similarly, even Kerala, because Kerala is one of the best healthcare systems, if we can do that, then government spending also will come down, and that way it can reach to better service to the government or public. That is what my point. Yeah.
Thank you. So, Matthew, if you can give your view on it. That means the government owned, all the regulations are owned by government. So this is, they say, if a building has to be constructed, these are the rules. But don't go to the government for approvals. Government has entrusted, again, for want of a name, I'm using TCS. You go there and they will check all of it, and if it's possible, they will say yes. If it is not possible, they will not. And finally, maybe like in the passport office, the final signature is from an external affairs department's person. Here also it can be a case IDC or the respective departments. If it's healthcare, it's a healthcare person. Do you think that would significantly improve or reduce the friction in the customer service?
Yeah, just before coming to that, I would like to reflect on what my co-panelists just narrated. See, this kind of conference, or discussions is just to shake the status quo. Yeah. All good, all fine approach is well. We are number one, we are great in the. See, when I am saying something, don't confuse that I am just pointing out one government, one ministry or one political dispensation. But see, as you said, one example, Kerala, we had huge opportunity. Number one scale, projecting how we became number one actually. എങ്ങനെയാണ് കേരളത്തിന് മറ്റെല്ലാ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സിനേക്കാളും വലിയ ഒരു അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായത്? ഇവിടെ ഒരു സോഷ്യൽ റെവല്യൂഷൻ നടന്നു. അത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്ത ഒരു അയ്യങ്കാളിയും ശ്രീനാരായണഗുരും തുടങ്ങി വെച്ചു. അതിന്റെ പുറകെ ക്രിസ്ത്യൻ മിഷണറീസ് വന്ന് ഇവിടെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസ് തുടങ്ങി, ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ ആശുപത്രികൾ തുടങ്ങിയ കാര്യങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങി. വി റൈഡഡ് ഓൺ ദാറ്റ്. നമ്മൾ അതിലാണ് മറ്റെല്ലാവരെയും ഓവർകം ചെയ്ത് ഇവിടുത്തെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിലും SDAയിലും ഹെൽത്ത് കെയറിലും ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ മുമ്പിൽ വന്നു. ദാറ്റ് വാസ് എ ഹ്യൂജ് തോട്ട് പ്രോസസ്. ദാറ്റ് വാസ് എ ഹ്യൂജ് ലീഡർഷിപ്പ്. ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് ഇൻ ദ സെൻസ് പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് മാത്രമല്ല, leadership in every sector was there. അത് റിലീജിയസ് സ്പിരിച്വാലിറ്റിയിലാണെങ്കിലും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സോഷ്യൽ റിഫോംസിലാണെങ്കിലും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ സെക്ടറിലാണെങ്കിലും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗവൺമെന്റിലാണെങ്കിലും, പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ലീഡർ എല്ലാം കൂടി ചേർന്ന് വന്ന് we are reaping the dividends for last few decades. But now it is time whether to think whether we are able to keep that momentum. നമ്മുടെ കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ മറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സിനേക്കാളും നമുക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്ന അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് നമുക്ക് നിലനിർത്താൻ പറ്റൂല്ലോ എന്നാണ് പരിശോധിക്കേണ്ടത്. സി വെൻ ഓൾ ഗുഡ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ 1991 ലിബറലൈസേഷനാണ് എക്കണോമിക് ഗ്രോത്തിനുള്ള വലിയൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി നമുക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവന്നത്. ടു പുട്ട് ഇറ്റ് വെരി ഷോർട്ട്, ലിബറലൈസേഷൻ പോളിസി വാസ് മോസ്റ്റ് ബെനിഫിറ്റഡ് ഫോർ ദ സദേൺ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ്. സദേൺ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ് ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുള്ളി പെർഫോം ഡ്യൂറിംഗ് ദ ലിബറലൈസ്ഡ് എറ. അത് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ നമ്മുടെ ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ് കർണാടക, തമിഴ്നാട്, ആന്ധ്ര, all of them fared much better than us. That's a fact staring at us. We should not say that everything is right. Just for the sake of, supporting my argument, I will just share some figures. See, 1960-61 ആണ് ഒരു റെഫറൻസ് പോയിന്റ് ആയിട്ട് എടുക്കുന്നത്. അന്ന് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ മൊത്തം GDP-യുടെ 5.4% ഷെയർ ആണ് കർണാടകയ്ക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. സി ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് സിമിലർ ഇതാണ് ആന്ധ്രാപ്രദേശിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തമിഴ്നാടിനുണ്ടായിരുന്നത് ഓൾമോസ്റ്റ് 7.1 സംതിങ് ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്. കേരളത്തിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നത് 3.4 ആണ്. 1991 ലിബറലൈസേഷൻ വന്നു. Everybody improved its share, southern state especially. കേരളം 2000-2001 4.1-ലേക്ക് പോയി. So you know something. കർണാടക 2001 5.4-ൽ നിന്നും 6.2-ലേക്ക് പോവുകയും 23-24 they are at 8.2%. And now Karnataka's share of GDP, the whole Indian GDP share, Andhra Pradesh stands at together they stands at 9.7. Telangana and Andhra did so well. And നമ്മുടെ immediate say Tamil Nadu increased their tally by, they had gone up to 8.9%ലേക്ക് പോയി. But Kerala നമ്മൾ 2001 വരെ 3.4-ൽ നിന്നും 4.1-ലേക്ക് വന്നു. But now we alone are drifting down. നമ്മൾ മാത്രമാണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ കാലങ്ങളിൽ 4.1-ൽ നിന്നും 3.8-ലേക്ക് താണത്. It is the only southern state that seems to be losing share. What's happening? Why? എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് സംഭവിക്കുന്നത്? See, we don't have a liberal economic view. We fail to embrace the opportunity. In fact, കേരളത്തിനായിരുന്നു ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ലിബറലൈസേഷൻ വരുമ്പോൾ, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ജസ്റ്റ് തിങ്ക് ഓഫ് വൺ സെക്ടർ. ഒരു സെക്ടറിനെ കുറിച്ച് മാത്രം ആലോചിക്കാം. ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഗ്രോത്ത് സാധ്യമാക്കി എന്താണ്? ഇന്ത്യയിലെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഗ്രോത്ത്, ഏറ്റവും വലിയ വരുമാനം ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത്, സി ദ റൈറ്റ് ടെസ്റ്റിമണി ഈസ് ഹിയർ. IBSന്റെ ചെയർമാൻ നൽകി VK മാത്യു സാർ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. See, we generated money out of this outsourced business we got from Europe and United States. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അമേരിക്ക, അതുപോലെ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വന്ന IT-യിലുണ്ടായ ഗ്രോത്ത് ആണ്. IT ഗ്രോത്ത് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ വരുമായിരുന്നത് കേരളത്തിലാണ്. കാരണം എന്താ? നല്ല ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ്. അതുപോലെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ IT പ്രൊഫഷണൽസ് ആ കാലത്തുണ്ടായിരുന്ന എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ്സ്. വാട്ട് വി ആർ ടോക്കിംഗ് അബൌട്ട് ടാലന്റ്, വി ഹാഡ് ടാലന്റ് അറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ടൈം. Compared to any other state, Kerala has got the best talent. We had the best climate. We had the best opportunity. But our system stopped the opportunity right there in Kasaragod and Kanyakumari. Kanyakumari and Kasaragod വിട്ട അവസരം ഇങ്ങോട്ട് കയറാതെ. We had the first technopark, remember that. First technopark ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന കേരളത്തില്. രണ്ടാമതൊരു സ്മാർട്ട് സിറ്റി പണിയാൻ we took decades. By the time Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Hyderabad, they all grabbed the opportunity. You look at Bangalore. 10 വർഷം മുമ്പുള്ള 15 വർഷം മുമ്പുള്ള ബാംഗ്ലൂർ ആണോ ഇന്നത്തെ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ? No. Hyderabad, the entire city was built in 2 decades. Where the money came from? It was all our money. നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുമായിരുന്നു. ഒരുപക്ഷെ കേരളം മുഴുവൻ ഒരു സിലിക്കൺ വാലി പോലെ മാറ്റാൻ കഴിയുന്ന സുവർണ അവസരമാണ് നമ്മൾ കളഞ്ഞു വിളിച്ചത്. ഒരു നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ വരുന്ന അവസരം. Who to be blamed? ആരാണ് ബ്ലെയിം ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? See, we say all are good, all fine, all good. We are safe. Our youngsters are living this state. Without money, we cannot progress. Your policies are misdirected. Now, as responsible people are here, we are celebrating, saying that we have given approval for industrial park, which will come in 15 acres of land. Because there is a hiccup, policy hiccup, that no one can own a land beyond 15 acres. You are not able to change that policy. You are stuck with your philosophical, ideological issue. Where we are going? See, we can say that everything fine, we are number one. We can go with this tag, maybe for one more decade. By the time we will fail. No, everyone will throw away Kerala. So we need to think very deep and sound. പോളിസിയിൽ, അപ്രോച്ചിൽ എല്ലാത്തിലും മാറ്റങ്ങൾ. ഇത് ഞാൻ കാണുന്ന എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇത്. ബേസിൽ പറഞ്ഞ ഒരു പോയിന്റാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്. അത് എനിക്കും പറയാൻ, ഞാൻ അദ്ദേഹം വളരെ ബ്യൂട്ടിഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു. കാനഡയിലെ സ്നോഫോളിൽ നിന്ന് ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്ത് ഫേസ്ബുക്കിൽ ഇടുമ്പോൾ ലൈക്സും ഇൻസ്റ്റാഗ്രാമിൽ ലൈക്സും കിട്ടും. ബട്ട് മെനി ഡേയ്സ് ഇൻ സ്നോ ഇസ് സോ ഡിപ്രസിംഗ്. അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞ മാതിരി മറ്റ് രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മൾ പോയി ജീവിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വിചാരിക്കും ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ ഇസ് ബെറ്റർ ദയർ. ബട്ട് യു ഹാവ് എൻ ഐഡന്റിറ്റി. നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടേതായ ഒരു ആത്മാഭിമാനം ഉള്ളിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിലുണ്ട്. Wherever you go, you cannot change your motherland. wherever you go, you cannot change your mother tongue. That will be with you till your grave. നമ്മുടെ ശവക്കുഴി വരാൻ നമ്മുടെ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാവും. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം നമുക്ക് ലോകത്തുണ്ടാവത്തുള്ളൂ. പക്ഷേ നമ്മളിന്ന് ചോക്ക് മലയുടെ മുകളിലിരുന്ന് ഒരു കഷ്ണം ചോക്ക് അന്വേഷിച്ച് അമേരിക്കയിലേക്കും യൂറോപ്പിലേക്കും പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എന്നെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇൻസ്പയർ ചെയ്ത ഒരു വേർഡിങ്സ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, the best way to predict your destiny is to create your destiny എന്ന് പറയും. So if you want to make Kerala a better place, it is for you to work towards it. It is the youngsters who should change. You should challenge the existing norms. You should be able to challenge the നിങ്ങൾ ഏതാണോ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, എന്താണോ നമ്മളെ പുറകോട്ട് പിടിച്ച് വലിക്കുന്നത്, അതിനെ ചലഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ യങ്സ്റ്റേഴ്സ്, യങ് ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് വേണം. എവ്രിവെയർ തോട്ട് ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് should emerge. Being in this institution, Rajagiri, I would expect that this institution should spearhead the whole thing. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഓക്സ്ഫോർഡും ഹാർവാർഡും കേംബ്രിഡ്ജും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. You should ഒരു സൊസൈറ്റി കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പാകത്തിന് ഇൻസ്പയറിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള, മോട്ടിവേറ്റിംഗ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള തോട്ട് should emerge from here. You should challenge. If it is political ideology, you should challenge it. If it social stigma, you should challenge it. If it economic policy, you should challenge it. അതിനുള്ള ഒരു വേദിയായ ഇതുപോലത്തുള്ള ഡിസ്കഷൻസ് വേണം. Sorry, I am taking a bit of time. And thank you for this.
Matthew, thank you. Beautifully said. Very, very nicely said. ആ ഒരു തോട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഇതാണ്, ഐ വുഡ് ലൈക്ക് ടു സീക്ക് ദി ഒപ്പീനിയൻ ഓഫ് ഓൾ ഓഫ് യു. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ബഹുമാനയുടെ MLA പറഞ്ഞു, I think we cannot predict future, but we can create. So on that note, I would like to ask all the panelists, I will give you the vision for Kerala. We have coined it as a very simple one. That is the finest place to live and work. True. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ ഫൈനസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ടു ലിവിൽ നിർത്താമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. അപ്പം മൈ വൈഫ് സെഡ് ഇഫ് ദാറ്റ്സ് എ കേസ് പീപ്പിൾ വിൽ കം ഹിയർ ഓൺലി ടു റിട്ടയർ. So, but my feeling was, if it's a very good place to live, it should be naturally a great place to work. ഈ ഒരു വിഷൻ, absolutely ഈ ഒരു വിഷൻ നമുക്ക് സാധ്യമാക്കണമെങ്കിൽ പക്ഷെ രണ്ട് ചോദ്യമാണ്. നമുക്ക് സമയം ക്രോസ് ചെയ്തു, അത് സീറോയിൽ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. ഞാനൊരു ചോദ്യം പറയാം. ഈ ഒരു വിഷൻ, ഡു യു അഗ്രി? ആൻഡ് ഇഫ് യു അഗ്രി, വാട്ട് ഡു യു തിങ്ക് ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് വി ഷുഡ് ഡു? Meaning government and also citizens and corporate citizens as well. What is it that we should do? ഒന്നോ രണ്ടോ മൂന്നോ കാര്യങ്ങൾ. I will start from Basil.
തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും സാർ, അത് പോസിബിൾ ആണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസും ടാലൻസ് ഒക്കെ ധാരാളമുണ്ട്. ഈ പറയുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് ബ്രെയിൻസ് ഇൻ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ തന്നെ, കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെയാണ് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത്. ലൈക്ക് നമുക്ക് അത്രയും ഹിസ്റ്ററി ഓഫ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്സ് ഒക്കെ ഇവിടെ കേരളത്തിലുണ്ട്, ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ സിസ്റ്റം കേരളത്തിലുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ റിസോഴ്സസ്, ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പൂൾ ഓഫ് ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് ബ്രെയിൻസ് ഉള്ളത് കേരളത്തിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഈ പറയുന്ന കുറെ ഗോയിങ് വിത്ത് ദ ഫ്ലോ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോലത്തെ ഒരു സൊസൈറ്റൽ നോംസിന്റെ പിന്നാലെയാണ് എല്ലാവരും പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, ഒരു 10th കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇത് ചെയ്യണം, 12th കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇത് ചെയ്യണം, എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മെഡിസിൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇത് ചെയ്യണം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോലത്തെ ഒരു തിങ്കിങ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ദ ബോക്സ്, നമ്മുടെ കംഫർട്ട് സോൺ ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു കപ്പാസിറ്റിയോ അതിനുള്ള ഒരു കറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഗൈഡൻസോ ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ സൊസൈറ്റിയോ നമ്മുടെ പാരൻസോ നമുക്ക്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ മൊത്തത്തിലുള്ള സിസ്റ്റം നമുക്ക് അതിനെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു റിയാലിറ്റി. അപ്പൊ അതിൽ നിന്ന് എപ്പോഴൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ആ ഒരു കംഫോർട്ട് സോൺ ബ്രേക്ക് ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ മാത്രമാണ് നമുക്ക് എന്താ പറയുക, നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിൽ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് സർവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു പോയിന്റിലേക്ക്, നമുക്ക് കുറെ കൂടെ ബെറ്റർ ആയിട്ട് സെറ്റിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു പോയിന്റിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റുന്നതെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. ഇപ്പൊ ഇവിടെ ഈ വേദിയിലിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയ ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അവരെല്ലാവരും ഒരു ഗോയിങ് വിത്ത് ദ ഫ്ലോയിൽ നിന്ന് മാറി ചിന്തിച്ച് വേറൊരു കരിയർ ഓപ്ഷൻ ചൂസ് ചെയ്ത് അതിൽ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയി മാറിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ് ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെയാണ് അവരെല്ലാവരെയും ഈ വേദിയിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചതെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അത് സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റും ഉണ്ടാവണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതിപ്പോ അതിനുള്ള അവയർനെസ് കൃത്യമായിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ എൻ്റെ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂ ആണെങ്കിൽ, ഞാൻ ഒരു IT എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു IT കമ്പനിയിൽ ജോലി ചെയ്തു തുടങ്ങി. അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഞാനും എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സിനെ പോലെയൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഓൺസൈറ്റ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ വല്ല US-ലോ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിലോ ഒക്കെ പോകുക എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ്. എൻ്റെ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു മെജോറിറ്റി 90% ആൾക്കാർ ഇപ്പോൾ US-ലോ ഓസ്ട്രേലിയയിലൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇവരൊക്കെ അവിടെ കംഫർട്ടബിൾ ആണ്. ഇവൻ ദോ അവരുടെ ഐഡന്റിറ്റി അവർ മിസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി നാട്ടിൽ കിട്ടുന്ന ഒരു കൺസിഡറേഷൻ ഒരിക്കലും അവിടെ കിട്ടില്ല. റേസിസം അത് ഇതെന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന ഒരുപാട് പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവർക്ക് ബെറ്റർ എന്താ പറയുക ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് അവിടെ അവർക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ പറയുന്ന നല്ല വെജിറ്റബിൾസ്, മാലിന്യം ഇല്ലാത്ത വെജിറ്റബിൾസ്, കീടനാശിനി അടിക്കാത്ത വെജിറ്റബിൾസ്, നല്ല എയർ, നല്ല പൊല്യൂഷൻ ഇല്ലാത്ത എയർ, നല്ല റോഡുകൾ, നല്ല ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ, നല്ല എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ, ഈ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ക്വാളിറ്റി, കുട്ടികളൊക്കെ വളർന്നു വരുന്ന സാഹചര്യം ആലോചിക്കുമ്പോൾ ബെറ്റർ കുറച്ചുകൂടെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ പോസിബിലിറ്റി, അതെല്ലാം അവിടെ തന്നെ തിരിച്ചു വരാൻ ആരെയും പ്രേരിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല. ആക്ച്വലി ആർക്കും തിരിച്ചു വരാൻ താല്പര്യമില്ല. ഞാൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ആർക്കും തിരിച്ചു വരാൻ താല്പര്യമില്ല. അപ്പൊ ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി ഞാനും അവരെ പോലെ തന്നെ ഒരാളായി മാറേണ്ട ഒരാളായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ എപ്പോഴോ ഈ പറയുന്ന ഒരു 22 ഇയേഴ്സ് ഓൾഡ് ആ ഒരു സമയത്ത് ഇതല്ല എൻ്റെ കരിയർ, ഞാൻ ഇതല്ല ചൂസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്നുള്ളൊരു, അത് എൻ്റെ തന്നെ ഒരു റിസ്കിൽ, അതിനെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടൊന്നുമല്ല, പക്ഷെ എൻ്റെ തന്നെ ഒരു റിസ്കിൽ, നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ ഹിപ്പോക്രിറ്റിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സൊസൈറ്റി എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ചുറ്റും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എല്ലാവരും എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ഇവൻ എന്തായാലും ഗുണം പിടിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല, ഇങ്ങനെ സിനിമ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് ഒരിക്കലും ഇവിടെ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആവാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ ഒരു സിനിമ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് അന്നേ തോന്നിയിരുന്നു അവൻ മിടുക്കന എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളതൊരിക്കലും അത് എൻ്റെ മാത്രം റിസ്ക്കാണ്. ഞാൻ അവിടെ ഫെയിലിയർ ആയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ തന്നെ സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ട വന്നതാണ്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും എനിക്ക് എന്നെ സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം ഇവിടെ ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി അറ്റ് മൈ ഓൺ റിസ്ക് ഞാൻ ആ റിസ്ക് ഏറ്റെടുക്കുകയും ഞാൻ അതിൽ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ, എവിടേക്കും ഒരു പോയിന്റിൽ ഞാൻ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആവുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൊണ്ടാണ് എനിക്കിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഉണ്ടായത്. പക്ഷെ അത് കുറെ കൂടെ അങ്ങനെ ചിന്തിക്കാൻ ആൾക്കാരെ എൻകറേജ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം ഗ്ലോബലാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ സിനിമയുടെ കാര്യം എടുത്താൽ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ ബൗണ്ടറീസ് ഇല്ല, നമുക്ക് ബോർഡേഴ്സ് ഇല്ല. നമുക്ക് ഇന്നിവിടെ കേരളത്തിൽ എടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു സിനിമ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ആവാൻ ഈസിയറാണ് എല്ലാ കാര്യം കൊണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ OTT പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസും മറ്റു ഒരു കുറെ കൂടെ ഗ്ലോബലായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് എത്തപ്പെടാനുള്ള ഒരു പോസിബിലിറ്റിയും സിനാരിയോസും എല്ലാം നമുക്ക് അതിനുള്ള പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസ് നമുക്കുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതൊരു സിനിമയുടെ പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂ മാത്രമല്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വീട്ടിൽ തന്നെ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഓൺലൈനിലൂടെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഗ്ലോബലി സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആവുന്ന ഒരു ഓൺട്രപ്രണർ ആവാനുള്ള സാഹചര്യം ചിലപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടായേക്കാം. യൂട്യൂബ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ഓപ്ഷൻസ് ഓഫ് എന്താ പറയുക കരിയർ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്യാനും കുറെ കൂടെ ആ റിസ്ക് ഏറ്റെടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു മോട്ടിവേഷനും കുറെ കൂടെ എന്താ പറയാ ഫെയിലിയർ ആയാൽ പോലും ആ റിസ്ക് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന പോലത്തെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റവും നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റും ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കുറെ കൂടെ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ഇവിടെ തന്നെ സർവൈവ് ചെയ്യാനും ഇവിടെ തന്നെ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ട് നല്ലൊരു ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈൽ മെയിൻറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യാനും പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു പോസിബിലിറ്റിയിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് എത്താൻ പറ്റും എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു.
Thank you, sir. So, limiting to the question, നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ വിഷനെ കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് ഫൈനസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ടു ലിവ് ആൻഡ് വർക്ക്. അതിന് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ഒന്നോടെ ഡിസ്റ്റിൽ ചെയ്ത് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, what do you want the government to do? What do you want us to do as citizens? ഒരു സെൻസിറ്റൈസേഷൻ പോയിന്റിൽ ബേസിക്കലി ഞാനത് ഒന്ന് ചുരുക്കി പറഞ്ഞു. ബേസിക്കലി പറഞ്ഞത് ഒന്ന്, we create an environment where people can pursue their dreams, chase their dreams, out of the box thinking and then support. Second, infrastructure, social and physical infrastructure. A clean environment, transportation infrastructure, safe to drink water, safe to eat food. Infrastructure, the rest, Malayalis have absolutely the capability to do anything, and our people are doing everywhere. So from that, നമ്മുടെ ആ ഒരു vision realize ചെയ്യാൻ, what are the things that we should do?
According to me, that more than government, I think we should have a positive mind. Instead of looking to the problems are everywhere. We should have a positive mind. And especially in this crowd, I think we should start dreaming big and very clear focus. And now when you are studying, okay, you can have the nightlife, you can have all these things, but when you start your career, be prepared for hard work. So that is the best thing. Of course, from the government side, I would say that if they can support us for a little more better infrastructure in terms of roads or railway or whatever that, because Kerala is almost the best urbanization has happened. So I think government can support in terms of, otherwise, I would say that the corruptions level, everything, when you compare to the other state, is the lowest here. Nothing. It's because, we have operations in other states. So we know that. So I think infrastructure side, they have to do something.
Basically,
കേരളത്തെ നമ്മളൊരു ഡ്രീം ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഞാനിപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞു,
do you agree with the dream? Is that a vision for the state? Is that okay? from your point.
Yeah.
The finest place to live and work.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that should be our dream, that we should work towards it. നോക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പല കാര്യങ്ങളും പല ആസ്പെക്ട്സും പറഞ്ഞു. ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ വിദേശത്തെ ലൈഫ് സ്റ്റൈലാണ് നമ്മളെ പലരും അവിടെ ജീവിക്കാൻ പ്രേരിപ്പിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ നൈറ്റ് ലൈഫിൻ്റെ കാര്യം അടക്കമുള്ള എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ ഞാനൊരു കാര്യം പറയുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ പലതും അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ജനറേഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വളർന്നു വന്ന ജനറേഷന് കൊടുക്കാൻ മറന്നുപോയ വിട്ടുപോയ ചില സിവിക് സെൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. ദാറ്റ്സ് വെരി ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. ഒരു സൊസൈറ്റിയിൽ നമ്മൾ ജീവിക്കും. ഞാനൊരു ജസ്റ്റ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് മീ, ഞാൻ മാത്രം എക്സെപ്ഷൻ പറയാൻ വേണ്ടിയില്ല. കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ റോഡ് നമുക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കാം. യു ജസ്റ്റ് ഇമാജിൻ, ഈദർ യു ഓർ മീ ആർ ഡ്രൈവിംഗ് ദ കാർ ഗോയിങ് അഹെഡ്. ഒരു ഗർഭിണിയായിട്ട് ഒരു സ്ത്രീ റോഡ് ക്രോസ് ചെയ്യാൻ നിൽക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ none of us will stop the car. I'm sorry to say that. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് അങ്ങനെ, വി ആർ ഓൾ ഇൻ എ ഹറി. ഒരു വളരെ പ്രായമുള്ള ഒരാൾ റോഡ് ക്രോസ് ചെയ്യാൻ നിൽക്കുന്നത്, ഫിസിക്കലി ചലഞ്ചഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരാൾ നിൽക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വി ഹാവ് ലീസ്റ്റ് റെസ്പെക്ട് ഫോർ സച്ച് എ സിറ്റുവേഷൻ. വൈ? നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളിൽ ആ സിവിക് സെൻസ് ഇൻസ്പയർ ചെയ്തില്ല. ഇവിടെ ഒരു ലൈസൻസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ഉള്ള ടെസ്റ്റ് എത്ര ക്യാഷ്വലാണ്. ഹൗ മെനി ഡെത്ത്സ് ആർ ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഇൻ അവർ റൂട്ട്സ്? നൺ ഓഫ് us are concerned. നമ്മുടെ ആരെയും മരിക്കുമ്പോഴേ നമുക്ക് തോന്നുള്ളൂ. നമ്മൾ എവിടെയാണ് സിവിക് സെൻസിൽ നമ്മൾ എവിടെയാണ് നിൽക്കുന്നത്? വേർ വി സ്റ്റാൻഡ്? ആക്ച്വലി ടു ഡ്രീം ഫോർ എ കേരള വിച്ച് ഇസ് ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് പ്ലേസ് ടു ലീവ് ആൻഡ് വർക്ക്, ഫസ്റ്റ് accept the reality where we stand, as you rightly said, and understand the world. Understand the world. Reality നമ്മൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കി ലോകത്ത് എന്താണെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. എന്നിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അതിനോട് കോപ്പപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഞാൻ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടി പറയാം. നമ്മുടെ പോളിസി മേക്കിംഗ് പ്രോബ്ലം. ഒരു സമയത്ത് ഇവിടെ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിൽ സീറ്റുകൾ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് വെർ മാഡ്ലി റണ്ണിങ് ടു അതർ സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സ് ഫോർ ഗെറ്റിംഗ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ. അതിൻ്റെ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ചാം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ വി സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ഗിവിംഗ് എ നമ്പർ ഓഫ് സീറ്റ്സ് ടു കോളേജസ്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് there are 10,000s of seats created and there was no sufficient number of students to take. The crime, I would say, policy, whomever it had done, the crime the policy makers did. See, engineering and admission കിട്ടണമെങ്കിൽ minimum marks ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. See, when the engineering colleges were not getting sufficient students, instead of inspiring them to attract students from outside or build premium institutions so that other state students will come here and join you, instead of that, the policy makers lowered the standard. It's a crime, I would say. I'm sorry to use that word. അതായത് പാവപ്പെട്ട കുട്ടികൾ, see, when somebody is not qualified to go for engineering, just for your survival, for the survival of the colleges, you lower the standards. And we say that we have all engineers around us. This doesn't make any sense. See, നമ്മുടെ കോളേജസിന്റെ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ്, നമ്മുടെ റിസർച്ചിന്റെ ലെവല്, where we stand, how many premium institutions we have ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നമ്മൾ റൈറ്റ് രീതിയിൽ ഗൈഡ് ചെയ്തിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ there will be pressure to be best, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് സർവൈവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. ഇപ്പം നമ്മളെല്ലാവരും സർവൈവൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിങ്ക്റ്റിലാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ ഏത് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനും ഏത് അപ്രോച്ച് വന്നത്, we just want to survive. We are settling with mediocrity. Mediocrity has been celebrated. Mediocrity is dominating. We have no ambition to be, excellent. എക്സലൻസിലേക്കുള്ള ഒരു അംബീഷൻ നമ്മുടെ യങ്സ്റ്റേഴ്സിന് ആ സീഡ് സോ ചെയ്യണം. അപ്പൊ ബേസിൽ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞപ്പോ ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ബോക്സ് തിങ്കിങ് നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തു, സ്വന്തം റിസ്ക് എടുക്കുന്നു. ആ റിസ്ക് എടുക്കാൻ നിൽക്കുന്നവനെ സ്റ്റോപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഘടകങ്ങളാണ് പിള്ളേരുള്ളത്. യു ആർ നോട്ട് ഓൺലി എൻകറേജിങ്, നിങ്ങൾ എൻകറേജ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളത് മാത്രമല്ല, if somebody is willing to take a step, there are immense hurdles. So at least just remove that. Allow to unleash the potential and to tap the potential of Kerala, potential of the coming living generation. So that definitely we can create the best state for sure. I'm hopeful, though I said all this, I'm not skeptical, I am optimistic guy. Okay.
Thank you. Bala. Yeah, a little bit mindful of the time. Everybody is actually, Father is showing his hands and now he will show his legs, but before that, let's actually, so what is it that we should do? One or two, three. Realize the vision.
A wise man said that, not a wise man said, there are some things in the world which you can change and there are some things you cannot change. And wisdom is knowing the difference and concentrating on what you can change and not wasting your time on things you cannot change. So, first point is that. Second point which I want to say is, our youngsters should look on it's their lives, so they need to look on their future with a lot of hope. Here we are talking about Kerala. The economy of this state has doubled 3 times in the last 24 years. And I don't see any reason, and this is not because of government, it is in spite of governments. Because the government in the share of GSDP is very small in Kerala and in India. It is much smaller than what the share of government in the United States of America. Many people here don't realize that. Because we think, so we have this huge picture of what the role of the government here is. I think it's partly our mistake, partly government in the intrusive approach. So that's what. So what I'm saying for the youngsters, please look on the future with a lot of positivity, because this state's economy is going to double again. In the 11 ലക്ഷം കോടി രൂപയായിരിക്കുന്ന സമ്പദ്ഘടന 2032 ആവുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് 22 ലക്ഷം കോടി രൂപയാവാൻ പോവാ. And this is going to happen because of the economy, which is independent of the government, which is an engine which has got a momentum of its own, is running. It doesn't depend on what is decided in Trivandrum Secretariat or anything. That is the way economies work. Appo itra anandamaayittulla possible. In other words, adutha 8-9 വർഷം കൊണ്ട് ഒരു കേരളം കൂടെ ഉണ്ടാവാൻ പോവാണ്. So just look at the opportunities which you are all going to have, because the population is not going to grow. The population is going to remain the same. So we are going to have problems like, where are we going to get the labor from? ചിലപ്പോൾ കൂടുതൽ migrant workers ആവശ്യം വേണ്ടി വരും. We need more automation, we need AI, we need all that. So I think you all have to look forward to an extremely positive future. You have to see what can you do. What is that idea which you have which can succeed in this? And I think whatever your idea is, please go ahead and do it, because this is the right place to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the excellent participation. I will conclude by saying the vision to make Kerala, or the vision for Kerala to be the finest place to live and work, will be realized if, by just 2 things, clean Kerala. We would like to have a place which is clean, neat, clean air, clean water, clean premises. And that should be done by whoever who is responsible, starting from ourselves. Number 2, safe Kerala. In my view, that means safe to travel roads, safe to eat food, safe to drink water, and safety from disasters. ഇത് മാത്രം ചെയ്തു കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ the rest of what is needed to make Kerala the finest place to live will be done by our own people. We don't need anything else. This clean Kerala as well as safe Kerala. And I will also finally conclude this by saying this. There is a philosopher who said, the most fortunate person who lived on this planet is the person who lived where he was born. As Socrates പറഞ്ഞതാണ്, നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും ഭാഗ്യവാനായ വ്യക്തി അവൻ ജനിച്ച സ്ഥലത്ത് നിന്ന് ജീവിക്കുന്നവനാണ്. And that is something which we have to keep in mind. So the reason there's no problem in people going exploring, but that should not be because our place is not great. I think that's the real point. And I'll also, basically, Matthew would support it, or not a part. Einstein പറഞ്ഞു, intelligence is a measure. The measure of intelligence is not knowledge, but it is the power to dream. Imagination. Only when you imagine, you actually think that imagination can be made reality. Ladies and gentlemen and panelists, a round of applause to our panelists. We have exceeded the time beyond the limit, but the topic was so interesting, at least for the panelists and I. So we pursued it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can somebody give...
Actually, let's go on.
Sorry, I know we are all overshooting time, but I couldn't help express my views because all of you were talking about how we can excel as entrepreneurs or, start something of our own from Kerala. So actually, as Basil and myself, so we were working together in Infosys, in Pinnacle. I don't know if you remember. Yeah, so that's where we all started. I wanted to continue as another employee working in a company, but that's when my perspectives changed. I also happen to be an alumni of Rajagiri College, 2010 batch. So as everybody, as all of you said, I also, did dream of maybe doing masters abroad and all of that, but things changed as I joined Infosys and then thought of starting our own startup. So we are a startup called Prophase. We're into cybersecurity. So we are the only Indian cybersecurity product into our space which has been listed as a top 5 globally. But as all of you said, it's not easy. I mean, there are a lot of challenges when our own people kind of doesn't accept, we being Indian solution or from Kerala. It's taken with a pinch of salt, right? So when all of you were expressing your opinions, yes. So, I mean, there were very tough times when even Valedictory sir has given me some inspirations to go ahead with some opportunities where they only vouch for international solutions, especially in our space, into the application security space. It's all Israeli products and US products dominating the globe, even in India, right? But that is where government plays a very crucial role. If it's an Israeli startup, then government push all their funds into the startup, right, to promote them globally. But here, I feel it's different. They look at us with a lot of skepticism, right?
Sure.
This is what I want to ask all of you. How can we change the system? So we're still, based ourselves in Kerala, even though we have our office in US and Middle East.
So, first of all, I don't think we can give all the panelists cannot participate.
Maybe one view.
So this is not a problem that you are facing alone. All of us faced it when we were taking our products and services globally. Something made in India and selling in the 90s or early 2000s in Europe is like trying to take an ambassador car and sell against a Mercedes, kind of. That problem will always be there. Government is supporting and should support more startups, but how they can support when they normally give the fund, it's not the right way. Somebody has to actually filter it and see so that the effectiveness. So I think that we should really take this offline, mindful of the time. Yeah, and we will take it offline. All the very best. Thank you.
Thank you. So all to all the Rajagirians here, sky is the limit. I feel you should contribute to your own country first. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an insightful discussion. I would like to request Mr. V.K. Matthews, sir, to present a gift to all the panelists. I would like to invite our principal, Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mulvical, CMI, to present a gift to Shri V.K. Matthews. Thank you, everyone. A few important announcements to be made. The delegates can move. I request the volunteer to please take charge, and the students are requested to remain seated. Now I would like to request the invitees for Academia CXO boardroom meeting to kindly assemble at the first exit to your right near the stage. Now I request the RSET alumni to gather at door number 2 to your left. Lunch will be served at the 5th floor K block for the students. I repeat, 5th floor K block for the students. And the next session will start promptly at 2:15 p.m. Thank you. Please note the next session will start at sharp 2:15 p.m. Please assemble back on time. Thank you. I request the owner of vehicle number KL07BE3788 to kindly remove his vehicle as it is blocking our way. Requesting the owner of vehicle number KL07BE3788 to kindly remove his vehicle. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So, are you hearing me through the phone call or through this video call? Okay. 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 Perfect. Okay. Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Yes. Okay.
So we are now checking one more level of audio. So hope you can hear me now. Correct?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. Am I perfectly audible?
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I will just turn off my camera for a second. I just need to go get some water. Or I'll just leave the camera on. I'll just come back into the frame in 2 minutes, okay? I just don't know where the turn off button is on this one. Okay, so, okay. Wait, no, that didn't turn it off. Let me just leave this background on and I'll come back, okay? So,
Hello, Chair. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the Luncheon Expo. Now we are thrilled to kick off the afternoon session with a keynote from Dr. Dilip George, director at Google DeepMind, who will speak on the topic Talent and AI Revolution. Dr. George is a pioneering figure in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning. As director at Google DeepMind, he oversees research that pushes the boundaries of what AI can achieve, making strides in neural networks, predictive algorithms, and cognitive computing. His work exemplifies the synergy between technological advancements and talent innovation as he leads teams that are shaping the very future of intelligent systems. I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. John Jose, Vice Chair, IEEE India Council, and Associate Professor, IIT Guwahati, to lead this part of the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dilip George.
So good afternoon, all of you, and welcome to this interactive keynote session. And good morning, Dr. Dilip. And we are extremely happy that you could join us from US today, and it's quite early morning today. Sorry for that, the tumult. And we have a huge gathering here in the auditorium with many people from industry, and there is a vibrant student community. So as discussed, since you wanted to be, rather than a one-sided keynote, you wanted to be more of an interactive session, you told like we can have a chat, and then through the chat you would like to explore the world of AI. So the total time that we'll take out the overall thing is around 25 minutes. So first 15 minutes we'll have a one-to-one chat. And then there are many questions that we expect from the audience. So then I'll share some of these questions with you as well. So probably, Dilip, we could start with the first, what is your introductory remark about the role of AI in the next coming half a decade? Many of our student enthusiasts are all behind AI. So what do you feel as a person who is working in deep tech side of AI? What is your introductory remark about this?
First of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be there virtually. Although I wanted to be there in person, I just couldn't travel all the way because there are lots of responsibilities back here. But it's great to be there virtually, and it's great to participate in this event. So AI. So this is a great dream come true in many ways. We, researchers, engineers, humanity has been working on this problem of AI for quite some time, past 70, 80 years. And the progress has been in fits and starts. We made great progress in 70s, then lost our ways a little bit, and there were multiple AI summers and winters, and always went in cycles. And this definitely feels like we are on a final stretch of going all the way to human-level intelligence and human-like intelligence. It doesn't mean that all the problems are solved. We still do not understand how the human brain works and how to create systems exactly like the human brain. That is still an outstanding problem, but we are able to approximate many of the cognitive work that human brain does by taking all the previous work that humans have done and amortizing that into a giant neural network so that problems can be solved easily, cognitive problems can be solved easily on a computer, and this couldn't be done before. And this obviously is going to change a lot of things. A lot of things that were hard for computers before will become easy for computers. I don't know whether you have used speech recognition in the past. 10 years back, speech recognition was unusable. It was or translation was very, very low quality. If you went to a web page that was in a different language, you had not much, you wouldn't make much headway. But now, translation is mostly a solved problem. Of course, you still need human translators to check and verify, etc. But it's mostly a solved problem, and so it's going to affect all facets of life, just like how we interact with our computers, what tasks we get accomplished through computers, how all the jobs get affected. And how it comes to quality of life. Just like you can imagine how we use Google Maps without thinking, or how we use iPhone without ever thinking about it. We don't even think of it as technology. Just like that we use now speech recognition without thinking of it as AI. It is enormous amount of work that has gone in to make that happen. It just feels natural to us to interact with a computer through voice. And if the computer can understand what we say and do the task, it feels very natural, although it is a lot of magical stuff happening behind it in terms of actual technology. For people who have worked on this will feel like extremely surprising and exciting. For the new generation that is coming in, this will feel like the natural order of things. This should be how it works. That you should not have to struggle to talk to a computer. So, and it will affect all the things. It will have impact on all the things going forward, I think. And we will touch upon those topics, I think, in the next few questions, I guess.
Yes, so thanks, Dilip, for that the introductory pitch that you have given. So when you look at AI, people who are not that closely associated with AI or computing domain, any disruptive technology, we generally having a feeling that will eat away human jobs. So as an AI enthusiast, what is your view on it? If you have more deep technology-oriented AI that is going to come in that future, will it take away a little bit of unskilled job, or the younger generation whether they need to worry about the conventional jobs that exist in the tech sector? Will it be overtaken by AI? What is your view on it? Are we safe, or we need to do something else?
Yes, so this is always a worry, so there is what will happen in the next 5 to 10 years, 20 years, and then what's going to happen when we finally solve all of human intelligence-like tasks. So I will just focus on first, what will happen in the next 5 to 10 years kind of time frame. What will happen is that it will change the nature of the jobs. How we do the jobs will change dramatically. Whether it is healthcare or software engineering or biology or pharmaceuticals, everywhere AI is going to play a role. So in education, I think we will learn a lot by talking to computers or talking to language models, etc. We will have tutoring help from the computers, and teachers who can leverage that will be more effective teachers compared to teachers who cannot leverage that. Teachers will still have a big role to play because finally we also learn from other people's experience, how they learned and how their struggles are. So teachers will also be role models. So teachers are still important, but teachers who use AI will be much more effective. And that's the same with healthcare. In healthcare, for example, a lot of the time of doctors is spent on just documenting, rote documentation of stuff. It is very important, but it is very time consuming. A lot of those can be taken away, and also even diagnosis. Humans can miss a lot of details sometimes, and having an AI assistant is helpful when it can augment the doctor's decision-making process. And so it will make many things much more efficient. So will it change the jobs? Yes, it will affect jobs. Some jobs will get cut down. The opportunities in some areas will go down. One example, as I mentioned, is translation. So translation, full-time translation there was a job opportunity earlier which was just doing translations from one language to the other. Now, a lot of that is done by the computers, so fewer people will be employed in that area. Software engineering, yes, definitely software engineering, the nature of software engineering is going to change. Again, people who can leverage AI to do this, the low level, I don't want to call it low level, it's more the simpler tasks in software engineering can now be automated, and you can think of it as, if you have done a good amount of coding, a lot of the coding is copy and pasting. You once you understand the concept, if somebody has already written that code, you can copy and paste, and a lot of it is about how to use libraries. Once you understand the concept, you don't have to write all the code from scratch. You are good, and that becomes much more effective with AI, because now you can just you can think of it as a natural language copy and paste. You can just type, I want this, and it will copy and paste that code for you without having to you and do it. So it will change the nature of engineering, but that doesn't mean the software engineering jobs are going to go away. It will change the nature. More can be done with less. But that also means more things will get done. The number of jobs will not decrease. More people now will become enabled to build more. So that is in the transition period. And then long term, when everything gets solved, then that's a very different world. So, and how the world will change is that I think we will have longer weekends, for example.
Yeah.
Why do we have only 2-day weekends right now, right? Why do we have to work 5 days and then take 2 days off and then work 5 days? Why can't we work 4 days and take 3 days off? Or work 3 days and take 4 days off? So as more work gets done by machines, we will have more time for leisure. That's the way the world will change even long term, I think.
Yeah, Dilip, that was very much comprehensive. You have covered up from one end of the spectrum to other. And then I think a lot many audience had their nice takeaway on the fear of whether AI will overtake others. So since I was following some of your works in neuromorphic computing, so in your opinion, how close AI or artificial neuron set can become close to brain? Will it match the human brains at some point of time? And where do you see neuromorphic computing's future down the line?
Yeah, so I think we are still far away from AI working like the brains. So the way the current AI works is by leveraging all the works humans have done in the past. So we have written down a lot of knowledge. We created internet. We put a lot of stuff in writing. We created all this knowledge and wrote it down in books and papers, and we can now read all that. AI can read all that text and use that to predict the next word, and just by doing that, some kind of prior work from humans, the patterns of human thought can be put into machines. But that doesn't mean it is doing it exactly like the way human brains are doing it. One symptom of that is that just the amount of training it takes AI to get somewhere, just the amount of data AI needs to see for it to start solving something is still extremely enormous. And there is this concept called out of distribution generalization, which is basically saying, how do you do when you haven't seen something before? How do you deal with a situation when you have something, you haven't seen it before? For example, let's say there is a natural disaster and there is a nuclear reactor that melted down. You need to send a robot inside that. And that's a scenario it hasn't seen before. Humans are very good at still making judgment calls and reasoning in that new domain. To generalize well, our systems are still not very good at that, and that gap is something quite fundamental. That means we haven't figured out still all the principles of how the brain works, and we are not using those in our AI models. So, and this one, I think, can be still 5 to 10 years away. People are still working on it. And then there is a question of neuromorphic engineering, which is basically saying, how do we also make hardware that works like the brain? Because right now, all our stuff runs on GPUs, which are extremely power hungry and not that efficient. Just despite it being parallel, the amount of compute that we are actually utilizing is much less because there's a lot of bottleneck in the memory bandwidth, etc. But if you can compute using actual neuron-like elements, like brain does, which is what neuromorphic computing asks us to do, that would be great too. But neuromorphic computing is, I would say, still in the infancy because getting analog neurons to compute reliably and make it work at scale with large number of neurons, while also adapting their connections, is something we still are figuring out. It's still at the fundamental science level, I think. So that will take probably another few generations of work to get to where we need to get to.
Yeah, so that makes sense. See, as you know that the theme of the Confluence is future of talent. And talent generally comes with skills. And every job that comes generally with some set of skill set that a candidate possesses. Since we consider AI as an enabler, in what way, what is your advice to the younger generations? In what way AI can be used or AI tools can be used for upskilling themselves?
Yes. So Steve Jobs had this, analogy earlier. Keep in mind that people have the same worry about computers. I remember when I was a kid, computers were just coming into the fray in Kerala, for example. When I was in the 10th grade or something, that's when I was first seeing computers. And people were worried at that time, are computers going to take away jobs? Are computers going to affect us? How will talent get affected? All those things. So, and if you remember what Steve Jobs said, what he said about computers was that computers is a bicycle for the mind. Just like we can go faster on a bicycle compared to walking, and just like that. Computers are a bicycle for the mind. It just makes you think better. Just like that, I would say AI is also, more than a bicycle, maybe a rocket ship for the mind. It makes you much smarter. So you can be curious about a lot more things. Just like how internet made a lot of information accessible to you. Now you can. Having this magical thing which can answer a whole bunch of questions, so that means you can learn a lot more things much more quickly. It still requires you to understand things. As a student, it is still fundamental for you to understand the concept of multiplication and addition. Even if you are not doing the rote, the actual multiplication of 5-digit numbers, which is really an execution of a rote algorithm, you still need to understand what those concepts are to ask the right questions and to even check the answers whether it makes sense. So I think the nature of education and the nature of talent will change from the rote machinery of even the word computer was initially used for people who were doing these calculations. The computer was a word used to refer to humans who were actually doing these manual calculations, which we uploaded to machine computers, and humans do not do that anymore. So many of these rote work, which are more manual, even though it is done using the mind, they are more executing a pattern or an algorithm that will be done by the machine, and you can focus on learning the overall concept, building the big picture, still knowing the details. So I think that's how it will change, and also leverage AI to do that, and it will be a AI plus human combination that will build all the future things. So, and that's what we should focus on.
Yeah, Dilip, that makes sense. Like, we have to understand, we have to use it AI for upskilling as well, and there are a lot of ways in which you can do. So now we have opened up the session to questions, and as it has been already shared with the audience that you could convey to us through the app. And then one question which I find relevant is, what are the ethical challenges that you foresee as AI becomes more integrated in everyday life? The ethical challenges, and of course in US also, since they have taken the first baby steps than India has taken, these ethical challenges, what is your perception about it? How do we handle the ethical challenges?
Yeah, there are lots of challenges. One, we are already facing some of these things in the US at least, and it will. I'm sure it is going to face world over. For example, we have these artificial characters, right? You can interact with artificial AI characters, and they sound like people, they behave like people, they can impersonate other people. So you can have an AI friend to which you are chatting, and you can form an attachment to that AI friend, and we, as humans, we haven't encountered this before. This is a new realm for us, and how it is going to affect our social life, how it is going to affect our, life within the family. This is all new to us. Just like when iPhones came along, people were spending a lot of time watching videos, or when YouTube came along, people were spending a lot of time watching videos, and then it took a few cycles, just like Facebook and etc. It took a few cycles for us to understand what are the implications of this one, and how will it affect us, and how to even control for it. What countermeasures do we need to make for that? So, one, this social impact of chatting to characters and how it will affect our social life, how we interact with humans, whether it will increase loneliness or not, or decrease loneliness, whether it will make us more socially cohesive, less socially cohesive. This is one hard to understand. We need to study it and be careful. The other is effect of misinformation. It is very easy to now create documents and propagate misinformation, create videos, fake videos, and propagate misinformation. So it becomes hard to know who to trust. Is this thing that I'm seeing as a video? Earlier we could take video as, that's evidence, this thing happened. But now it becomes hard to trust. Is this video that I'm seeing right, or is it fake? And how does that affect society? Then how do you make institutions that are trustworthy and people that you can trust? And that is another thing that we will be figuring out on the fly. There is this series called Black Mirror. I don't know whether you have seen that. It's a dystopian series where AI has all these side effects, where as it increases things, it also decreases many of these things. Privacy is another thing, right? Now, earlier you could go into a city and be anonymous, just vanish into the crowd. Now it is hard. Like, somebody can take a picture of you and search for it, and they can find out everything about you. It's very hard to remain anonymous, and so affecting privacy is another concern. So there are a whole bunch of concerns around AI, and of course then there is the concern about how will the wealth created. Obviously some people will be affected by the job dislocations. Every new technology does disrupt jobs in some way, and some people will be affected more by it than the others. And how is the wealth created by AI going to be made available for the welfare of the wide range of people who are affected? That's another concern. So it's something that we all have to work through. It's not just one. There are so many of them.
Yeah, so we are flooding with a lot of questions. In the interest of time, I'll take only one more question. So this is a very interesting question. So in the forenoon session, we had members of the Indian Parliament, members of the Legislative Assembly, bureaucrats. So many of them were talking about the regulations that you need to bring in AI, and we have a good set of people who are working closely with industry, which has been nurtured by innovation. So what do you feel, what should be the right balance between the innovation and then regulation in AI? Being a technocrat, you wanted to focus more on the innovation side. We have a lot of people in the front benches who have been passionate about innovation. So
my tendency is always to, regulation to kind of follow innovation rather than try to, front run it. Because if you try to front run the innovation with the regulation, you always end up doing the wrong thing because you really don't know which trajectory the technology is going to take. And regulation, almost all regulation has unintended side effects, and it is very, very, people are smart, people will try to work around the restriction, and almost always creates unintended side effects, and especially if you're early, then you can throw the baby out with the bathwater if you're not careful. So in a way, regulation I think should follow innovation. Let it live out, let it at least bloom, and we'll know where it is going. And of course we have to be careful. We cannot just let it run completely wild without any oversight. We have to be careful, but I am always on the side, pretty much always on the side of let's let the regulation follow the innovation rather than front run it. There are exceptions, of course. There are safety places where you definitely need to be careful that wide amount of harm cannot be done, and there, regulation should front run. For example, viruses, working on viruses is one example, or internet safety is another one. So there is definitely a role for regulation, but that needs to be, to create effective regulation, we need to understand, regulators also need to understand the technology reasonably well and the directions it is taking, and the different stakeholders who are playing the game of, sometimes one player in the technology can try to outcompete another player using regulation as the weapon, right? You have a company, how do you make your competitor how do you make sure you don't have any competitors? You try to convince a lawmaker that, hey, regulation is needed, let's create this regulation, it is for the welfare of everybody, but in reality you are just trying to protect your company and making sure that nobody can compete with you. So this regulatory capture is a real problem. Some companies which become successful first try to influence the lawmakers so that you get an environment where you capture just market just using regulation so that nobody else can compete. And so it's a very, very tricky one, and I would always argue for less regulation, especially in the new innovative areas.
So thank you, Dilip. That was very interesting. To all the audience, we were pouring in with a lot of questions, but unfortunately I could not take up everything to Dilip. Dilip, sometimes angers can be really brutal. So the last 1 minute for you. This is the question that I would like to ask. This is a confluence of members from industry, members from academia, and a lot of students. What is your one or two sentence advice, rather input, to the industry, to the academia, and to our student fraternity? Just 1 minute, 2 sentences each.
Okay, so advice to industry, academia, and students.
Yes.
Yes. That was the question. Advice to industry is that I think there are lots of applications of AI, tailoring it to our local market, tailoring it to the opportunities in India. That would be an amazing challenge to take on. it's and I think that's a huge opportunity. It can be fragmented, but it is servicing the Indian market using AI would be amazing, and solving problems for example, farmers or people who are daily laborers, or thinking about how we can bring entrepreneurship to service them and make their life better. That will be an amazing challenge if the industry can take that up. That would be for academics. I think again this grand challenge of how does the brain work and how do we make AI systems more brain-like is an amazing challenge. That's one we can take up. And the other one is also how do we use AI to solve biology or chemistry. All those problems are still outstanding. So that AI is a tool in all those domains. And students always just remain curious. That's the best advice I think for students. Never settle for not knowing. Just be remain curious, open-minded, and focus on learning all the time.
Okay, so thank you, Dilip. We never knew that time has passed 30 minutes and then we were trying to interact. Your insights regarding AI, the future of AI, the challenges, everything was very much useful for the audience. I hope the August audience will take up have the right takeaways for you at the end of the session, and probably during these discussions, the delegates, the students, the industry and academia will have the right takeaways, and we look forward for a day where India is becoming an AI superpower. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Dilip, who has joined. Hope you could hear the clapping. So thank you so much, Dilip. We look forward to seeing you in some platform soon, and on behalf of organizers, thank you very much. So this is John then signing off from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening keynote. Please note, a key was lost at the auditorium. The owner can come and collect it from the help desk. I repeat, a key was lost at the auditorium. The owner can come and collect it from the help desk. All the attendees are requested to maintain silence. Our next session is a panel discussion on the future of AI. Moderating this session is Mr. Subhish Ram, EYGD's Digital Product Services Leader. Mr. Ram is a recognized expert in digital transformation, focusing on bringing AI-driven solutions into businesses. At EY, he leads efforts in developing digital products and services, combining strategic vision with advanced technology to create impactful solutions. His experience in AI and digital products makes him an ideal moderator for this discussion.
Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists to the stage. Dr. Jacob T. Verghese, Chairman, STIAG India. Mr. Jakes Vijay, film score composer. Mr. Anup Ambiga, CEO, Kerala Startup Mission. Dr. John Jose, IIT Guwahati, IEEE India Council. AI is revolutionizing industries across the globe. And this session on the future of AI will delve into its transformative impact on business, governance, and society. We will explore how Kerala and India can harness AI to secure a competitive advantage while ensuring responsible and ethical technology development. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you found the sessions in the morning useful and also had some time to go around and look at the stalls. Great. So over the next 1 hour, what we plan to do is talk about a technology that has literally taken the humanity and every walk of life that we have by storm, right? It's literally disrupting everything that we have known and will ever get into in the future. So we are at a crossroads as humanity, trying to figure out how we live in the world of AI. And on the stage with me, as you can see, we have some stalwarts from the industry, each of them with a lot of experience and exposure to this technology from their respective fields, right? We're going to talk to them, engage with them, try to understand what it means for us, right? For us, every one of us, irrespective of where you're coming from, which field you're in, where you will get into in the future. So that's the plan. So let me do a quick introduction. Right, let's start with Jakes. And I'm sure you know Jakes without much introduction. Jakes is a well-known musician, an alumni of the college here. And the key thing about Jakes is he's bringing AI into the world of music. We're going to hear from Jakes how is he doing that. And we also have Anup Ambiga again. You don't need much of an introduction. Anup, as you all know, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Kerala Startup Mission. Any of you have a plan for a startup, you know who to go to. And of course, we have Dr. John Jose. You heard John talk to Dilip a while earlier. John, as you heard, is an associate professor from IIT Guwahati with a lot of experience in teaching research. He has PhDs and multiple academic interests, right? And he's an expert in AI. We're going to hear from him what it means for us. And last but not the least, we have Jacob. He's the executive chairman at STIAJ. And STIAJ, as you know, is also a sponsor here, has been driving power systems both in India as well as in Germany. So Jacob sir comes with, again, a lot of exposure across the globe. He's worked in the Middle East, he's worked in South Africa. He's an alumni, again, from the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He has worked in Indian Railway Institute, and then today I think he's taking up multiple profiles in addition to what he's doing at START. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. And I'll also introduce myself, although you heard them talk about me. My name is Subish Ram. I work with EY's Global Delivery Services, and I lead a team that drives digital automation through AI within EY. So that's me. With that, let's get started. I have some questions here for the panelists, and maybe Jakes, will go with you first. Music being a common passion that all of us have. And with AI, one of the thoughts that we had was AI will do quite a lot of stuff, but might not impact the art and the creative field. But what we're seeing is that is the first field that where we're seeing so much of an impact, so much of an opportunity. So what are you doing about it? We're hearing you're building a lot of music using AI. So what does it mean for the industry, and how is this being applied in the industry that you are in?
Thank you for having me in the session. I remember after my graduation from Rajagiri, I did my BTech in Electronics and Communication. I had always been interested in something around music tech, so did my master's in the US. So right then, machine learning and music cognition, music information retrieval, it was part of, I was in Stanford. So a lot of research in that area was happening at that time. I'm talking about 2008 to 2010. And I was part of a lab called Center for Computer Research in Music and Acoustics. And I remember at that time, SMUL was in its very nascent stage. And Professor Ge Wong, who was my professor, he was the founder of SMUL. And at that time, he was having a programming language of his own called Chuck. And so all of that looked very alien to me. I mean, how far can you get to music creation or music distribution, or when it comes to listening to music? I mean, I always thought that to be a human-to-human interaction. When you make a piece of art, it always has to evoke a certain sense of feeling. The creator should communicate that with the audience. So my focus at my course was to get more information about production, music production, or music in games. I was more focused in
implementing procedural music in games. But eventually, 1.5 years ago when ChatGPT came on board, we saw a disruption in what happened in all of this research that's been happening. That's when I realized I should have picked up a little bit of machine learning at that time, because since I had an engineering background, I was always, but all of that words and all of those key areas that people were researching at that time at Stanford, it's really paving way to some amazing things. Because Music LM, text to music converting software, is being heavily used in prompt-based music composition today. And we have a tool which I had a workshop a while ago, a tool called Suno, where you can text, prompt, or say anything to the model. It's a generative music model, where you can feed it certain information and you get amazing results, like really good. So there's a little bit of natural language processing, there's a little bit of music cognition, there's a little bit of some kind of deep learning mechanism, and throws out an output which is, honestly, right now it's a deep fake version of what real composers do. The machine or I don't think it's capable of producing something truly original, because it doesn't know what original is at this point. Is it good to listen to? Probably yes, but is it something you will find amusing, or will it stand the test of time? Because creative fields in creative problems are all difficult to measure. So as far as I'm concerned, I don't think it is a tool that I will be able to just pop up a few prompts and get an amazing song out of it. Right now it's in a nascent stage, but it is there to sort of blow our mind in terms of what is possible in the future. So I think in terms of my workflow, these tools, especially, I consider them as music assistants, I would say. Maybe in creating few harmonic patterns, or in inspiring me with some ideas, or some genres that I don't know. Say Mississippi jazz. I want to compose a Malayalam song in Mississippi jazz. It's something that I wouldn't know how the genre would play out. I could prompt it, I could give it a few of my keywords. Now here it becomes more important in how you set the keywords and how you prompt it properly. If you give it a lot of prompts and if it's correct, the machine will be able to understand the problem better and give you a better solution. Now, there is a tool called IVA, which is a score composer assistant, where it will be useful for producing soundtracks. So if you want an epic soundtrack, or a comedy soundtrack, or an emotional soundtrack, you could, if you have some kind of music knowledge, you could prompt a certain details to it, and that's able to give out not music but some kind of symbolic representation, like BD or text or a music score which you can further develop into. So there are a lot of areas all over the field. AI is getting more prominent, but in terms of music creation and in music cognition and how it's going to be represented in various forms, like in film scores and game, it is making a huge progress. Right now it's in a very nascent stage, not to the way of applying it in a very professional way, but certainly a tool to have, and it comes with challenges and it comes with advantages. So you have to be responsible in using it. But this is it. It's a future of every creative field. This is going to be a very important tool. I see that.
Thank you, Jakes. I guess musicians of the future would be prompt engineers probably, and engineers might be musicians in the future, right? They know how to create their own tune. Thank you for that insight. Useful. Now let's go to Jacob sir. So there's so much of talk about skilling. And we just heard from Jakes about it, right? Tech skills, non-tech skills. What will happen to the future of tech skills? What will happen to the future of non-tech? So are the lines blurring between what is a tech skill, what is a non-tech skill? What is your advice to the people here around? What is the skill of the future that we should be equipped with so we are relevant?
I wish I knew, but I think we should just go back a little bit into the history. When DeepMind was working on AlphaGo, and the epiphany moment was when, AlphaGo was able to beat Sidor, who was the world champion in chess. And from that time, people came to know that AI is something which gets constantly improving, and it's like the human mind, it's got the neural networks which can make itself better all the time. So it's very difficult to give you a straightforward answer about what is the skill that one should develop. I can only get into the issue that AI has become autonomous, shall we say. It is autonomous, and therefore we can't even explain how something works. I mean, I could explain, for example, how a mobile works, or how a television works, or how a steam engine works, or a power plant works. But I think we are getting into a machine where nobody will be able to explain what is inside it, because it's autonomously changing the algorithm which is inside, and it's keeping on learning and improving the algorithm. And if that algorithm, nobody knows what's the current state of that algorithm, it's a bit scary. And it's like Stuart Russell said, it's created what is called the gorilla problem. So, gorillas have much greater strength and more muscle, but they have a smaller brain than us. So they are endangered. So it's quite possible that we will also get endangered, because I think the AI is going to create a situation where they will be superior to us in many ways. So it is refreshing, of course, to hear from Dilip George, that who also is in DeepMind, which first created AlphaGo, that he thinks it's still in its infancy. I think that neuro modeling and everything else is still quite a way down the line. But what the future holds is that a lot of the information, knowledge, experience, expertise as we know it today will be available off the shelf to everybody. So it's going to be available. You don't have to go to Rajagiri Engineering College to learn engineering. I mean, you could learn it, on the net, or you could get the results of what you want. So you don't have to get into, a great deal of mathematics to understand how to design a building. I think you could get all the information and expertise. So what it really means is that there is a huge amount of time which will be released for creativity. So creativity is what is going to be the future. And if you ask me what skills do you need to be creative, I would like to suggest that you should start trying to convert your ideas. Every student should start to convert his ideas into prototypes or into proof of concepts, because we don't know, with this democratization of knowledge, where the ideas are going to come and which are going to click. And I think you have a great chance, because we saw that some years ago, and we set up the STIAG Center for Smart City Technologies with the cooperation of Rajagiri Engineering College. And we have given a space to students who can get all the expertise they want. They can get, computers which are the size of a pinhead now, and they can create what they want to. So I think the skill which you need is innovation and creativity, and I think that's where maybe I would like to suggest to this big audience of students that they can make full use of what Rajagiri has put together with us in a building which is just next door, rather than trying to talk about any technical or non-technical skill. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob, sir. I think that's a great point. I hope you're listening. The key thing that you heard from Jacob was you need to have innovation and creativity. That's the skill of the future, and everything else will be done by the machines. Great. So with that, let's go to Dr. John Jose. And John, there's so much talk about software. How do you build software? How do you build the LLMs, the SLMs, and all of that stuff? But the underlying thing behind all of this is the computation capacity. There's so much compute power that all the systems need. So what's happening in that field? Where are we headed to? What are your thoughts around that?
So thank you for that question, which is very close to my heart and our area of research. 99% of people who know about AI, who work about AI, consider AI as a sophisticated program. which will assume the computing system as granted. And we all know the era in which, probably those who are past 40 years of age, they'll know that the era in which we worked with the keypad phones of Nokia. And then over the years, more of video and audio streaming came in, where the conventional hardware was not good enough. So over the years we evolved. We are changing our phones every 6 months. We are changing our laptops every 1 year or 2 years. The reason is, with the new kind of applications and programs, the underlying computing system is not good enough to cater to the needs and the demands of such kind of software. So now we are in the era of AI-based applications, face recognition, pattern recognition, and lot many inputs that has been coming. We have to understand everything that you talk about AI, it works on a computing-based machine. The computer need not look like a screen and a keyboard. It is a machine with a microprocessor, with some memory, with some interconnect. So when you talk about any device, there are 3 aspects to it. The first is the architecture or the device of it, and then people who are an expert will know about it. And there is an operating system which makes our mobile phone very much user-friendly to the common man. Even if you are a computer illiterate, still you can work with a mobile phone. So there exists an OS which makes it very light, which can make it a common man to work with it. And ideally, if it is a standalone device which is not communicating with the rest of the world, then whatever program that you have, it's meaningless. Take our Google Maps. If a car is not connected anywhere, if your phone is not connected anywhere, it's not going to give the end product. So from the systems perspective, what it means is, we require a different hardware. It is not a conventional microprocessor or a memory. We require AI engines, microprocessors which are good in manipulating AI programs. We require operating systems from a different viewpoint, OS that can take care of AI programs and talk to the hardware. And we require new kind of networks which will demand the kind of bandwidth, the accuracy that is being required. So a systems point of view means India is investing a lot, because we already lost the race in the internet. We are actually using a service that is being invented in the US, that is internet. We are actually a service user. So in AI also, generally students are asking, sir, when I was teaching a first year C programming course at IIT, people are asking, why do I learn the syntax? I put in ChatGPT and get all these programs. Why do I learn programming? We should not bother about compilation errors. Now you should be talking more about AI. My answer to them was, how long Indians will be users of somebody else's products? Who will write ChatGPT? Who will write future softwares? Are we going to be the mere users of software, or do you want it to be those who are going to create future AI programs? We missed many bus in the past, but we don't want to miss this bus wherein we wanted to contribute. So people who are not good in programming, but they wanted to build more powerful networks with the upcoming 5G and 6G, which is becoming more prominent, the bandwidth requirement, the amount of data that is being pulled out from cloud, from device and device upward, it doesn't work with the normal networks that you have in the future. So we require good people who are working in networks. We require people who have passion in operating system, and at the same time people who are passionate about devices or microprocessors. So there is a huge kind of research that is been happening, but it is not making noise, because many of them still believe that AI is a program. AI is a program and it requires an equally powerful hardware. So there are a lot of initiatives by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Central Government of India in different departments where internships are called for, a lot of research labs are working on. So please do understand that we can work in the lower level of AI also. Sometimes students from non-computer science or AI branches feel that we missed the bus. No, you didn't miss the bus, you are all with the bus. We require people who wanted to work in these devices. So it's a very exciting field, with India going to become another semiconductor manufacturing hub, with the semiconductor plants that are going to be set up in Gujarat and then Assam, which has been started by Tata Electronics, with many other state governments also taking a step in making sure that can India become a semiconductor manufacturing hub. So future AI machines, probably when Father Jason is thinking about Confluence version 2, even the laptops that is been running would be made of India's own processor with India's own operating system developed by India's own engineers. So we look forward for that day where India make AI processors, and the future is not far.
Great, thank you, Dr. John. So if you heard him, the gist of it is you don't necessarily have to miss the bus if you're not a software engineer, right? There's so much more effort and work needed in the world of systems, in the world of quantum computing. So there's so much opportunity beyond the world of software. Now let's get into the exciting world of startups. Let's go to Anup. Anup, and I've been to KSUM a couple of times, the facility, amazing facility in Kochi. There's so much of excitement, so much of talent that you build and groom there. With the advent of AI in the last couple of years, what visible difference are you seeing, Anup, in the kind of startups that are coming up? I know Kerala ranks among the top states in the country in how we create that ecosystem. But with the advent of AI, are you seeing any shift, any pattern that you're seeing in the kind of startups that are coming up today?
Suresh, is there this thing that you need to speak in English? I don't know. English in the
Venda, Malayalam.
Okay, English Malayalam mix it. AI and a right example that Jake pointed out was Suno.ai. AI il namak endellam cheyan kazhiyum ennulladana ശരിക്കും ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിൽ നിന്ന് ഞാൻ പറയാം. ഒന്ന്, നമുക്കൊരു AI യൂസറായിട്ട് മാറാൻ പറ്റും. എന്തിനെല്ലാം നമുക്ക് AI ഉപയോഗിക്കാം? നമുക്ക് അസൈൻമെന്റ് എഴുതാൻ ChatGPT ഉപയോഗിക്കാം. അതാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഏറ്റവും വൈഡ്ലി യൂസ്ഡ് AI ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അതിനകത്ത് പ്ലേഗിയറിസം ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുന്ന ടൂളുകൾ, അത് കണ്ടുപിടിച്ചാൽ അത് ഇല്ലാതാക്കുന്ന ടൂളുകൾ, ഇങ്ങനെ അതിൻ്റെ മണ്ടയ്ക്ക് there are several layers of tools that students use to write your assignment, refine your assignments, find out whether the assignment is generated by LLM, etc. You can generate music using AI. You can generate images using AI. You can generate marketing content using AI. You can generate building plans, elevations, 3D models using AI. So there is a layer where you could become an AI user and create fantastic outputs. And you don't need to be an expert in CAD to develop or develop a model of a building that is in your dream. എനിക്ക് എപ്പോഴും തോന്നിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം, വീട് പണിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളവർക്ക് അറിയാം, നമ്മളൊരു ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റിന്റെ അടുത്ത് നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് ഐഡിയാസ് വേണ്ടി ചെല്ലും, അവസാനം ആർക്കിടെക്ട് വരച്ചും പണിഞ്ഞും വരുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും നമ്മുടെ ഐഡിയ എവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നു, ആർക്കിടെക്റ്റിന്റെ ഐഡിയ എവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളൊരു there's a visible difference between what you have in mind and what the architect has delivered. But AI gives you the power to actually generate something that is in your mind. And what does that mean? It means that if you are a creative person with a lot of ideas in your mind, then you can actually bring those ideas into fruition. And that layer of people that will use AI will be one layer. And there will be a set of jobs that will be created. Prompt engineering is going to be one of the things. So the person who can tell the computer effectively what you have in your mind will be the one who will generate the most efficient design. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ആൾക്കാർ. ഇനി അതിൻ്റെ അടിയിൽ വേറൊരു സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ആൾക്കാർ ഉണ്ട്. അതായത് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ആലോചിക്കുകയാണ്, ഓക്കെ AI ഉണ്ട്, എനിക്ക് ഒരു സിനിമ എടുക്കണോ, ഒരു ഷോർട്ട് ഫിലിം എടുക്കണമെന്ന് എനിക്കൊരു ആഗ്രഹമാണ്. പക്ഷേ എനിക്ക് ക്യാമറ ഉപയോഗിക്കാനോ എഡിറ്റിങ്ങോ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും അറിയത്തില്ല. ഒരു കഥ, ഒരു സ്റ്റോറി ലൈൻ മാത്രമാണ് എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ളത്. ഈ സ്റ്റോറി ലൈനിനെ പ്രോംപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് ഒരു കഥയിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്ന, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വിഷ്വലിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്ന, ഒരു എഡിറ്റിങ്ങിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്ന, ഒരു ഷോർട്ട് ഫിലിമിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ടൂൾ എനിക്ക് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. So that will be another set of people. They will develop software or tools which will allow the users to use and create things. അത് ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഒരു ബിൽഡിംഗ് പ്ലാൻ ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ടൂളാവാം, മ്യൂസിക് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ടൂളാവാം, വീഡിയോ ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ടൂളാവാം. പക്ഷെ ആ ടൂളുകൾ നമ്മൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കും. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് കോൾഡ് വെർട്ടിക്കൽ AI. അതായത് ചില സെക്ടേഴ്സിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ടൂളുകൾ നമ്മൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കും. അത് ബിൽഡിംഗ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ആയിക്കോട്ടെ. എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇസ് അനദർ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് ഏരിയ. ഇനി അതിൻ്റെ താഴെയാണ് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ടെക്നിക്കലി ചാലഞ്ചിങ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പാർട്ട് വരും. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വേർ ദ മാത്തമാറ്റിക്സ്, ദ സ്റ്റാറ്റിസ്റ്റിക്സ് വിൽ കം ഇൻ ടു പ്ലേ. സാം ആൾട്ട്മാൻ ഓപ്പൺ AI ഉപയോഗിച്ച് ഒരു LLM ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. ആ കോഡെല്ലാം അടിച്ചു മാറ്റി കുറേ ആൾക്കാർ ഓപ്പൺ സോഴ്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കുറേ LLMs പബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. Gemini, I think, has openly published. Llama is openly published. So there is a set of open source software that is available. Can I take that open source software and refine it to work very well for a certain use case? അതായത് അഗ്രികൾച്ചറിന് വേണ്ടി നന്നായി വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ലാംഗ്വേജ് മോഡൽ എനിക്ക് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? That is the third layer where you need to understand the statistics, the maths, how the models work, what is a layer, how does the neural networks work. ഈ ഒരു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിംഗ് ഉള്ള ഒരു സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് മാത്തമാറ്റീഷ്യൻസിനോ സ്റ്റാറ്റിസ്റ്റീഷ്യൻസിനോ ഈ ലെയർ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. And then comes the final layer, which is the research layer. എനിക്ക് ഇന്ന് പാർക്കിൻസൺസ് ഡിസീസസിന് ഒരു ക്യൂർ ഇല്ല. I want to create something which will just quickly find out a molecule or a drug which will cure a certain condition. ഇതാണ് ഡീപ് മൈൻഡ് പോലെയുള്ള കമ്പനികൾ ചെയ്തത്. ഇപ്പൊ നേരത്തെ സംസാരിച്ച പ്രോട്ടീൻ അൺഫോൾഡിങ്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് ബയോളജി, എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഹ്യൂമൻ ഇത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ബോഡി വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് RNA വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, എങ്ങനെയാണ് DNA വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഈ ഒരു ലാർജ് ലെവൽ ഓഫ് അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിംഗ് വെച്ചിട്ട് യു ഡെവലപ്പ് എ മോഡൽ which will actually help you to do things. And that is absolutely a research area. So you have a research area, you have a research and refinement area, you have a tools area, and then you have a user area. From a startup perspective, my point will be that the easiest or the low-hanging fruits, if I may say so, are the top two. That is, I can become a user, I can create products, I can build a digital marketing company using one of the tools that is available, right? And that I can become an entrepreneur that way. I can build a music editing company, right? Using the tools that is already available. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സെറ്റ് ഓഫ് സാധനങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. രണ്ടാമത്തേത് നമുക്ക് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. It's a little more challenging, but you can still develop software which will allow a person who want to build a house, right? That is also possible. താഴോട്ട് വരുന്തോറും it becomes a little more challenging. That is where you need a large amount of compute. Like he rightly said, it is not just software, right? ഇപ്പോൾ NVIDIA ഇവിടെ വന്നു. NVIDIAയും മുകേഷ് അംബാനിയും തമ്മിൽ പുള്ളിയുടെ പേരെന്തായിരുന്നു? NVIDIA CEO and Mukesh Ambani had a very interesting chat. The whole idea is that whoever controls that hardware controls this entire game. Whoever controls the cloud controls the entire data. So indigenization of the hardware, indigenization of those cloud databases becomes absolutely important. And I'll stop with this and I'll tell you why. ഞാനിത് പല വേദികളിൽ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. നമ്മൾ വളരെ കോമൺ ആയിട്ട് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന സാധനങ്ങളാണ് നെറ്റ്ഫ്ലിക്സ്, സോണി ലൈവ്, ആമസോൺ പ്രൈം, വാട്സാപ്പ്, ഗൂഗിൾ, യൂട്യൂബ്, സ്പോട്ടിഫൈ. Essentially, we are creating data to a multinational organization who will use that data to create wealth for themselves. നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോ ദിവസവും ഈ ഇൻസ്റ്റഗ്രാം റീൽസ് ഇരുന്ന് കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ there is a pattern that is getting generated which is then fed back to Facebook, and Facebook is using that to make money. Unless the country can actually develop such things, we are never going to be an AI superpower. So it becomes extremely important that we have the hardware, the cloud, the software, the data residing within the country. China നമ്മൾ എന്തെല്ലാം കുറ്റം പറഞ്ഞാലും ഗൂഗിളിനെ അവര് കേട്ടിട്ടില്ല. Why? Because they had their own, search engine. So all the data resides within the country. So that sort of a vision needs to come. And I say this with a little bit of a pride. Rajagiri is actually famous for producing such good companies. You have Lakshmi sitting here who is working on cybersecurity, a very good company, Proface. And then you have the Silicium circuits that has been generated by Regin, who is now the CEO of Make a Village. So they have done some very good work in semiconductors also. So idellam nadakkunna or ecosystem is already there here in Rajagiri. And my take is that you start thinking about what you can do here and empower the country and create things that is going to actually more and more empower the citizens of this country. And I'll stop with that.
No, that's really great point. You can see that reaction. So in essence, we are saying from being a consumer of what's out there, start looking. start looking to leverage it and create the US. This works? So thank you, Anup. I think that was really motivational also, in addition to the insight. So great. I think we have another 20 minutes. We may want to go onto the floor and see if you have any questions, and then we can come back and follow up with some additional questions to the panel. Let's see if you have any questions from the floor. Yes, please. You have a mic?
Can someone give them mic? Do you want my mic? Yes.
Hello. Sir, do you think AI in education is a positive impact or a negative?
We couldn't see the speaker, but I could hear the question. So you're asking AI in education, is it positive or negative? Okay, so who wants to take that? Dr. John, you want to have a go at that?
Okay. So thanks for the question. I don't know where is the person who asked the question. Can you wave the hand?
Yeah, she's in the back.
Okay, fine. So in my perspective, it may be different since I was there in academics for the last 20 years. AI in education, like everything, it has its own pros and cons. So if you upskill yourself only with AI-based videos and AI-based tools, there are something that you can pitch it, especially the time aspect. You can do it at the flexibility. Let's say you are using AI for a Grammarly tool, for a spell checker, for writing a mail. We all there in the dais come from one generation back where we don't have this kind of then luxury. So probably the skill set that you acquired by raw learning has in some way shaped our career. So we need to have a balance between the skill set that you acquire with the non-AI environment and the skill set that you acquire with the AI environment, because tomorrow your job is not based upon what you learn, what kind of skill and what you can bring to the table and how can you value add. So my opinion is it's 50-50. So you are a fortunate generation who will get then education from AI products. At the same time, you are having teachers and industry also who are having the exposure to AI.
Thank you. So in essence, there's nothing positive or negative. It is how you intelligently apply AI in whatever you're doing, whether it is in education or whatever field, right? So that's the whole point. Thank you, Dr. John. Let's go now to this gentleman here. He had a question.
Hello. Can you hear me? Alright, so really sorry I couldn't remember the names of any one of you, so I just wrote. Actually what happened is, the first speaker who was speaking, the gentleman in the middle, he mentioned something about AI with music. So by the way, I'm Govindram, I'm from ISET TVM, here, ISET Thiruvananthapuram, and I'm a final year data science major. So, and I'm working I have worked on music recommender systems and music AI. So my question to you was, I don't completely agree with the host statement when he said the next music composers are going to be prompt engineers. I mean, I partly agree with that, but you see, this might sound a little like weird, but it's not weird, but the most crucial factor according to me seems to be in terms of music production is creativity. I guess you might know it better. So I agree that AI is mesmerizing us with, new music in all forms, but don't you feel like all these creations are not exactly original creations and are sort of, intermixed results from the internet? Because you see, AI as, if we just consider AI as a human being, so this human being has a very large memory, that we do not. We have memory, but we can't actually, if I ask you what you did at 17th October when you were 5 years old, you wouldn't remember that. AI can. So essentially what AI is doing here is, if you just give it a prompt, suppose say, generate me some music in jazz or some pop or hip hop with some taste or this flavor or that flavor or this media, this minor. So it will just search through the entire web database and it will create something out of already pre-existing results, music tracks, tunes. So my question here is, what is your, opinion on this, on the legitimacy or the originality of such content? Because you see in music, when creativity comes into picture, I guess, everyone's just like, okay, this is my creation, this is mine, no one's going to take it. So I guess I'm going a little bit towards the copyright issue over here, and just the overall. I don't have the exact word right now, but I guess copyright issue. Any opinion you have on that, sir?
Yeah, so I think it was a closing remark of a gentleman to say that we are going to be prompt-based engineers. I don't think musicians will ever be prompt engineers. And solely, I told you, like I had mentioned in my statement, that right now you can only use it as an assistant to inspire, to make something. And an artist in its true essence will never allow, his ingenuity to be compromised in such a fashion. And I wouldn't want something that's created by Suno or Aiva to be put up and claim that it's my own, because there is always a creative urge and a responsible creative person. I want to make something original. At this point, I don't know what the future generation is going to turn out to be. But when you talk about using all these tools, there is always a sense of, as human beings, we want to learn something and apply it, and the pleasure that it gives to honestly come up with the content, and when you see people accepting it, that is the kick you get out of being in the industry. That's what I do. So at this point, I can, like you said, there are several prompts that if you mention it to a Suno or other platforms, the output that it gives are all deep fake copies of what is existing. You don't get something original at all. They just sound like already existing songs. So, and I can clearly say that this song sounds like this person, this song sounds like that person, oh, this sounds like a Rahman sir. So, at this stage, I heard that the top 5 songs in Chinese Billboard are all AI generated. So there is a fascination. Maybe it applies to the, the K-pop era of kids who likes music that's up-tempo. But to original, real composers, it's just a tool for inspiring you to do something that's innovative, or to assist you in some mundane tasks, like engineering tasks, like I told you, like cleaning up audio, sorting sessions properly, and maybe generative harmony. At this point, I don't want to say that I'm going to use it as creating something original and final. Yeah.
Great, thank you for that question. So there's no substitute to creativity, originality, that is with the human mind. AI will help you do that better is where we are getting into, right? So thank you, Jakes, for adding to that. Any other questions?
Sir. Hello.
Yes, please.
So my question is, what advancements in AI do you predict will have the most significant impact on industries in Kerala?
It's not very clear. Can you speak a little louder, please?
What advancements in AI do you predict will have the most significant impact on industries in Kerala?
What advancements in
AI advancements.
AI advancements in the industry in Kerala?
Yeah.
Great. Anup, do you have a view on that? What kind of advancements are we seeing in the industry in Kerala?
Industry
using AI.
What advancements does it's a good question. We are trying hard to get more industries to Kerala. So that is the first thing that I would like to say. But I was just talking to Manorama right before entering to this room. അതിൽ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞൊരു കാര്യം ഇതാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ മാനുഫാക്ചറിങ് വരില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനൊരു റീസണുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, കേരളത്തിലെ വേതനം, the labor cost is very high compared to the other states. And manufacturing is a very land intensive. നൂറുകണക്കിന് ഏക്കറുകൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമാണ് നമുക്ക് മാനുഫാക്ചർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളൊരു സംഗതിയുണ്ട്. കേരളം is very ecologically fragile and you cannot have, that much acreages of land. But for a moment, if you can think about an industrial revolution 4.0 happening, and a person who has studied engineering or polytechnic or ITI will be able to create a small shop which will produce gloves in large numbers, or bottle caps in large numbers, or bottles in large numbers. Manufacturing can become like a cottage industry if you actually bring in automation and AI into manufacturing. അപ്പോൾ എവിടെയാണോ കേരളത്തിന് കമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്തത്, because of the labor cost, because of the land cost, because of the restraints that we have, I think we will be able to perform better And one such area is IP creation. പുതിയ ഒരു മരുന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് പറ്റുമോ? മരുന്ന് കണ്ടുപിടിക്കുക മാത്രം, അത് മാനുഫാക്ചർ ചെയ്യില്ല. പുതിയ ഒരു പാർട്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു എൻജിൻ ഡിസൈൻ നമുക്ക് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമോ? പറ്റും. Can we come up with a sustainable architecture with the help of AI? We can do that. So that is where we need to slowly start thinking about moving away from the traditional jobs towards a knowledge economy. നമ്മൾ ഈ വൈജ്ഞാനിക സമൂഹം, സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥ എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്നത് ശരിക്കും അതാണ്. ഒരു പുതിയ കാര്യം കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ, പുതിയൊരു രീതിയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ നമ്മളെ എനേബിൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു ടൂളാണ് AI. ആൻഡ് കേരളത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഒരു സാധാരണ തൊഴിലാളി മുതൽ പ്രോബബ്ലി എഞ്ചിനീയർ മുതൽ CM വരെ ChatGPT എന്താണെന്ന് ഇതിനോടകം പഠിച്ചു കാണും. That is not the case with US. You would assume that everybody in US knows about GPT. That is not the case. To my surprise, in a group of like 100 executives, 1.5 years back, I asked a question, how many of you have used ChatGPT? And only like 30-40% raised their hands. But there is a larger digital literacy that is generally available in the state of Kerala. You have a high human development index. You have a pretty creative environment in terms of nature. I think AI is going to help you create things faster. And you should focus on the creation of those things. And that is a transformation that is going to happen in industry at large. പക്ഷേ സ്പെസിഫിക്കലി വ്യവസായങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ IR 4.0, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ റെവല്യൂഷൻ 4.0, in terms of automation is going to create opportunities for the state is what I believe. ഞാൻ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ പറഞ്ഞോട്ടെ. ഈ നേരത്തെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു ചോദ്യം ചോദിച്ചായിരുന്നു, അതായത് AI-യും പഠനവും എങ്ങനെയാണ്. ഈ ഇത്രയും ആൾക്കാർ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നല്ലോ, ഇതിനകത്ത് ചരിത്രം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹിസ്റ്ററി വളരെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റോടുകൂടി പഠിച്ച എത്ര പേരുണ്ട്? ഒരുപാട് ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടല്ലേ? I am actually surprised. ഞാൻ എന്നാ എൻ്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് പറയട്ടെ. ഞാൻ ആക്ച്വലി ഐ ഹേറ്റഡ് ഹിസ്റ്ററി. ഞാൻ പൊതുവെ ചോദിച്ച ആൾക്കാരെ, ഐ ഹേറ്റഡ് ഹിസ്റ്ററി വെൻ ഐ വാസ് ഇൻ സ്കൂൾ. ബട്ട് വെൻ ഐ ടേൺ 30, ഐ സ്റ്റാർട്ടഡ് ലേണിംഗ് ഹിസ്റ്ററി വിത്ത് സം കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് എ ഫെർവർ. ബിക്കോസ് ചരിത്രമാണ് നമ്മളെ ഡിഫൈൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്ന്, നമ്മളുടെ ചരിത്രം നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചിരിക്കേണ്ടതുമായിട്ടുള്ള ബോധം എനിക്കുണ്ടായത് ഒരു 30 വയസ്സിന് ശേഷമാണ്. അത് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ കുഴപ്പമാണെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പിന്നീട് റിയലൈസ് ചെയ്തത്. AI can actually help you learn with much more fun. Learning can finally become real fun if you employ the AI tools. You will have the experiences, the visual experiences of a war or a building or a monument as part of this. And that is going to really make you learn things with far more fun than what you do right now. And that is what ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും പറയുന്നത്, എട്ടെക് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ ട്യൂഷനെ ഡിജിറ്റൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആവരുത്. That era has passed. വേദാന്തു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബൈജൂസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതുപോലെയുള്ള ട്യൂഷൻ നമ്മൾ കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത് മാറ്റിയിട്ട് you need to get into what is called an experiential learning. And the next tech company, in my belief, is going to be that. I just wanted to answer that question.
Great. Thank you, Anup. I think very valid point. How do you experience learning through the application of AI? It's a great point. And I hope you got the answer around the industry. Great. Let's see if there are any further questions.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Francis Justin here. Actually, I am in the last stage of registration of a start.
Hello? Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Actually, it is related to retail automation. So, for the past 3 to 4 months, I was thinking about how can we implement. Actually, in Kerala, what are the scopes for this, and also how can we implement in a cheaper and more convenient way? So, sir, what is your opinion about retail automation, and how can Kerala adapt? Can it adapt in a faster way, or it may take maybe 4 to 5 years, just like the UPI payments were adapted by Indians?
So, while we got it, we didn't get that automation part. What automation are you talking about?
Retail automation. So I am basically a final year EC student. So I am actually designing the hardware side of autonomous shopping cart, basically using RFID tags, RFID mechanism. So the question is, can Kerala adapt it in a faster way, or it may take the traditional time, or maybe 4 to 5 years?
I think it will, may I?
Yeah, please.
I think it will, see, the retail ഒരു സ്വഭാവം തന്നെ മാറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയല്ലേ. If I look at it, some of the major textile shops in Trivandrum is not doing any business at all because the Gen Z is now completely online in doing the purchase. So are you talking about online retail automation or are you talking about the store automation?
Actually, I am talking about the stores.
Store automation. Store automation interesting ആണ്. Grocery അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ Lulu hypermarket is a place where people actually go and visit, right? The examples that I can think about in store automation are two interesting examples. One is a company called Kiva Robotics, which was eventually acquired by Amazon and has become Amazon Robotics. You should check them out, which will kind of automate the movement of articles within the warehouse. So there will be these moving robots which will take things from one shelf and put it into another shelf, and then eventually you will be able to deliver it to the customer. The second interesting patent that I've heard is also from Amazon, where they have taken the beehive, നമ്മുടെ തേനീച്ചക്കൂടിന്റെ ഡിസൈൻ എടുത്തിട്ട് they have patented it so that delivery drones will be able to come and dock in the most effective fashion. അതായത് നമ്മുടെ പാർക്കിംഗ് ലോട്ട് പോലെ ഈ ഡ്രോണുകൾ വന്ന് പാർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സാധനം. ആ സാധനം തേനീച്ചക്കൂട് പോലെ ഇരുന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഏറ്റവും എഫക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് അത് വന്ന് പാർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആമസോൺ പേറ്റന്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം. സോ 2 examples. One is a robot that are on the ground which will be able to deliver things on. ഇപ്പം ഞാൻ ഓൺലൈനായിട്ടൊരു സാധനം ഓർഡർ ചെയ്തു, എനിക്കൊരു വെയർ ഹൗസ് ഉണ്ട്, വെയർ ഹൗസിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സാധനം എടുത്തിട്ട് ഇത് ആർക്കാണോ ഡെലിവറി ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് ആ കറക്റ്റ് ഇതിൽ കൊണ്ടുവെക്കുന്ന റോബോട്ടുകൾ. ദ സെക്കൻഡ് ഇസ് നീ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് സാധനം കൊണ്ടുതരുന്ന ഡ്രോണുകൾ which will take a little bit more time. I mean, both of this in India is going to take a little bit more time. The first one is more of a low-hanging fruit. The second one is a little farther away. In-store automation. അതായത് ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ചെല്ലുന്നു, സാധനങ്ങളെല്ലാം വാരി എൻ്റെ ഷോപ്പിംഗ് കാർട്ടിൽ ഇടുന്നു, കാശ് കൊടുക്കാതെ പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങി പോകുന്നു, എൻ്റെ ക്രെഡിറ്റ് കാർഡിലേക്ക് ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ഈ സാധനങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഡിറ്റക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ചാർജ് വരുന്നു. ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആമസോണിന്റെ അതുപോലത്തെ ഒരു പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇൻഫാക്ട് ദർ വാസ് എ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഇൻ കൊച്ചിൻ വിച്ച് ആക്ച്വലി ഡിഡ് എക്സാക്ട്ലി ദിസ്. I forgot the name of the company which got acquired by Amazon. Nobody knows these stories. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ നടന്നില്ല, പക്ഷെ ആമസോൺ wanted to kill that competition, so they just came and acquired that company. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനത്തെ മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ പോസിബിലിറ്റീസ് ഉണ്ട്. I think on the floor automations has a possibility right now. On the air automations will take a little bit more time, is my limited knowledge on this subject.
So basically, after my 6th semester, I was shopping in Lulu hypermarket, maybe in a peak time. So I waited in the queue for maybe 45 to 1 hour, minutes to 1 hour. So that's the, I got an idea. Why could we automate in a more customized way? And basically, if we automate stores, we will get the data of the user. So in turn, we can also do it online as well. So
it is absolutely RFID ആണോ അതിനുള്ള സൊല്യൂഷൻ എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. I will not advise you on what exactly is the solution. പക്ഷേ the challenge in that particular idea is to ensure 100% accuracy. അതായത് ഞാൻ സാധനം വാരിയിട്ടു, പുറത്തേക്ക് നടന്നങ്ങ് പോയി, എനിക്ക് കുറച്ച് ബില്ല് ചാർജ് ചെയ്താൽ ലുലുവിന് നഷ്ടം, കൂടുതൽ ബില്ല് ചാർജ് ചെയ്താൽ ഞാൻ വഴക്കുണ്ടാക്കും. So how do you effectively build a system which will automatically identify all these things and then effectively build a payment gateway which will connect to your UPI or credit card and make the payment seamless? It is possible. It could happen, yes.
Great. Thank you. Good question. Retail and B2C is an area there's so much more opportunity, so much more software, hardware integration possible and so much more applicability. Great. So in the interest of time, maybe we can take one last question. If there are any questions?
Hello. Yeah. Hi, my name is Alan. And my question is that isn't it high time that we implement policies and procedures in the usage of AI? Yeah, that's it.
Definitely it is high time. So that's a great question, and maybe we'll go to Jacob sir around it. And maybe I'll add on about policies, transparency, all of that stuff, right? So maybe I'll add another point there to say there's so much talk about ethics, transparency, how do you apply AI in a responsible way. So do you have any thoughts around that, sir?
Yeah, so like every other new technology which has its positive and negatives, I mean, we are watching today drones which are used for agricultural research, and it's a good thing. Drones are used for many other useful things, but they're also used in war. So, you can see that happening in the Ukraine, you can see that happening in Gaza and Israel, everywhere. So this whole business of ethics, I'm not sure whether it can be addressed as just a problem peculiar to AI. It's a human issue. And whenever we have any new technology, that attracts a lot of funding, and as you know, Amazon, I think itself has a huge budget, which is probably much more than the budget of many countries. I think the real issue is not ethics for AI, ethics in general, what's going to happen. But as far as our industry is concerned, in the power sector, we really have to be very careful where we use AI for things which are, shall we say, automatically controlling issues. As long as it's for data analysis, for prediction, for optimization, it's a very powerful tool, and we are already using it. Many of our products are already on NTPC's power plants. But the moment we want to connect it in closed loop, then we have a problem. Because then comes ethics, can there be a rogue person in the company who sets something wrong and, you have a blast in the power plant. So I think, I don't think it's an easy question to answer, but ethics will have to be laid down in terms of codification and regulation and things like that, and there will always be a fringe in the natural distribution curve, at one end of the distribution curve, of rogues, and they will have to be controlled using AI. So you'll use AI also to catch thieves. So I think as far as that is concerned, that is true. And as far as privacy is concerned, transparency is concerned, obviously this is going to make huge inroads. You can't be anonymous. And if there is this crowd of 2,500 people sitting here today, I don't think anybody can hide. We probably have a camera out here which can see each one, and we can say and that's an invasion of privacy. So I think these are not easy questions to answer. At the same time, we can't put too many curbs on innovation. So they'll go hand in hand, and human beings have always found a way till, of course, the dangerous point is till AI becomes autonomous completely. Then we lose control. And then I don't think anything regarding ethics or privacy or transparency will apply. So that would probably be the end of the world. And so that's my short answer to that.
Okay, thank you. You want to add?
Just one point to add. So have you ever thought of if an AI-enabled car hits someone, how do you punish? Whom you punish? So this is another big debate. Since we are a democratic country, the parliament has to make the new rules, the judicial officers has to be equipped with AI knowledge, the home department right from the police station all the way up. So in future, when AI-enabled devices are also become a stakeholder, and when something goes wrong, it's very unlikely, but if something goes wrong which lead to damage to life and property, as per Indian Penal Code or whatever Nyaya Samhita, we need to revive. So probably there are steps that has been taken. Soon you will see a Ministry of AI that is being formed under the central government, like the way how the Ministry of Electronics started, and the state governments will follow. And some of the institutes are also been mandated to train judicial officers, to train police officers how the way comes. So we, as a democratic country, you will see that in some of the clauses in our penal codes where AI or the manufacturer of AI, so maybe these kind of forums will have the right takeaways for that. Just to add on to that, the government is working on that side.
No, that's right. So you'll see quite a lot of regulation, guardrails being put up by countries, right? You're already hearing about the European Union rule on AI that's going to come in early 2025. So likewise, all countries will follow suit. There will be regulation because this involves a lot of data and sometimes private data. We're bound to see quite a lot of regulation come in to ensure we have more transparency, there's more trust that's being built on the AI systems as it becomes more mission critical. So with that, I think we'll have to close today's session. Thank you so much, audience, and thank you very much, John, Anup, Jude, and Jacob, for your time.
Thank you. Check. Thank you. Thank you to esteemed panelists. Check. Thank you to esteemed panelists for your insightful discussion on the future of AI. Now I invite Mr. Subishram to hand over the gift to all the panelists. I now invite our principal, Reverend Dr. Jason Paumularikil CMI, to hand over the gift to the moderator, Mr. Subishram. Thank you, sir. All attendees are requested to kindly wait as we will be starting the valedictory function shortly. I repeat, all the attendees are requested to kindly wait as we will be starting the valedictory function shortly.
Check.
Next, we'll have a performance by the Malhar team.
Okay.
Check.
2 minutes time ഉണ്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും കണ്ടന്റ് പ്ലേ ചെയ്തോളൂ.
മനോരമ ഓൺലൈനെ വ്യത്യസ്തമാക്കുന്ന മികച്ച ഫീച്ചറുകൾ. വാർത്ത കേൾക്കാൻ ഓഡിയോ ന്യൂസ്, എക്സ്ക്ലൂസീവുമായി പ്രീമിയം വിഭാഗം, ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസിന്റെ ഉറച്ച പിന്തുണ, വൈവിധ്യമാർന്ന വെബ് സ്റ്റോറികളും ഷോർട്സും, ഇൻഫോഗ്രാഫിക്സ് സഹായത്തോടെ വിവരങ്ങൾ. മാറ്റങ്ങളോടെ മനോരമ ഓൺലൈൻ. കാണാം, കേൾക്കാം, വായിക്കാം ഒറ്റ ക്ലിക്കിൽ.
This is my temple, this is my mental statuary.
The ultimate biking experience is incomplete without Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Servo 40 Extra from Indian Oil. Can't do without it.
In this future-ready world, high-end cars are scorching the tarmac. Sedans, SUVs, petrol-driven, diesel-driven, hybrid, with MPFI engines, GDI engines, TGDI engines, CRDI engines, are propelled by the engine oil of the future. Servo Blackbird X, 100% fully synthetic engine oil, meets latest API specifications, offers outstanding low-temperature cleanliness, with protection, strong durability, and compatibility, with all types of fuels, including modern biofuel blends, aligns with the latest emissions after treatment systems. And here's the game changer. The extended oil drain capability, up to a staggering 15,000 kilometers. Servo Blackbird X, 100% fully synthetic engine oil, the heartthrob of every vehicle.
Next, we have the valedictory session. I request all the audience and attendees to maintain silence as our chief guest will be joining us soon. With today's agenda, we are now beginning the valedictory session for IB's Confluence 2024. We are privileged to have several esteemed guests with us to celebrate the closing of this impactful event. I now invite the following dignitaries to join us on stage for the valedictory ceremony. Shri P. Rajiv, Minister for Law Industries and Coir Kerala. Shri Sushant Kuruntil, CEO, Infoparks. Dr. Tessie Thomas, Vice Chancellor and former Director General, DRDO. Advocate I. Saju, Syndicate Member, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University. Shri V.K. Matthews, Chairman GTech and Executive Chairman, IBS Software. Shri Philip Reggie Thompson, Managing Director, Acoustic and Computing Solutions. Reverend Dr. Joel George Pudulal CMI, Assistant Director, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mulirical CMI, Principal, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. And Mr. Vineet Krishna, Co-Coordinator IIC, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. Due to prior commitments, Dr. R. Bindu, Minister for Higher Education, will not be joining us today. Now I invite Reverend Dr. Joel George Pudulal CMI, Assistant Director, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, to deliver the welcome address.
Good evening, esteemed guests, distinguished faculty members, and students who have gathered over here. It is a privilege and honor to welcome each and every one of you to this valedictory session of Confluence 2024, an industry-academia interaction initiated by Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology and group of technology companies in and around Kochi. Confluence is a powerful platform where the pioneering minds of academia and industry come together, creating a rich landscape of insights, innovation, and collaboration for a brighter future in engineering and technology. We are indeed privileged to have the distinguished assembly of dignitaries with us. We warmly welcome Mr. P. Rajiv, Honorable Minister of Industries, whose strategic initiatives are fostering a vibrant industrial ecosystem across Kerala, empowering both enterprises and young professionals. Hearty welcome, sir. Sir has taken, so he has been traveling a long way from Palakkad this afternoon, and he came over here in a busy schedule. Thank you, sir, for being here at proper time. It is also our pleasure to welcome Dr. Tessie Thomas, Vice Chancellor Nishe and University and former Director General of Aeronautical Systems, DRDO. Welcome, ma'am. Her renowned and groundbreaking work in missile technology and her commitment to the advancing scientific excellence in India are commendable. We extend a warm welcome to Mr. V.K. Matthews, the Executive Chairman of IBM, whose dedication to technological advancements has greatly influenced in shaping the IT sector. Thank you, sir. He played a vital role in organizing and conducting Confluence 2024. Along with V.K. Matthews, sir, I should also welcome Sushan Kuritungal, the CEO of InfoPark. He has been a great inspiration for us in conducting this program, as Mr. V.K. Matthews has mentioned earlier, and so it has been his support that was very helpful in conducting this Confluence 2024. So welcome you, sir. And we also welcome Mr. Reggie Thompson, Managing Director of ACS Australia, whose leadership has made significant strides in international collaboration and innovation. We are happy to welcome Advocate Aishaju, Syndicate Member of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, who has been encouraging and supporting all our genuine initiatives. A special mention and warm welcome to Reverend Dr. Jason Lurical, our esteemed principal, and at Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. His leadership and dedication have been instrumental in fostering a supportive and inspiring environment that nurtures our institution's growth and commitment to excellence. Welcome you, Father. So I should welcome Sir Vineet also for his support in conducting this program. A heartfelt welcome to all participants, faculty members, students, industry, professional and partners whose engagement and curiosity have enriched the exchanges and discussions today. You have made Confluence 2024 a success, infusing with us all ideas and perspectives and making this gathering a true confluence of minds. As we conclude this year's Confluence, let us look forward with optimism, knowing that the partnership and insights gained here will enrich not only the participants, but also a larger community we serve. Thank you to each and everyone for being here, and special thanks to our esteemed guests for your unwavering support and inspiration. With that, let us proceed with the evening's agenda, celebrating the achievements and aspirations fostering through Confluence 2024. Once again, warm welcome to all. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the honor of welcoming the Missile Woman of India, Dr. Tessie Thomas, for the Valedictory keynote.
A very good afternoon, and very respected Mr. P. Rajiv, Minister of Industries, Mr. V.K. Matthews, Executive Chairman, IBS Software, Sri Sushanth Kuritungal, CEO, InfoPark, Advocates Saju, Syndicate Member, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Reverend Dr. Joel George, CMA Assistant Director, Father Dr. Jason, Principal of Rajagiri College of Engineering and Technology, and all the distinguished guests present on the dais, off the dais, and my guru, Madam Shirley Poppins, and all the distinguished guests, faculty members, students, and participants gathered here for this valedictory session. Once again, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm really happy to be here today on this Confluence 2024, a platform that resonates with the vision of advancing engineering, talent, and leadership in Kerala and in India. The theme, Future of Talent, is exceptionally timely as we look ahead of the world shaped by the rapid technological changes, where the next generation will carry the torch of progress and innovation in AI and quantum computing. The talent was always associated with the technological skill or proficiency of a particular field. Today, the demand is for a multi-dimensional talent that blends technological knowledge with creativity, innovation, leadership, and adaptability. In this context, the role of institutions like Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology becomes very important by fueling the students with the multidisciplinary skills, critical thinking, and innovation-driven projects into the curriculum makes the difference. Academic institutions are no longer just educating the students. We are building leaders and visionaries who will drive India's ambitions in the area of aeronautical, aerospace, space technology, artificial intelligence, and the sustainable development projects. I would like to share an inspiring story of Harshvardhan Zala, a 14-year-old young student from Gujarat, gained national attention with his invention of an anti-landmine drone designed to help the Indian Army detect and defuse landmines safely. Harshvardhan was passionate about using this technology for a social good. Using his engineering skills, he created a drone that could detect the landmines from a very safe height and drop a small detonator to neutralize them without putting the lives of soldiers at risk. His invention attracted widespread interest, leading to a MOU with the Gujarat government, and his work gained attention from industry leaders as well as from media. Harshvardhan's innovation showcases the potential of a young student to tackle the significant problems that without the danger posed by the landmines, both for the soldiers as well as the civilians, and found solution to this with technology and creativity. His story is an example of how talent could lead to innovation. So is the importance of India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020, Education 4.0, and the Industry 4.0 are the major frameworks shaping the future of technological evolution. NEP 2020 has a clear focus on inculcating critical thinking, hands-on learning, and interdisciplinary study. I think every higher education institution should take up this NEP 2020 in its real sense and make it happen. The policy encourages flexibility in learning paths, integrating vocational training into higher education, and promoting research. These aspects are very vital as we aim for a Vikasit Bharat by 2047, a developed India on par with global standards. Education 4.0 ensures that the education sector adapts to the digital and AI-driven area, empowering students with the tools to understand and influence the world around them. Similarly, Industry 4.0 calls for an advanced skills in automation, IoT, and data analysis, preparing students to thrive in complex, high-tech environments. These frameworks makes the talent of today's youth ready for the technological solutions to the challenges of tomorrow. As Dr. Somnath mentioned, by 100 years of our independence, that's by another 23 years, or 2047, we will be in an era of Industry 5.0 and so on. So we need to make the students industry ready and encourage them to pursue research in science, technology, and engineering fields. Industry should support higher education institutions through several targeted initiatives like aligning curriculum with industry needs. Industry can collaborate with higher education institutions to cooperate curricula that incorporate practical skills, emerging technologies, and industry-relevant competitiveness. This alignment ensures the graduates possess skills that are directly applicable to the workplace. Then the real-world projects and problem-based learning. Industry can provide the case studies, challenges, and projects based on the real-world problems, offering students a practical solution for the science and technology knowledge. This experience again cultivates problem-solving skills and prepares the students to handle industry challenges. Again, industry internship and corporate programs. We have already got into this industry internship, but it can be made more progressive so that students can really bridge the gap between the theory and the practice, making students more confident. Faculty training and industry exchange programs. With the advancements of technologies, the faculty training or the exchange programs, the teachers who teach also needs an update in their knowledge, so industry can help educators to stay tuned to the current advancements. Faculty with direct industry exposure can better guide students in applying their learning to practical context and emerging fields. Again, research, collaboration, and funding. Industry can fund research labs and science and technology research centers and student-led research projects. Collaborative research with the industry on topics like AI, renewable energy, biotechnology, aerospace, and material science encourages students to emerge in meaningful science and technology research and innovation. Then again, access to advanced state-of-art tools and technologies and simulation software, which will again enhance their talents. Guest lectures and seminars by industry experts, mentorship and network opportunities, supporting innovation and entrepreneurship, industry-sponsored incubators and startup support programs within institutions encourage students to innovate and pursue entrepreneurial ventures. Certification and training programs, the industry-driven certifications were in specialized areas like AI, IoT, machine learning, robotics, data analytics. These are all going to help students in the cutting-edge technology skills. Encouraging interdisciplinary research, setting up science and technology competitions, hackathons, all are going to give upper hand to the students as well as the faculty. Through these collaborative efforts, industry can significantly enhance the ability of higher education institutions to provide industry-ready graduates while fostering a strong foundation for innovation and research in science and technology field. Again, we were all hearing about artificial intelligence in the afternoon session, and artificial intelligence now penetrates every sector, offers incredible opportunities for innovation and social impact. AI is like a transformational force that can redefine individuals as physical and digital versions of each individual, as mentioned today morning by Dr. KJ Matthews, and it can redefine into diverse fields like healthcare, environmental science, aerospace, and even the space exploration. Space technology is another area where India has made monumental and remarkable achievements. From our early ventures, with the launch of Aryabhatta satellite in the year 1975, to landmark missions like Chandrayaan 1, 2, and 3, and Mangalyaan, ISRO has set an inspiring examples of how indigenous technology can reach the stars. Each step forward in our space missions like Gaganyaan shows the importance of dedicated research, unwavering commitment, and a mindset that dares to dream. For the young engineers and leaders present here, space technology is a pathway to contribute directly to the national pride and global leadership. My journey with DRDO has taught me that even the most daring dreams can be achieved with knowledge and perseverance. We started with the development of technologies first of its kind in the country with no infrastructure, no industry available. I'm talking about the era of 1980s. But within 20 to 30 years, we could make missile systems ranging from 300 meters to 5,000 kilometers, that is Agni class of systems. Without even having the raw materials in the country, we started our research and we have achieved the capability of self-sufficient and self-reliance within this period. It's only because of the dedication and the determination. And we had very great visionary scientists like Homi Bhabha from BARC and Dr. Satish Dhawan from ISRO and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam from DRDO, all of them, and with the sustained efforts of these visionary leaders, scientists and technologists have made our country stand in got a place in as an elite club of members in the field of nuclear, space, as well as aerospace industries and defense. Industries today no longer are working in isolation. Collaborations between academia, industry, and government are paving the way for a holistic approach to education and skill development. Initiatives like this Confluence 2024 by Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology and the industries gives us a platform to bridge the gap between the theoretical knowledge and practical application. So I wish the Conference 2024, the Confluence, by today, Dr. Father Benny, manager of Rajagiri institutions, mentioned about the confluence meaning. Confluence by the dictionary meaning is a junction of two rivers joining and of equal width of rivers flowing to join together. The more important is equal width. Where we are talking about AI, this AI is academic industry collaboration, where we should have equal width, that is 50-50 participation of academia and industry can make the change, and let it happen within our next generation, wherein which we could establish Vikasit Bharat within 2047. And wishing you all very best through this confluence. And I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the executives and management in giving me an opportunity to be with this Confluence 2024. And I have definitely learned from this Confluence. I'm sure each one of you have learned, and let us all excel in our field, taking the oath of learning and knowing more in future. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Today, we're thrilled to share that we are exchanging a letter of intent for a prospective consultancy partnership between Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology and Acoustic and Computing Solutions Proprietary Limited, with the support of the Department of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. The goal of this partnership is to foster industry-academic collaboration for years to come. In the presence of Shri P. Rajiv, I invite Shri Philip Reggie Thompson, Managing Director ACS, and Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mullerikil CMI, Principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, for the exchange of the LOI. Please be seated. It is our distinct honor to welcome Sri P. Rajiv. I welcome you, sir, to address the gathering.
Dignitaries honored of the dais, students, faculty members, representatives of different industrial organizations and government officials. Good evening. All of you are very hurried to catch the buses to your houses because your biological clock is tuned with the school timing. And I can see the volunteers in front of the doors. But if you want to become an innovator or become an industrialist, don't look to the time clock. Always focus on the theme which you are focusing. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Rajagiri College of Engineering for organizing this largest academia industrial meeting of the state. And also, I would like to congratulate Mr. V.K. Matthews, visionary entrepreneur, for supporting this novel initiative. I am coming from Palakkad only for this program. Yesterday I was in Delhi, landed in Kochi along with Mr. Suresh Gopi and Mr. Somnath. Then I went to Palakkad and I am coming here only for this function. Tomorrow morning I will back to Trichur. This is good. Why I take this much of strain for attending this function? Because Ministry of Industries is giving more importance the connect in between academic institutions and industrial establishments. The government is committed to transform the society into a knowledge society. We are trying to transform the economy into a knowledge economy. For this transformation process, higher education institutions are the driving forces. We are trying to strengthen the connect in between academic institutions and industrial establishments. Kerala is a good place for visits and good for education and health activities. But the general presumption is Kerala is not suitable for industrial activities. That is the general presumption. While we have assumed office, the ranking of Kerala in ease of doing business was 28th. Actually, nobody was behind us at that time. Then we could improve our position to 15 in 2021 ranking. And what is the ranking of Kerala in ease of doing business in this year? Anybody can answer? What is the rank of Kerala? No, only for the students. Anybody? Raise your hands. What is the rank of Kerala in ease of doing business? 2022 ranking? Kerala is the number 1 in ease of doing business ranking in 2022. We gave a promise. You are looking for Google, search engines. We gave a promise to the people in the manifesto, election manifesto, that in 2022 ranking, Kerala would be within 10th ranking, and in 2026, the 5th year of this government, Kerala should be in number 1. That was our promise in the election manifesto. We could achieve that goal in 2022 itself. That is the result of a joint effort of government, industrialists, and different departments, and also and society as a whole. Kerala is suitable for knowledge-based industries. It was a very small landscape of 1.6% of the country, with 2.8% of the population of the country. Very small landscape. Malayalathil parayumbo Kochi Kerala ennu parayappedu. But Kerala is not small, only small in geographical and demographical indicators. All other indices, Kerala is big. In sustainable development goals, we are continuing the number 1 position the last several from the beginning, and also other social sectors, Kerala is the number 1 in not only in India. Compared with other developing countries, Kerala is the number 1. But for industry, Kerala is not suitable. That is the general presumption. Now we are trying to change that presumption. How to strengthen the connect in between industry and education. That is one focus area. Recently, one industrial group, Sindate, they have established a center of excellence in Kochi University. Geojit, they have established a center of excellence in Kochi University. I was there for the inaugural function. The last week, I was in Trivandrum, the inauguration of an office of Trasna, the semiconductor industry, in the digital university campus itself. This is the change happening in the state of Kerala. I would not like to take more time because all of you are very hurry. This is the right time for the state, for industrial advancement. Kerala is doing very well in several knowledge-based industries. IT sector, IBM started their opera campus in Kochi. The coming 12th, I am going to inaugurate the new office of IBM in the Lulu Tower. And the last week, I was in Technopark, the inaugural function of HCL, the number 1 engineering service company of the world, not the country of the world, HCL. These things are happening in the state of Kerala. Union government has given clearance for the industrial smart city at Palakkad. Vizhinjam give more potential to the state of Kerala for industrialization process. Then if you are moving in this direction, I think Kerala should be the destination of EST investment of the country, and Kerala should be the destination of high-tech manufacturing industries of the country. We can transform the state as a medical device industrial hub. The small landscape is contributing 24% of the turnover of the medical devices industries of the country. 24% of the turnover of the medical devices industries of the country. This is the potential. We are trying to utilize this potential. I think the outcome of this conference will give more light to these activities. Again, I would like to congratulate Rajagiri College of Engineering to take this initiative to strengthen the connect in between education institutions and industrial establishment. By these words, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Students, please note, college buses will leave the campus 15 minutes after the Confluence valedictory function. We are privileged to have a few distinguished guests with us today who will share their felicitations. Mr. Sushant Kurunthal, CEO of Infoparks Kerala.
Respected P. Rajiv, sir, the Minister of Industry, Square and Law, Dr. Tessie Thomas, Mr. V.K. Matthews, and other distinguished guests on the dais, my dear industry colleagues and dear students. So, I should be one of the first people Principal Sir would have come and then talk to about Confluence. And then obviously I was very excited and interested. And then normally, Malayalathi പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഏത് വെടിക്കെട്ട് നടക്കുമ്പോഴും ആദ്യത്തെ പടക്കം പൊട്ടിച്ചിട്ട് ഓടി രക്ഷപ്പെടുന്ന ചില ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. I am that person in this particular case. Well, after that, I have found enough excuses not to be actively participating in the process, but then VK stepped in and then, he has completely ensured that, we have a fantastic event here. And then, obviously, the team Rajagiri, led ably by the principal sir, kudos to you. And thank you so much for making such a wonderful, wonderful event. The first industry academia event here. And then I'm sure that this is something which is going to grow. And then, obviously, next time I will definitely be more participative. So we will do it again. And also, let's look at the theme. The theme is very simple. We're talking about talent. And then talent, when we look at talent, we have basically three things to look at. One is, we have to create the talent pool. Then we have to retain the talent pool. And then we have to attract talent from other places. And then the creating talent education institutions like Rajagiri is doing. But we have a bigger problem in retaining that talent. To retain the talent and even to attract talent from others, that is where the government and government organizations like us will have to step in. And then there are many, many such initiatives that we are working on right now just to make sure that Kochi and Kerala will become a talent powerhouse in the years to come. And to everything, let this be a start. Let this be the confluence of academia and industry, but we work together to ensure that there is plenty of talent available in our state. And then let Confluence happen again and again and again successfully. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much for making it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we invite Advocate I. Saju, Syndicate Member of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, for the felicitation.
വേദിയിലുള്ള ഏറെ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ വ്യവസായ വകുപ്പ് മന്ത്രി ശ്രീ പി രാജീവ്, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ അഭിമാനവും രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ അഭിമാനവുമായി മാറിയിട്ടുള്ള DRDOയുടെ ഡയറക്ടർ ടെസ്സി തോമസ് മാഡം, രാജഗിരി കോളേജ് ഓഫ് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗിൻ്റെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൽ, അതുപോലെ വേദിയിലുള്ള മറ്റ് വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികൾ, സദസ്സിലുള്ള വിശിഷ്ട വ്യക്തികളെ, പ്രിയമുള്ള വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളെ, സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യയുടെ മേഖലയിൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഉത്തേജനവും അതിൻ്റെ വളർച്ചയും ഗവേഷണത്തിൻ്റെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോക്കിനും അതുവഴി വ്യവസായത്തിൻ്റെയും അതിവേഗതയിലുള്ള പുരോഗതിക്ക് വ്യാവസായിക അക്കാദമിക സഹകരണം ഏറ്റവും അത്യന്താപേക്ഷിതമായ ഒരു ഘട്ടത്തിലൂടെയാണ് നാം കടന്നുപോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അക്കാദമിക വ്യാവസായിക സഹകരണത്തോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ദൃഢതയുള്ള ബന്ധമായി അത് വളർത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. സാങ്കേതിക രംഗത്ത് പ്രഗത്ഭരായിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതിനേക്കാൾ ഉപരി നമുക്ക് ആ മേഖലയിലെ വളർച്ചയും അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ നമുക്ക് സംരംഭകത്വത്തെ പ്രോത്സാഹിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന നിലയിലേക്ക് അതിനെ വളർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു എൻവയോൺമെന്റ് ആണ് ഈ കാലഘട്ടം ആവശ്യപ്പെടുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ അക്കാദമികവും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വ്യാവസായികവുമായിട്ടുള്ള സഹകരണം കൂടുതൽ ദൃഢപ്പെടുത്തി മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ കോൺക്ലേവ് വളരെ വലിയ സംഭാവനയാണ് നൽകുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ് കേരള സാങ്കേതിക സർവകലാശാലയുടെ സിൻഡിക്കേറ്റ് അംഗം എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നത്. ഈ മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് സാങ്കേതിക സർവകലാശാല കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ സഹായത്തോടുകൂടി തന്നെ ഈ വ്യവസായ അക്കാദമിക സഹകരണം മെച്ചപ്പെടുത്തുവാൻ കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലുള്ള മികച്ച നിലയിലുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമായിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ സഹായത്തോടുകൂടി കേരളത്തിലെ 3 എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജുകൾ 3 സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലായി കോട്ടയവും എറണാകുളവും കണ്ണൂരും പോലുള്ള എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജുകളിൽ 3 മികവിന്റെ കേന്ദ്രങ്ങൾ സെന്റർ ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസ് സ്ഥാപിക്കുവാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമായി വളരെ ഫലപ്രദമായി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് വസ്തുത. അതിൽ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമായിട്ടുള്ളത് സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ആൻഡ് കാർബൺ ന്യൂട്രാലിറ്റി എന്ന മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട വികസനം യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമായി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ കണ്ണൂർ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിൽ അതുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടമാണിത്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ എമർജിംഗ് മെറ്റീരിയൽ ആൻഡ് ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ എന്ന മേഖലയിൽ അതിന്റെ സെന്റർ ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസ് ആയി മാറ്റി തീർക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള കേന്ദ്രമായി മാറിയിട്ടുള്ളത് കോട്ടയം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജാണ്. അതോടൊപ്പം ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ആൻഡ് മെഷീൻ ലേണിംഗ് എന്ന വളരെ വികസിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട സെന്റർ ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസ് ആയി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നത് എറണാകുളത്ത് തന്നെയുള്ള മോഡൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജാണ്. ഈ നിലയിൽ സാങ്കേതിക സർവകലാശാല ഈ ബന്ധം ദൃഢപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലുള്ള വലിയ തുടക്കം നടത്തി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്ന ഒരു കാലഘട്ടമാണ് ഇത്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റിന്റെ സഹായത്തോടുകൂടി ട്രാൻസ്ലേഷൻ റിസർച്ച് സെന്റർ ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തുള്ള കിൻഫ്ര പാർക്കിൽ തുടക്കം കുറിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു. നമ്മുടെ ആശയങ്ങളെ ഉൽപ്പന്നങ്ങളാക്കി മാറ്റാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ആ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ വളരെ ഫലപ്രദമായി യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ അക്കാദമികമായിട്ടുള്ള കോളേജുകൾക്കും യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും തനതായ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയറുകളുടെ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് സെന്റർ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകും. ഈ നിലയിലുള്ള വ്യവസായ അക്കാദമിക ബന്ധം ദൃഢപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ നടത്തുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഈ വർഷം മുതൽ സാങ്കേതിക സർവകലാശാല നിരന്തരമായി കേട്ടുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നതാണ് അതിന്റെ കരിക്കുലത്തിലും സിലബസിലും മാറ്റം അത്യന്താപേക്ഷിതമാണ് എന്ന നിരന്തരമായ അഭിപ്രായം ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന ഒരു ഘട്ടത്തിൽ ഈ ദൃഢത ശക്തിപ്പെടുത്തി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലേക്കുള്ള കരിക്കുലത്തിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അതിന്റെ സിലബസിലും വലിയ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ വരുത്തി ഈ മേഖലയിൽ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾക്ക് വ്യവസായവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പ്രവർത്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയുന്ന ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് അടക്കമുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ വലിയ പൊളിച്ചെഴുത്ത് നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഈ മേഖലയെ അക്കാദമിക മേഖലയെ വ്യവസായ മേഖലയുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തിയെടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിയുന്ന ഫലപ്രദമായ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമായിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നത്. ആ നിലയിലുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളുമായി ഞങ്ങൾ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോൾ അത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ കൂടി ഊർജം പകരുന്ന രൂപത്തിലേക്ക് ഇവിടെ നടന്ന കോൺക്ലേവ് ഈ നാളത്തെ ഈ മാറ്റങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാം തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുന്ന നിലയിലേക്ക് മാറും എന്ന പ്രതീക്ഷയോടുകൂടി ഈ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് നേതൃത്വം നൽകിയ രാജഗിരി എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിന് എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും അർപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir. We now move on to the prize distribution segment. It is my pleasure to announce the winners of the PhD Conclave Awards. They will all be receiving cash prize, certificates and mementos. I would like to invite Advocate I. Saju to the stage to present the prizes. The first prize winner, Dr. Parvati Bhaskar from Government Polytechnic College, Nedumangad, Trivandrum. Second prize winner, Dr. Vinod PG, SCMS School of Engineering and Technology, Parikutti. Prize winner is Ms. Datta Smita HV from Siddhartha Academy of Higher Education, Tumakuru.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will recognize the winners of this NASA Space Apps Challenge 2024 at the local event, Kochi. The NASA Space Apps Challenge was the world's largest space hackathon organized by NASA and Unique World Robotics in collaboration with Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology. It was a two-day hackathon having school and college categories. First, I invite Dr. Tessie Thomas to give away the prizes for the college category. College category winners will receive cash awards and certificates. Best Galactic Solution winners are Team YMBC from Yelgomar Baselius College, Muatura. Galactic Solution. First runner-up are Team Exoquest from Federal Institute of Science and Technology, Angamali. Galactic Solution. Second runner-up are Team Malabar Star Finders from Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Kochi. Thank you, ma'am.
Sushant Kurantar to give away the prizes for the college category special awards. They'll be receiving certificates. The out-of-the-box solution award goes to the team from Sacred Hearts College, Ernakulam. Data Award goes to Team Port Fathers from Government Model Engineering College, Kochi. Changemakers Award goes to Team Astrotechies from Government Model Engineering College, Kochi. The Storytelling Award goes to Team Celestial Explorers from Adi Shankara Institute of Engineering and Technology, Kochi.
Next, we have the School Category Awards. School Category winners will receive cash awards and certificates. Best Galactic Solution winners are Team Inforce from Marthoma Public School, Edichira. Best Galactic Solution first runner-up are Team The Three Comets from Holy Grace Academy, Mala. Galactic Solution second runner-up are Team Space Gamers from Holy Grace Academy, Mala. Next, we have the School Category Special Awards. For the School Category Special Awards, the winners will receive certificates. Best Storytelling Award goes to Team Solar Guardians from Holy Grace Academy, Mala. The Inspiring Institution Award goes to Holy Academy, Mala. I invite all the faculty and students of Holy Grace Academy, Mala to receive the award. This was the institution with the maximum participation. sir, and congratulations to all the winning teams.
Now, I would like to invite Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mullerikil, CMI, Principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, to give his concluding remarks and share the roadmap ahead.
Respected chief guests on the dais and off the dais, respected members of the faculty, members from industry, and my dear students. I'm sure that it is quite late and everybody wants to get home, so I'll make it quick and short. What is the takeaway? I think the confluence. It was a great confluence of a lot of spirits today from the industry as well as from academia, a lot of enthusiasm, hope, and cheer. I could feel that. And also, I think this is going to pave the way for future projects and maybe a roadmap. 4 things I would like to mention. First of all, as we organize Confluence, we realize that the industry and the academia can come together. And I mentioned in my earlier speech, we had nearly 8 or 9 advisory committee meetings. I hope that this advisory committee meeting and the concept of Confluence will be institutionalized in the years to come. And Sushant sir is here, and I think the members from the KTU as well as from government, they are here. They will help us to institutionalize this advisory committee and the concept of Confluence in the years to come. Second, the energy that we received today, it was really great, and I think we have to keep going this energy, and I'm sure that there are big teams who have worked for the success of this team, of this event. They will come together and take this energy forward. Third, I think we have to explore more avenues. For example, we have the PhD conclave and funded projects conclave, where academia has got an interface with the industry. And again, from the industry, we had Srikant Adamatai and Shailesh. They're actually angel investors, but that segment is missing. I think in the next editions, we would like to get maybe build a bridge between the venture capital as well as ideas. And fourth one, we need to get help from the government and maybe from the university to bring about this kind of ideas into higher heights. I'm sure that they will be with us. So with these 4 points, I think I can conclude that first of all, the Confluence was a great success, and it will continue to inspire us in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father. Now I invite Reverend Dr. George Pulelil, CMI, Assistant Director of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, to hand over a token of gratitude to Dr. Percy Thomas. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Sri Sushant Kuruvil to come forward and receive a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father. I now invite Reverend Dr. Jason Paul Mullerikil, CMI, Principal of Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, to hand over a token of appreciation to Advocate I. Raju. invite Sri Philip Reggie Thompson to come forward and receive a token of gratitude. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Father.
Let us now welcome Mr. Vineet Krishna, Co-Coordinator IIC, Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, for the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, as Confluence 2024 comes to a close, it's my privilege to express our heartfelt gratitude to all who made this remarkable event possible. First and foremost, a sincere thank you to our title sponsor, IBS Software, the visionary leader, Mr. V.K. Mathusa, your unwavering support from the very first meeting that we had at IBS office many months ago. It has been the cornerstone of this event's success. So we are deeply grateful to you, V.K. Mathusa and IBS Software. To our platinum sponsors, TIAG Energy Services India, represented by Dr. Jacob T. Vegisa, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, represented by Ms. Geetika Verma. Your generous support elevated Confluence 2024 to new heights. We also extend our gratitude to our gold sponsors, Agape Diagnostics Limited and Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, as well as our silver sponsors, MathWorks and AICT, for their invaluable contributions. A special note to appreciation goes to our esteemed guest of honor, Sri Suresh Gopi Sir, Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Harbi Eden, Member of Parliament, Mr. Loknath Behra, IPS, MD, KMRL, and Professor Mohammad Qasim is Chair of IEEE Section, Dr. R. Bindu, Minister of Higher Education, Mr. P. Rajiv, Minister for Law, Industries and COIA. Your presence added prestige and importance to this gathering. Our gratitude also extends to our online media partner, Manorama Online, for helping us reach a wider audience and amplify the impact of Confluence. We are thankful for our partnerships with GTech, Infopark Kochi, Smart City Kochi, Technopark Trivandrum, Kochi Metro Rail Limited, IEEE India Council, and Kerala Startup Mission, showcasing the strength of collaboration within Kerala's vibrant tech community. A big thank you to our community partners, Progressive Techies, Vidit Dhwani and Jeva Infopark for promoting inclusivity and participation. And to all our brilliant speakers, panelists and moderators, your insights have sparked meaningful conversations and inspired us all. We owe immense gratitude to the person whose vision brought Confluence to life, our principal, Reverend Father Dr. Jason Paul Mullerigal, CMI. Your guidance and dedication illuminated the path for us. Thank you, Father. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to Reverend Father Binni Nolkara, CMI Provincial, Sacred Heart Province and Manager, RSET, for your unwavering support. We are equally grateful to Reverend Dr. Jose Kuriakose, CMI, Director of RSET, for your encouragement throughout this journey. And a big thank goes to our Assistant Director, Father Dr. Joel Pillal, CMI, for the support throughout. A special thank you goes to Dr. S. Somnath Sir, Chairman of ISRO, Dr. Tessie Thomas, VC and former Director, DRDO, Dr. R. Bindu, Minister of Higher Education, Mr. P. Rajiv, Minister for Law and Industries and COIA, Mr. Sushant Kurunthal, CEO of Infopark, Advocate I. Saju, Syndicate Member, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Mr. S.D. Shibulal, Co-founder of Infosys, Dr. Matthew Kolnadan, MLA, Mr. Basil Joseph, Sin Artist, Mr. Thomas John, Managing Director of Agape, Mr. C. Balgopal, Chairperson of KSIDC, Dr. Dilip George, Director at Google DeepMind, Mr. Jakes Bijoy, Film Score Composer, Dr. John Josar from IIT Guwahati, IEEE India Council, and Mr. Anup Ambika, CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. And also a big thanks to Ms. Nasneen Jhangi, CEO of Mesh Group, for their presence and inspiring contributions throughout. And to our dedicated organizing committee members, the EY team, Vinod sir and Nijo sir and their team members, other coordinators, volunteers, lovely volunteers, the conference secretary, and all the unsung heroes working behind the scenes. Your hard work made Confluence 2024 unforgettable. Lastly, a huge thank you to everyone, all the attendees, whoever present here. Your presence, enthusiasm, and engagement were the heart of this event. As we close this chapter, let's carry the inspiration and connections forged at Confluence 2024 today forward, strengthening the bonds between academia and industry. Thank you all, and may the memories and impact of this event stay with us forever. Amen.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's sessions, please rise for the national anthem. With that, we officially conclude the valedictory session of IBS Confluence 2024. The dignitaries will now leave. I request the audience to remain seated until further announcements. I repeat, the audience is requested to remain seated until further announcements. All the students are requested to remain seated. I repeat, the students are requested to remain seated. The students and delegates are requested to remain seated. The delegates and students of other colleges can leave now.